our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Au Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurs en glorieux, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, the Harmony Martial Arts and Fitness Center in my riding had organized a relief fundraiser on November 24th last year in support for the victims of Super Typhoon Hainan in the Philippines. The owners, Helen and Raymond Atta, along with Margita and George Gonzalez and other members of the club, worked diligently to plan this event. They encouraged families, friends and members of the Philippine community to come and join them to help the victims of this natural disaster. They asked everyone to open their hearts and give generously. Throughout the day, people had time for socializing, enjoying the music, food, and each other's company and a live auction. All of the auction items were donated by generous members, friends, and their families. The event was a great success. A total of $9,000 was raised, which was matched by the government dollar for an amount of $18,000, which will be donated through ANCOP International Canada. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate my constituents for their generous gesture and giving heart for victims in need.
The Honourable Member for Bournois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Winter Olympics and Paralympics start on Friday in Russia. It's a time for us to support sport and our athletes who have worked so hard to get to Sochi. There to support them will be the pride and joy of my region, Jean-Luc Brassard. He won gold at the Lillehammer Olympics for acrobatic skiing, and he'll be the deputy chef de mission for the Canadian delegation. I'd also like to recognize two members of Team Canada who are from my riding. Mélodie Daou, a young woman of 22 years old, University Player of the Year. She is on the women's hockey team, which is looking to win its fourth straight gold medal. As well, Dominique Larocque, who was injured in Afghanistan. He's on the sledge hockey team and is aiming for gold. Mélodie, Jean-Luc, and Dominique, best of luck to all of you. You are models of persistence and dedication. And over the coming weeks, everyone from my riding will be behind you. Good luck.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada and the free world watch in shock and disbelief at the tragic events taking place in Ukraine. Ukrainian Canadians from all over Canada, including my home riding of Oshawa, stand in solidarity with people facing violence and intimidation at the hands of their own government. Canada and Ukraine share common bonds. Ukrainians played a pivotal role in shaping our great nation, especially in my home riding of Oshawa, and Canada was the first Western nation to recognize Ukrainian independence in 1991. Ukrainians remember all too well their anti-democratic Soviet past, and they have no desire to go back down that road. Ukrainians have made it known they want to stand with the Western, democratic, free world. I call on the Ukrainian government to end the violence and intimidation and respect the democratic rights of its citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud today to rise and congratulate the Fogo Island Inn on the beautiful Fogo Island for winning the National Cultural Tourism Award at the Canadian Tourism Awards on December 3rd. In Canada, tourism is an $82 billion industry that generates $17 billion in exports every year. This industry employs over 600,000 creative Canadians like the team at Fogo Island Inn, who work hard to make Canada an exciting and welcoming country. The Fogo Island Inn was created by the Shorefast Foundation, a registered Canadian charity, though the people are beneficial owners are the people of Fogo Island and Change Islands. All operational surpluses belong to the community itself. From its very inception, the inn was conceived as a place that fortifies local culture and helps articulate the identity of place. Congratulations, Fogo Island Inn.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on December 3rd last year, the Reform Act was introduced, a bill that offers realistic and real reforms to strengthen Parliament. The Reform Act proposes 3 simple reforms to strengthen the role of the people's elected representatives by empowering members of Parliament and giving them the tools they need to better represent their constituents in Ottawa. Since its introduction, there has been unprecedented public support for the bill. Here's just one example. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons, CARP, surveyed some of their 300,000 members across Canada and asked them what they thought of the Reform Act. 75% of them said they support the Reform Act. 72% said the proposals would significantly change Parliament, and 62% said the proposals would improve accountability. Mr. Speaker, this poll and others like it make it clear that Canadians want to see parliamentary reform. The Reform Act is the vehicle for that reform.
The honourable member for York, Southwest, Whiston.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I hosted 2 well-attended town hall meetings on Canada Post's ill-conceived plan to end door-to-door mail delivery. It is obvious the Conservative government and Canada Post's well-paid executives do not understand the enormous negative consequences their plan has for a large number of vulnerable Canadians. A woman who attended one of my meetings shared a compelling personal story. Her 28-year-old daughter is severely autistic and unable to communicate verbally. For this young woman, door-to-door mail delivery really is a lifeline. She not only interacts with her letter carrier on a daily basis, an important part of her day, but she receives through the mail twice a month therapy resources for her condition. Unfortunately, neither this woman nor her family have the ability to hire someone to collect these necessary resources from the community mailbox. This is just one example of what would be lost with the end of a service that Canadians, like this young woman and her family, rely on. By allowing Canada Post to go ahead with its decision, the Conservative government is turning its back on these Canadians.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, in less than 48 hours, the eyes of the world will be on Sochi as Canada's best compete in the 22nd Winter Olympic Games. On behalf of all residents of Don Valley West, I wish to recognize and congratulate 8 Torontonians as they compete for gold as members of Canada's Winter Olympic team. Michael Lambert will compete in 2 alpine snowboarding events, while Katie Suyuki will represent Canada in women's halfpipe. Lenny Valias will compete in cross-country skiing, and Philip Brown will compete in alpine skiing events. In figure skating, Patrick Chen will compete in the men's singles. Dylan Moskovich will compete in the pairs event, and Piper Gillis and Paul Poirier in ice dance. And NHL superstar P.K. Subban will represent his hometown of Toronto as he plays on the Canadian men's hockey team. Mr. Speaker, as a former board member of the Canadian Olympic Committee, I truly could not be more proud of these young athletes as they demonstrate excellence to the world. I wish them, and indeed all of Team Canada, the greatest of success in Sochi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the Caribou-Chilcotin area of BC has been devastated by the mountain pine beetle plague. Jobs in the forest industry and related industries have been lost, and the economy has suffered a huge blow in Williams Lake and 100 Mile House. Sawmills have cut back on their operations, businesses have closed, and people have left their homeland because there are no jobs. Mr. Speaker, now we are presented with a once-in-a-generation opportunity to restore a vibrant economy to this area. We must not miss this opportunity to allow the New Prosperity Gold Mine to move forward to the provincial permitting stage. I and my colleague from Kamloops and 85% of the people of the Cariboo-Chilcotin call on this government to allow this project to move forward. The government can do that by attaching a list of conditions that will satisfy the mitigation of environmental impacts. Mr. Speaker, we must not miss this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, this must be put on the parliamentary agenda August 8th to 24th next, because that's when the World Acadian Congress will be taking place. It will be located between Madawaska, Maine, and Témiscouata. It will be spread over 2 weeks, and it'll be packed with all kinds of activities, the highlight of which will be the rassemblement or get-togethers for youth, for women, for family reunions, and 102 families have already registered, including the Caron family, of course. I would also like to recognize the relentless work of the Board of Directors. The members from Témiscouata are Guylaine Sirois, Serge Fortin, Marielle Landry, Denis Landry, Samuel Moreau, and the very hardworking President of the Congress, Emilien Nadeau. Thank you also to the board members from New Brunswick and Maine, and to all of the organizers and volunteers. I hope you will all join us to celebrate our Acadian heritage in the heart of the lands and forests of l'Acadie.
The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, our government is dedicated to ensuring veterans and their families have the support they need when and where they need it, from coast to coast to coast. I would like to share one of the many letters recently received by the Minister of Veterans Affairs. It states, "Dear Minister, I'm a veteran of a Royal Canadian Navy. I have struggled with hearing problems since serving. By last year, my hearing loss had become so pronounced I could no longer hear birds' song at all. I visited a Veterans Affairs office in Edmonton. Upon arrival, we were treated like royalty. There, we completed an interview and presented the hearing test from an audiologist. I mailed the completed form in late November. I received a call from Veterans Affairs to inform us that my application had been approved, that benefits would be paid for, the hearing loss plus a hearing aid would be paid for by Veterans Affairs. Minister, I have to tell you that we expected nothing in all these years since my service in early 1960s. Kudos to Veterans Affairs. They have been amazing. Gratefully yours, a Canadian veteran."
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the memory of Dr. Garson Ramalis, who passed away on January the 30th. Dr. Ramalis was a courageous champion of women's reproductive rights and an ardent supporter and provider of safe abortions. He received his medical degree from UBC in 1962, prior to the legalization of abortion in Canada. At that time, he treated many women suffering from septic shock in the aftermath of back-alley abortions. After Canada's abortion laws changed, Dr. Ramalis built his practice on the belief that women have the right to choose when and if they become pregnant. Dr. Ramalis survived 2 violent terrorist attacks in Vancouver in 1994 and 2000. Despite these attempts on his life, he remained steadfast in his work and belief in a woman's right to choose. His deep compassion and care has helped countless women and saved lives. New Democrats offer our deepest sympathy to his family and say thank you for sharing this great doctor and his life's work with Canadians.
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we have taken decisive action to put families first by cutting taxes an incredible 160 times. That means over $3,000 more every year for the average Canadian family because of our government. The NDP sadly want to play Big Brother when it comes to consumer needs. Their plan includes creating more bureaucracy, a whole department to monitor and dictate what's best for Canadians. Not only that, but the NDP have voted against all of the following consumer protection measures since 2006, including against protecting consumers with new credit card rules that will require consent for credit limit increases, against bringing in a code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry to help small businesses deal with unfair practices, against requiring greater disclosures of mortgage repayment charges, against making mortgage insurance more transparent and understandable, and against banning unsolicited credit card checks. While the opposition parties vote against measures to help consumers, our government has acted and will deliver for Canadians.
Hey, bravo! The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Last December, there was an incident involving a leak of carbon monoxide in an apartment building in the riding of Ottawa-Vanier. The incident could have been fatal if not for the quick and wise intervention of the Montfort Hospital. Various members of the hospital team were right there, and on Tuesday, the government, in collaboration with the hospital, announced an initiative to raise people's awareness of CO2. I would like to congratulate the government and the hospital for this initiative. However, I can't but find it ironic that this government has in its ranks 3 former ministers of the Mike Harris government. They originally wanted to close the hospital, and yet they chose the hospital as a partner to launch this initiative as well. The Conservatives did not have the courtesy to advise my colleague, the member for Ottawa South, or myself, of the announcement, and in fact they were simply true to themselves.
Vancouver South.
With the special 2014 Winter Olympics just around the corner, Canadians will be watching with pride as our athletes represent Canada on the world stage. But I'd like to take a moment to speak of another source of pride for many, our Special Olympians and Special Olympics Canada. For those not familiar, Special Olympics Canada enriches the lives of Canadians with intellectual disabilities through sport, including 37,000 athletes who are supported by 17,000 volunteers and 13,000 trained coaches. This is why I'm proud to note that our government will now provide ongoing long-term support for Special Olympics Canada with $1 million in annual funding. This will maintain the organization's funding from Sport Canada at more than $2.8 million. This stable funding will help our Special Olympians get the support they need to excel in their sport and achieve their dreams. Mr. Speaker, this is why I look forward to this summer's Special Olympics Canada Summer Games, which will be held July 8 to 12 in my city, Vancouver.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Belland. The police launched accusations against Mac Harb and Patrick Brazeau and is still looking into the affairs of Senators Duffin, Wally Gerstein, and Stuart Olson. The Conservatives appointed these fraudsters, but they say it wasn't their fault. As the police is investigating, the Liberal leader is giving us more smoke and mirrors by saying, and apparently there are no more Liberal senators. There are senators who happen to be Liberals. Well, that's quite a reform. It's as if a Quebecer was saying that these partisans are still had defended their fraudster senators. Brazeau is working hard in the Senate, originally, said the Prime Minister. The Canadians deserve better than the lack of judgment of these 2 party leaders who are defending an institution which is non-democratic.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Democratic Reform Minister introduced a sweeping bill designed to protect the fairness of federal elections. The Fair Elections Act makes it harder to break election law, it closes loopholes to big money, imposes new penalties on political imposters who make rogue calls, and empowers law enforcement with sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. Mr. Speaker, I believe it's important to share the positive feedback we're hearing regarding this bill. The Canadian National Institute for the Blind said voting is a democratic right for all Canadians. We're happy to have the opportunity to work hand in hand with government representatives to increase accessibility and awareness of election among the blind and partially sighted. The former CEO of Elections Canada, John Pierre Kingsley, said, "If I was dealing with a master's student, I'd give it an A-. Overall, it looks like a good bill." I'm pleased to be working with the Minister on this legislation and look forward to debating it here in this House.
Here. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Does the Prime Minister agree that impersonating an election officer to induce a person not to vote is already an offence under Canadian law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr.
Speaker. Obviously, I will leave the details of the Fair Elections Act to the Minister, but I would say, Mr. Speaker, that what the law before us does, the Fair Elections Act, is it looks at various offences, it strengthens the hand of law enforcement in that regards, and provides new tools where people do break the law or clearly intend to break the law.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Are we to understand that the Prime Minister cannot tell the Canadian people that voter suppression and impersonation of an electoral officer is already illegal in Canada? Now, could that be because yesterday's supposed changes are more about giving cover to what the Conservative Party did in 2011 than anything else?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as the court ruled, the Conservative Party did no such thing. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are aware, as many people are aware, of some clearly inappropriate and probably illegal activities in Guelph, and we want to make sure that those type of activities are not allowed to happen again and that they are thoroughly investigated and prosecuted.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Voici ce que le...
Well, here's what the Conservative Party clearly did. Thousands of fraudulent calls into at least 56 ridings. They were affected. Almost 1,000 official complaints. Can the Prime Minister rise and clearly state that the tactics used to suppress votes in 2011 were and remain illegal in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The NDP has made these allegations before the courts, and these allegations were rejected.
Nothing should be clearer from the truth. What the NDP fails to accept is the reason it lost the election, Mr. Speaker, is Canadians recognize that when it comes to their vital economic interests, their jobs and their economic futures, only one party stands up for that. That's the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Clearer from the truth. Now there's one for the Prime Ministerial Archives, Mr. Speaker.
In 2011, 100,000 Canadians who didn't have ID cards, seniors and Aboriginals, were allowed to vote through vouching. 100,000 people. How many people who didn't have the right to vote face charges following the last election? We know that there are 100,000 who were allowed to vote on one hand. How many on the other side? 2? 3? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the Fair Elections Act, I will point out that there are ways for Elections Canada to provide additional information on when and where and what methods are available for voting. That is essential. Elections Canada will do its job, and we encourage it for these efforts.
Really?
The opposition.
Want to help people to vote, Mr. Speaker? This bill is more about suppressing the vote than helping people to vote. Elections Canada has confirmed that there are no irregularities with the overwhelming majority of people who vote with the help of the current vouching system. If there are problems with the system, why not fix them? Why is the Prime Minister removing tools that actually help people to vote?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the opposite is true. The Fair Elections Act lays out specifically the jobs of Elections Canada to make sure it informs people where, when, and how to vote, what ID specifically to use, how to vote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of these reforms are long overdue. They will sharpen law enforcement, strengthen the reach of law enforcement personnel, and correct many of the deficiencies which were well documented in the review of the last election campaign. Mr. Speaker, as long as the NDP sinks into conspiracy theories and rejects the verdicts of Canadians in the last election, we'll be happy to receive continued mandates.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, last year's budget introduced millions in new taxes on imports ranging from saris to wigs for cancer patients. With a lower dollar, these tax increases on Canadians will cost us even more. Will the government repeal their tax increases on middle-class Canadians in next week's budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, nothing would be further from the truth. What the government did do is make sure that Canadian producers were on a level playing field with some countries, some specific countries, emerging economies that are very powerful economies that had special tax preferences. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, that's not appropriate. This government remains committed to balancing the budget and rejecting all of the various tax increases proposed by the honourable member and his party.
The honourable member for Papineau.
A math teacher shouldn't have to explain to an economist the impact on import tariffs when the dollar falls. Le budget de l'année dernière.
Last year's budget didn't do anything for middle-class Canadians. Instead, there were absurd taxes on imported goods like tricycles and toothbrushes. With a lower dollar, tax increases on these imports are even more costly. Will the government repeal the tax increases on middle-class Canadians in next week's budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Certainly look forward to seeing the day where the leader of the Liberal Party does explain his positions to various economists.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party regularly proposes tax increases, but for the Conservatives that is not something that we foresee, but the Liberal Party is defending special exemptions for Chinese industries, and that isn't acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Reports that our economy grew only 1.6% last year. They also project that Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Norway, and the U.S. will all grow faster than us this year. This Prime Minister has the worst economic record on growth since R.B. Bennett in the depths of the Great Depression. After 8 years of anemic growth, will we see anything new in next week's budget to help Canada's middle class?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and economic experts around the world, including the OECD and the IMF, recognize that Canada has gone through the recession and come out of the recession with among the strongest growth and employment creation records in the developed world. Mr. Speaker, the prospects for continued growth going forward, according to all of these experts, are very strong, and the government is, in almost every case, following the various recommendations that these organizations suggest. But, Mr. Speaker, on all these things, I'm sure I can suggest any number of people who could walk the leader of the Liberal Party through it.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago in this House, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, all senators conform to the residency requirements in the Constitution. That, of course, now is absolutely false. The audits of Senators Wallen, Duffy, and others made it clear that some senators never met the requirements in the first place. Will the Prime Minister now admit, what every Canadian knows, that his senators never met the residency requirements to begin with?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, there are various standards that have to be met to be appointed to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of fact, as we know, that members of Parliament in both houses more often than not maintain two residences. And the fact that a member maintains two residences is not at issue here. What is at issue is the improper and, in some cases, fraudulent claiming of expenses. Mr. Speaker, the government's been very clear that is not acceptable, that there would be consequences, and those senators are now seeing those consequences.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, according to the police, Nigel Wright
warned the Prime Minister that there were other senators using a scheme similar to Mike Duffy's. Brazeau, Wallen, Stuart Olson, Kinsella, Ranguet. Why is action being taken against some and not others? Why this double standard? What explains that objectively? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is responsible for investigations. With respect to who is under investigation and who is not under investigation, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, it's there in the police report. The Prime Minister was warned by Nigel Wright that other senators did not meet the residency requirements. So why did the Prime Minister insist that they did? Well, the answer to that, we suspect, is also in the police report. Is it because that was part of his deal with Mike Duffy? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, clearly what the Leader of the Opposition says are not the facts, and Mr. Speaker, the RCMP has been very clear in terms of the matter between Mr. Duffy and Mr. Wright that I was not informed by that, and the RCMP has been crystal clear on that.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100,000 people had their votes for in the last campaign. This included Aboriginal citizens, low-income people, new Canadians, students, and people with disabilities. So the question is, why is the government making it harder for these Canadians to exercise their right to vote?
The Minister of Democratic Reform.
We're not. We're making it easier by requiring Elections Canada to advertise to these very people which types of identification are required to vote. The Leader of the Opposition gave false information earlier when he said Elections Canada indicated there was no mistakes. In fact, according to Elections Canada's own Commission report, there was a 25% error rate. The audit showed that errors are made in the majority of cases that require the use of non-regular processes. This is such a non-regular process, Mr. Speaker. The reality is vouching is not safe, it is not secure, and after the Fair Elections Act is passed, it won't be allowed.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court said that there was no evidence that any of those irregularities occurred with people who did not have the right to vote. So this is an absolute red herring. On another issue, the Elections Commissioner is moving to the Director of Public Prosecutions and away from the Chief Electoral Officer. But the Chief Electoral Officer is appointed to and responsible to Parliament. But the DPP is appointed by the Attorney General. So why is the government removing parliamentary oversight from the Elections Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
I recommend the Honourable Member read the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, because if he did, he would know that he and every single member of this House has the responsibility to vote on removing a Director of Public Prosecutions. The government cannot fire him by itself. That is the responsibility of Parliament. In fact, his very appointment has to be approved by a committee that has members from each political party, 2 senior public servants, and a member of the Law Society, and then his appointment is approved by an all-party committee of Parliament. That is accountability, and it is also independence.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Minister of Democratic Reform told this House that one of the reasons why people didn't vote was because they didn't have enough information. If that's the case, why is his new bill taking away Election Canada's right to advertise and to provide information to these voters? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, the NDP need to read the bill. We're doing the opposite. We are requiring Elections Canada to advertise in order to indicate to Canada what methods are to be used for voting, places, ID, etc., and the various options and means of methods of identification. We are also going to be requiring Elections Canada to indicate to persons with disabilities what special tools will be available to help them vote. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, The new legislation also stipulates that collecting funds from individuals who've already given to a political party in the past will no longer be calculated as an election expense. Can the minister explain why he included in this bill this specific measure, which is designed to benefit the Conservative Party? The Honourable Minister. The rule will apply to all parties, Mr. Speaker.
Campaigning is distinct from raising funds to run a campaign. And so we are acknowledging that parties have a responsibility to reach out over 10 million square kilometers across this vast country of ours, and that requires them to raise money. But the act of raising money is not synonymous with the act of actually spending it on the campaign. Therefore, those costs associated with fundraising will be excluded from the spending cap under the Canada Elections Act.
The honourable member for Palmer.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the power to compel testimony is a right held even by parliamentary committees. However, the Conservatives have refused to include this right in their Electoral Reform Act. It's an odd coincidence when we know that the Conservatives refused to cooperate with Elections Canada as part of the investigation on the robocalls. Why did they refuse to include the power to compel testimony in their reforms of the Elections Act? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, witnesses must appear in court after formal charges are laid. That's the way our legal system works. Elections Canada has the same investigation powers as those that exist for the police forces, Mr. Speaker. Those powers exist, and we will increase powers by creating a new penalty for people who obstruct an investigation or provide misleading information to an investigator.
Elections Canada has been working to get people without fixed addresses registered and voting. They've been doing outreach to young people and engaging First Nations communities to increase voter turnout. But the Conservatives' new bill slams the door on all of that very important work. The minister claims his bill targets special interests, but in reality it reduces Elections Canada's powers and removes its ability to do public education. Why? Does the minister believe Elections Canada is now a special interest?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, half of youth in this country are unaware that they can vote on 3 different methods prior to Elections Day. That number is 73% among Aboriginal youth. So if a youth is busy on Election Day with studies or work, they're not even aware of the other opportunities to cast a ballot. The way to fix that problem is to focus Elections Canada's advertising on providing people with the information of when they can vote, advance ballots, special vote, voting by mail. If younger people were aware of those extra methods, that even if they were busy on Election Day, they would have an opportunity to cast the ballot. The Fair Elections Act will ensure they get that information.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this month IMF economists warned that the declining competitiveness of Canada's non-energy exports is, quote, something that concerns us. The IMF pointed to a widening productivity gap that has, quote, eroded Canada's external competitiveness, particularly in manufacturing. Middle-class Canadians know this. They are feeling the effects in their paychecks. Will next week's budget finally do something to address these problems and help Canada's struggling middle class?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, thanks to the Canada's Economic Action Plan, Canada has enjoyed the strongest economic performance both during the recession and after in the recovery. Over 1 million net new jobs have been created in this country. Nearly 90% are full-time, and, Mr. Speaker, 80% in the private sector. The IMF, the OECD, both project that Canada will have amongst the strongest economies in the G7 in this upcoming year.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the IMF has warned that Canadians should expect a lower growth rate in the near future. There will be 264,000 fewer jobs than prior to the recession for young people. The failed solutions exclude them, and an empty budget won't resolve the problem. Will the government finally put in place a job creation plan for young people in next week's budget? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on what matters most to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. Under the action plan taken by our Conservative government, Canada will continue to have one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the G7. In fact, since 2006, our government has helped 2.1 million youth obtain skills, training and jobs. Mr. Speaker, the answer is in education. The answer is in training. The answer is in skills. This government understands it. This government will continue to support jobs and growth.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last year's budget launched a phony jobs grant which still doesn't exist. It wasted millions on pointless government advertising. It cut services to veterans and vulnerable Canadians. It increased taxes on the middle class, on payrolls, consumer goods, small business owners, and credit unions. It produced the worst job creation since the recession, and economic growth was down from the year before, which was down from the year before that, which was down from the year before that. Is there anything this government plans to do differently this year?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue in the same direction that we've been going. We're going to continue to build jobs. We're going to continue to help.
Order. The Honourable Minister of State has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to push forward with skill training and making certain that we are moving young people ahead into a position where they can find a job when they leave school. We also realize, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal way of increasing taxes is not the direction that we're going to go. We're going to keep taxes down. We're going to build jobs. We're going to do what's right for this economy.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, obviously, the government's answer is no. Economic growth, Mr. Speaker, is running out of steam. Nearly 1.4 million Canadians are out of work. Last year, barely 5,000 full-time jobs were created across Canada. Rather than bringing in another austerity budget that will eliminate tens of thousands of jobs, will the Conservatives finally promote job creation by introducing a tax credit for businesses that hire young people and by restoring the eco-energy retrofit program? The Honourable Minister.
Again, this government has the best job creation in the G7. Mr. Speaker, our government is going to continue to be focused on what matters to Canadians, and that's jobs. That's making certain that they're prepared going forward with economic growth. Even though the global economy remains fragile, which we have said from the very beginning of the recession, that the recovery is fragile, especially in the United States and Europe, our economic policies have helped protect Canada. Over 1 million new jobs created, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to bring forward progressive programs that build jobs.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is Conservative economic mismanagement is raising red flags around the globe. The IMF is now raising serious concerns about Canada's investment levels and our slumping exports. They're sounding the alarm on escalating household debt that could, quote, amplify any economic downturn. So will the Conservatives listen to the NDP and use their budget to get household debt under control by supporting job creation and by cracking down on things like payday lenders?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every year the NDP demands that we raise taxes and spend. Again, Mr. Speaker, the answer this year is no, no, no. With Economic Action Plan 2014, we will continue to create jobs and growth for all Canadians while keeping taxes low. And we're going to have a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, we are building towards a balanced budget despite the NDP's demands to raise taxes and spend.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Apparently, it's taken the Conservatives 8 years to realize that their military procurement strategy, so-called, is nothing but a boondoggle. From the F-35s to the Cyclone helicopters to the close combat vehicles, the Conservatives have left a trail of delayed, over-budget and underperforming equipment for our military. Today's announcement now spreads oversight of this mess over 4 ministers. Can the Minister of Defence explain how more bureaucracy, with no single line of accountability, will do anything to fix their abysmal procurement record?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the opposite is true. We have had several successful military procurements, including heavy lift aircraft, the LAVs, the main battle tanks, new heavy artillery, unmanned air surveillance capability, and many more, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing now is making sure that going forward with the new Canada's defence or Canada procurement strategy, that we are going to maximize benefits for Canada while creating jobs and supporting Canadian industry in its exports of Canadian defence products.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, it took 8 years and removing the process from the National Defence Department before the Conservatives realized that their military equipment procurement process was a failure. Our troops need adequate equipment to carry out their mission, and Canadians want to make sure that resources are not wasted. But the Conservatives have shown that they can't do either of those things, and the F-35 procurement secretary has given no results. So why do the Conservatives think that a new secretariat and more bureaucracy will be the solution? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have procured LAVs, helicopters, trucks for our military personnel, but the NDP have voted against all of those initiatives. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing now with our new procurement strategy is to do procurement more efficiently and to help Canadian industries, as well as protect taxpayers' money.
After a decade of darkness from the previous Liberal government, our Conservative government is making unprecedented investments in our Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that our men and women in uniform have the equipment they need to get the job done. Our government previously committed to leveraging that military spend to benefit Canadian companies while creating high-skilled, high-paying jobs right here at home. Can the Minister of Public Works please inform the House what our government is doing to meet this commitment?
Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of National Defence and I were very proud to launch Canada's new defence procurement strategy. Now, this strategy is about getting the equipment that our men and women in uniform need at best value to taxpayers, while at the same time maximizing benefits to our Canadian economy and to Canadian industries here at home. Mr. Speaker, it's about doing more for our armed forces, more for Canadian jobs, and more for continued prosperity. Mr. Speaker, that's what we pledge to Canadians, and that's what we're delivering.
In Newton, North Delta.
Behind the grim job statistics are real people struggling to find work. Yet Conservatives want to claw back $300 million the provinces used to help the most vulnerable people get jobs and get back on their feet. Conservatives proposed an unworkable plan and then spent $2.5 million advertising it. When will this government finally drop the pretense and concede they can't just run roughshod over the provinces and our most vulnerable workers?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I had a very good discussion with provincial counterparts yesterday, and we continue to have fruitful discussions about how to implement a job grant that is supported, Mr. Speaker, by the Building and Construction Trades Department of the AFL-CIO, by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, by Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, by the Canadian Construction Association, by the Information Technology Association of Canada, the Welding Bureau, the Engineers Canada, Progressive Contractors Association, Polytechnics Canada, the Association of Community Colleges, and on, Mr. Speaker. Why is the NDP against common sense?
Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been not very efficient in this from the beginning. It is really too little, too late. The workers have been paying the price, and I hope that the Conservatives will learn from their mistakes, because jobs training and skills training are important for jobs. Will the government accept the province's offer? The Minister. We certainly have a good strategy for our jobs grant program, which is supported by the Association of Colleges, the CIO, the Exporters and Manufacturers of Canada, the Construction Association, the Information Technologies Association, Engineers Canada, and many other organizations, because they understand that employers have to be involved in training for skilled jobs. The Honourable Member. The issue of old age security is another example of the Conservatives' refusal to work with the provinces. BMO says that 89% of Canadians will be dependent on the CPP, or the Quebec equivalent. The provinces and experts agree that we need to improve these plans, but instead of doing nothing, will the Finance Minister make sure to work with us to guarantee a secure retirement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians simply don't want to pay higher taxes, whether that's payroll taxes or any kind of taxes. And that's why we've brought forward ways in which we can help them save. We've brought forward ideas like pension income splitting. We've brought forward pool registered pension plans and tax-free savings accounts that are now benefiting more than 9 million Canadians. Despite the NDP's reckless high tax plans, we continue to take action to put more money back into the pockets of Canadians, and Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank the Minister of State for that reply, but let's get back to reality. The Bank of Montreal reports that fully 1/3 of Canadian seniors are planning to rely on the Canada Pension Plan and the QPP in their retirement. That's going to be around $600 a month, Mr. Speaker. But let's face it, seniors can't retire on about $600 a month. It's just not on. The provinces, the economists, and experts agree that increasing the CPP is the most practical and the most reliable way to ensure Canadians have enough to retire. When will the minister pull his head out of the sand?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, Canadians simply do not want to pay higher CPP payroll taxes. We've heard this from Canadians. We've heard it from small business. We've heard it from owners of small business. And we've heard it from provinces. The NDP's plan to double CPP would kill up to 70,000 jobs and cost a typical Canadian household as much as $2,600 per year. Mr. Speaker, in this fragile economy, Canadians simply can't afford the NDP's high taxes and high spend.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, after years insisting everything was fine, the Conservatives today finally admitted their record of economic incompetence on defence procurement, and they sidelined the Defence Minister. Since 2006, they have bungled every military equipment competition that they've touched. That's 8 lost years, lost jobs, lost economic opportunities, and worse still, Canadian Forces members have been betrayed. Given this record of failure, how can the minister pretend that rearranging the deck chairs will save this ship?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member forgets her history. It was her Liberal government that cancelled the EH101 contracts to replace our aging sea kings. That was 20 years ago. That 13 years in power, 10-year decade of darkness when it came to supplying the military with the equipment that they need. That's what happened under the Liberals. And Mr. Speaker, we had a program, we've had several successful procurements, including heavy lift aircraft, labs, new heavy artillery, heavy lift helicopters, Mr. Speaker, many, many more. But now we're going forward with a new defense procurement strategy that will benefit our men and women in uniform while also maximizing benefits to Canadian industry.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer asked that the Elections Commissioner be given the power to apply to a judge to compel information relevant to an investigation, and the Commissioner agreed, of course. Despite what he said earlier, why would they be asking if they had that power already? Conservative stonewalling is the single biggest issue here. The Minister would know this if he had really consulted this past summer about this bill that he brings to the House. So will the Minister support our amendment to give the Commissioner this particular power so that he will actually have some real teeth?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, judges can already compel testimony. It's called a subpoena. That happens all the time. That is a regular course of matters of law enforcement. He would know that if he watched any number of television shows that involve policing. The reality is that the Elections Commissioner currently has all the same investigative powers of police officers who are investigating the most serious, violent, heinous crimes. We're giving new powers and sharper teeth to the Commissioner, and that will help improve law enforcement.
Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives are good at abandoning Quebec's regions. This is particularly true for the Quebec City region. When the Prime Minister arrives in Quebec City tomorrow, he will be able to admire the Quebec Bridge's magnificent architecture. They have spent nearly $400,000 in legal fees instead of investing in bridge maintenance there. Will they finally stop the legal battles that lead nowhere and invest this money in this major infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in the House before, the Quebec Bridge that he refers to is actually owned by CN. CN has responsibility to maintain it. We have already inspected the track, and it is safe, as we should inspect. However, Mr. Speaker, CN is not living up to its end of the bargain. That's why we're in court. We're protecting taxpayers' dollars.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, once he gets past the Quebec Bridge and he gets into Quebec City, the Prime Minister may notice a cloud of nickel dust rising from the port. And that port is under the responsibility of his Minister of Transport. If he is observant, he will see this dust settle on the people of Limoilou, causing them health problems. Does the Prime Minister intend to take public health seriously when he visits Quebec City, or is he simply going there for another photo op? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the Port of Quebec is an arm's-length organization, and it's responsible for the leasing of land in and around the Port of Quebec. Indeed, it's a great responsibility it has because it increases the economic viability of this great city and does great things to increase the amount of jobs there. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the Port of Quebec is working with its tenant to ensure that it's respecting the will of the community and working as best as it can as well to with the Ministry of the Environment on the matter. And that's what we expect them to do. Well done.
Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 20 years, wireless services have grown into something Canadians rely on daily. As a result, we are seeing new cell towers being constructed in our communities. Their placement in my riding has been a very divisive issue. I believe Canadians deserve a say on how and where new cell tower locations are identified. Can the Minister of Industry please tell this House what our government is doing to ensure that local voices are heard?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are over 18,000 cell towers all across this country. 400 new ones were built last year, and far too often, those cell providers are not doing direct consultation with communities. The announcement that our government made today will force cell providers to engage directly with everyday Canadians and consult directly with municipalities all across the country before cell towers are built. We want cell towers to be built, but not without due consultation directly with Canadians, directly with communities. We want Canadians to have the best technology possible, high download rates and all that, but of course it has to be done with the consent of everyday Canadians, and that's why we've made these changes. We've listened to everyday Canadians, we've acted responsibly, and these new rules will protect communities.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, this government is closing 7 of 9 fisheries libraries and, in their own words, culling material at the other 2. In response to my recent order paper question, the minister indicated that her department does not have the ability to determine the number of items which have been digitized, and she has no idea what has happened to most of the library material. Can the minister explain this mess? What information does the government want to destroy, and why?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Fisheries and Oceans Canada has respected the Library and Archives Act as well as the Surplus Crown Assets Act. The written consent of the librarian and archivist was granted to Fisheries and Oceans in 2011 to dispose of publications that are surplus to the department's requirements. Library and Archives Canada was offered a number of publications and selected 79 titles, which were shipped to it back in November of 2013. Mr. Speaker, library users are asking for digital information, which is clear when our libraries average between 5 and 12 in-person visits per year.
21st century.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
The EU and U.S. are pulling together a plan for short-term financial aid to Ukraine, contingent on reform and democratic transition. Canada should be working closely with our international partners and the people of Ukraine in resolving the unrest. Time is running out, and Ukraine is sliding further and further into crisis. Has the minister offered Canada support for this package, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there is no package. We have had discussions with our American colleagues. We have had discussions with the European Union on what we can do working together to try and change the course of the trend going on in Ukraine. I can tell you this government, this Prime Minister, and Canada will continue to play a leadership role to ensuring that Ukraine takes the right steps towards peace, prosperity, and democracy.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2014 Winter Olympics in Sochi are just days away, and it's a good time for all Canadians to come together to support our athletes as they represent Canada on the world stage and go for gold in Russia. I wonder if the Minister of Canadian Heritage could please tell this House what this government is doing to support Canadian athletes as they go to reach their dreams and make all Canadians proud.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I'd like to first thank the member from Peace River for that question. And Mr. Speaker, our Canadian athletes are a great source of national pride. That's why I'm proud that our government is the largest single contributor to amateur sport in Canada. In fact, compared to the lead-up to the 2006 Games, our funding levels for Winter Olympic sports have more than doubled, and direct support to those athletes has increased by over 120% in the last decade. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, there is no better cheerleader that has gone to Sochi than our colleague, the Minister of State for Sport. I wish him the best of luck. Go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I have raised the intolerable situation of Atikamekw students in Manawan a number of times with the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. But now, a serious flood has destroyed 75% of the Maskosiwin Health Center, and people have to travel 2.5 hours to Joliette to get treatment. Can the minister promise to make the necessary investments quickly to rebuild the deteriorating infrastructure in Manawan? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I believe that She must be talking about the Simon Veil School in Atikamek, in Manawan, rather, and there is no health and safety risk there. Obviously, health and safety of people in these communities is a concern of ours, and we will certainly continue to work in those areas.
In St. Albert. Mr. Speaker, we are less than 5 months away from the implementation of the U.S. Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act. This law will compromise Canadian privacy laws and cost all Canadians, as banks will bear significant compliance costs. Meanwhile, dual citizens, even accidental dual citizens, will have their registered disability and registered educational savings plans and their tax-free savings accounts deemed offshore trusts and subject to U.S. capital gains taxes. What is the government doing to protect Canadians and their assets from the cash-starved Obama administration?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After lengthy negotiations, we have reached an agreement with the United States relating to FATCA. FATCA has raised a number of concerns in Canada, both among dual Canadian citizens and Canadian financial institutes. The agreement addresses those concerns. In our negotiations, we obtained a number of concessions, including exempting certain accounts like RRSPs, RDSPs, TFSAs, etc., from the FATCA reporting. To be clear, the agreement will not impose any new or higher taxes, and CRA will not assist the IRS in collection of U.S. tax dollars.
That concludes question period for today. I wish to advise the House that I have today received a letter from the Chief Electoral Officer informing me that the member for Selkirk Interlake has provided a corrected return as required by the Canada Elections Act. I am making copies of the letter available to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which is currently studying a question of privilege related to this matter. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, after confirming with the clerk, I was told that a question and an answer should be 35 seconds. I would ask of you, sir, if you can please time and get back to us the answers that we received today from the Minister of Fisheries, the Minister of Heritage Canada, and the Minister of State for Finance, and get back to us on the time.
Doesn't sound like a point of order. Tabling of documents. Depot did. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt is rising.
Will you undertake, Mr. Speaker, will you undertake to get back to this House as to the times that the ministers took in order to answer?
I will not. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Much, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the fourth part of the 2013 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe held in Strasbourg, France from September 30th to October 4th, 2013. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable there he is. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with some reluctance, in fact, that I have the obligation to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, titled Statutory Review of the Conflict of Interest Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Thanks for raising it that way. The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Canada's Preparations for the 2014 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games in Sochi. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And Mr. Speaker, this gives me an opportunity to wish all of our athletes in Sochi best of luck and bring home lots of medals.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled Terrestrial Habitat Conservation in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report to this report.
Deputy Drummond.
Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to present the NDP's minority report. I would like to thank all witnesses who appeared before the committee for the study. The greatest threat to our ecosystems and the conservation of habitats is climate change, based on witnesses, yet there's no mention of this in the official report. I would also like to mention that a true report would recognize aquatic and land ecosystems, and not just land ecosystems, and would contain legislative measures, suggestions of measures to improve protection. As well, other acts, including the Species at Risk Act and the Environmental Assessment Act, contain weaknesses in protections of Canadian ecosystems. The situation has to be improved and protections increased. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who seconds it? Which one? Mr. Kelway, seconded by Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish International Mother Language Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be tabling a bill today calling upon the federal government to recognize February 21st of every year as International Mother Language Day. On that day in 1952, 5 students of the University of Dhaka protesting the imposition of Urdu on the Bengali population were killed by police. They became the martyrs of the Bengali language movement. In 1999, UNESCO recognized February 21st as International Mother Language Day. Every year, I host an International Mother Language Day event in my riding. I do so in part because I see in it something fundamentally Canadian, because what allowed us to be and what keeps us as one is a respect for the importance of our mother languages, because the culture of our First Nations is carried forward on this land in the form of over 60 distinct languages, and because we are home to languages spoken all over this world, including Bengali, the preservation of which inspired a day that through this bill we can make Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kelway, seconded by Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Point of order. Yes, a report was presented from the Ethics Committee on the Conflict of Interest Act. I stood to ask to present the minority report of the official opposition, and I was not recognized, so I would ask your consent to do so now.
I'll allow the honourable member to present the dissenting report. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. As the opposition party, the NDP is disappointed that the committee missed an important opportunity to make recommendations to strengthen the Conflict of Interest Act. Canadians are frustrated to see that there is more and more circumvention of the laws in Ottawa because of corrupt corruption of Liberals. Because of Liberal corruption, the Conservatives were to change things, and they passed the Accountability Act. However, in the last 7 years, the Conservative government oversaw growing corruption within government and they passed many exemptions and loopholes to legislation. The committee heard from many people who made recommendations, and these were not acknowledged. The NDP wants to strengthen the Conflict of Interest Act. For us, this was an opportunity to renew the commitment by government towards accountable and transparent government, Mr. Speaker.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motions? No. Presenting petitions. Présentation de... motions. Sorry, yes, we do have a couple of things. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request the unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion. The motion is as follows. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, immediately after the reading of the order of the day for second reading of Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, a motion that the said bill be referred forthwith to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, be deemed moved, and be subject to provisions of Standing Order 73-1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No. There's no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present two separate petitions, both from the area of my riding, Kitchener-Conestoga, and also the surrounding area. And these petitioners are calling on Parliament to condemn discrimination against females, which is occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of
petitions. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Several thousand Canadians asking the federal government to keep its promise to retired public servants, military and RCMP, and to immediately stop any plans that could double the cost of federal retirees' health insurance plans.
Retired public servants work hard all their lives to serve Canadians. The Government of Canada must respect its promise and not make changes which would affect the income security of public servants who are retired.
Retirees.
Bravo.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of hundreds of Canadians who are vitally concerned about the Rouge Park, and they want this irreplaceable 100 square kilometers land assembly with a healthy and sustainable Rouge Park. They want the park to implement the plans in the ecological vision, various plans from 1994 through 2005, 2008, 2001. They want a 600-meter wide protected woodlands as an ecological corridor. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an area of vital interest to many constituents in my riding and the surrounding GTA area. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni. Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here signed by hundreds of people from my riding, communities like Parksville, Qualicum Beach, Coombs, Arrington, Nanaimo. They're drawing attention to the House about what was exposed by a CBC documentary, that ultrasounds in Canada are being used to tell the sex of an unborn child, and then expecting parents may choose to terminate the pregnancy if the unborn child is a girl. They're calling on Parliament to condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present a petition from the people from Mascouche and Montcalm with regard to what follows. They are saying that the current government gives over $1.3 billion in subsidies to the gas and oil industry. These people find that these are incentives to produce more greenhouse gas emissions, and they think that money should be better invested in renewable energy and in fighting climate change. May I go on? So these people would rather see the money invested in fighting climate change by investing it in renewable energy sources. Thank you.
So I'll just remind them that under this practice of the House, we normally provide a very brief and succinct explanation of the petition. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will definitely try to be succinct. I have two petitions. The first is from residents of Alberta, from Spruce Grove, Edmonton, Fort McMurray, calling on the Government of Canada to reverse the cuts to Canada Post and to not cut door-to-door delivery and to close post offices. The second one is on citizens of Alberta who are asking the government to return the previous funding to operate the experimental lakes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support of the bill I just tabled calling on the federal government to recognize February 21st as International Mother Language Day, I also have the privilege of tabling a petition signed by hundreds of citizens in and around my riding calling upon the Government of Canada to designate February 21st as International Mother Language Day in recognition of the value of linguistic and cultural diversity and multilingualism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
500 constituents opposing the closure of the Windsor-Essex County Veterans Office. They're signed by Afghan vets, they're signed by World War II vets, Korea vets, and peacekeepers, Mr. Speaker, calling that the government reverse this decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition on behalf of a good number of constituents in support of the Rouge National Park, and in particular the proposition that the park be substantially larger than the plan that the government has put forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
D'acadie Bathurst.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Les gens de notre région.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people in the region of Bathurst and Campbellton are calling on the government to save our trains. Rail service is one of the most economical and ecological means of transportation. They call on the government to take all of the necessary steps to establish a daily via rail service between Montreal and Quebec City through Halifax in order to also include the segment between Bathurst and Miramichi.
Daily round trip via rail, passenger between Montreal, Quebec, and Halifax, Nova Scotia, going through the city of Bathurst, Campbellton, and Miramichi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Update Richmond, Arthabaska.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two petitions here from my riding and the one from Sherbrooke dealing with cuts in services by Canada Post. They are calling on Canada Post to reverse its decision and which affects seniors and persons with disabilities to not cut jobs for postal delivery persons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gaspésie-La-Madeleine.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a petition that deals with the maintaining of Via Rail services in the eastern part of the country. It's been signed by over 22,000 people and 24,000 rather. We run the risk of losing Via Rail service throughout all of Eastern Canada, Mr. Speaker. I think it's the government's job and responsibility to listen to this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of my riding of St. John South Mount Pearl. The petition contains 1,551 signatures of people calling on the Conservative government to reverse recent cuts to Canada Post services, including home delivery, and to look instead for ways to modernize operations. The signatures were gathered in a 2.5-hour blitz on January 25th and reflect my riding's overwhelming support of a treasured public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to table a petition signed by some 7,000 people gathered over the course of just a few days. They're calling on the government to call upon Interpol in the disappearance of Mr. Marc Maynard, who disappeared in Mexico in March of 2013. Police authorities in Mexico have not given the family any news since May 2013. I'd like to thank all the signatories and to guarantee and ensure them of my support.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you. It's my honour, Mr. Speaker, to submit petitions from thousands and thousands of Canadians from coast to coast. They want this government to provide long-term, predictable and non-partisan funding for public transit. They noted that Canadians deserve fast, reliable and affordable public transit, and that road congestion is costing the GTA economy $6 billion a year in lost productivity, and the average daily commute time is over 80 minutes. Investing in public transit is good for the Canadian economy, good for families, and good for the environment.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of a petition for a bill introduced by my member from home, from Hamilton Mountain. This bill C-201, which would allow tradespersons and apprentices to deduct travel and accommodation for expenses from their taxable income when they secure and maintain employment at a construction site more than 80 kilometres from their home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present two petitions. First, from hundreds of Canadians from Windsor, Essex County, who call on the government to strongly or urge the government to cancel its planned closure of the Windsor District Veterans Affairs Office, and also from thousands of Canadians who are urging the government to take measures to stop the global practice of shark finning and to ensure the responsible conservation and management of sharks. And they call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I bring forward a petition signed by Canadians that are very much concerned in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. They believe a truly democratic society should promote freedom and responsible speech and expression. People should never have to fear violence and imprisonment simply because they feel passionate enough to peacefully rally their opposition. The people of Ukraine have become outraged with the ongoing protests that have proven to be violent and deadly. They're calling upon the House to be supportive in terms of what's the general feeling is of people of Ukrainian heritage and more here in Canada towards what's happening in Ukraine today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Oh, l'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. No? Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by people of my riding of Laurentides-Labelle and from several other regions across Quebec. They are calling on the House to support motion M441 that we will be voting on this evening. They deem that it's important to simplify regulations and consider that their municipalities are being prevented from acting because of the red tape involved. The champions opposite should wake up and realize that it would be a good thing for citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I have a notice for a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria, and I will hear him now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you being an MP from the prairies, I'm sure you're well aware of the grain bottleneck out in the west. We hear from many prairie farmers, and they're frustrated with the delays of shipping. I visited Manitoba and Saskatchewan, Alberta in November, witnessing firsthand the mountains of wheat and other crops that are building up outside jammed grain elevators. Many of that crop is stored out in their sheds, it's under tarps, and it's deteriorating. As a result, grain and prices have dropped 40%. The problem we are hearing is that there is not a cost-benefit analysis, no business plan to manage the implementation of this transportation. The Agriculture Minister has even defended the railroad last fall, stating the performance was adequate, which it's clearly not. Promises were also made by the Minister to bring forward new legislation to rectify the imbalance in the market power between farmers and railroads, to enable shippers to get a decent level transportation service. Federal legislation introduced last June was not dealing with the situation and does not help farmers. Many prairie farmers agree that the legislation needs to be amended to make it easier to hit the railroad companies with fines and for the transportation bottlenecks. Over 95% of Canada's export grain is shipped by rail. Harvests this year across the prairie province, we are the world's top producer in canola and the second largest exporter in wheat. where almost 100 million tons of grain has been produced this year.
Dairy farmers.
The nation's two major carriers, CN and CP, are each providing 5,000 and 5,500 cars a week, and that's not even enough for half. There were 20 vessels waiting for grain in Vancouver and 5 ships waiting in Prince Rupert on October 31st. Mr. Speaker, today there's between 30 and 40 vessels are waiting to be loaded in Vancouver at present. Ships are being idling for as long as 6 weeks in Vancouver waiting for grain at costs of $12,000 to $20,000 per day in demurrage penalties. And farmers are going to be paying for that.
That's right.
Canadian-based grain companies have been charged more than $20 million in fees. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go on the many different issues here and what's facing grain farmers, but, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, for the sake of all grain farmers out west who are facing the loss of their valuable crop, I ask you to let this House have an emergency debate tonight to talk about this transportation crisis.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable member for raising the issue, and I am inclined to grant this request, so I will order it to be held at the hour of adjournment, the end of government orders this evening. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Debate at second reading on Bill C-23, Fair Elections Act.
Seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Just to clarify about the emergency debate, I may have inadvertently said at the end of government orders, but of course I meant at the normal hour of adjournment today. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I introduced the Fair Elections Act. It keeps everyday citizens in charge of democracy by pushing special interests out of the game and fraudsters out of business. The bill will make it harder to break the law, easier to vote. It closes loopholes to big money, imposes new penalties on political imposters who make rogue calls, and empowers law enforcement with sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. The Fair Elections Act will make our laws tough, predictable, and easy to follow. Life will be harder for election lawbreakers and easier for honest citizens taking part in democracy. Law enforcement begins with the Commissioner of Canada Elections. The Fair Elections Act will give him sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. Sharper teeth means allowing the Commissioner to seek tougher penalties for existing offences. Longer reach means empowering him with more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. It will let him get to the truth by making it an offence for anyone to deceive or obstruct his investigations. Finally, a freer hand means the Commissioner will have full independence with control of his own staff, his own investigations, and a fixed term of 7 years, which means he cannot be fired without cause. Consistent with separating the administration from enforcement, the Fair Elections Act will house the Commissioner with the Director of Public Prosecutions. He will maintain his powers and functions, but gain status as a deputy head, allowing him to make his own staffing decisions and direct his own investigations. Although the two will be housed in the same office, the Director will have no role in the Commissioner's investigations. To ensure impartiality of the position, those individuals who have previously been a candidate, an employee of a political party, a minister, Elections Canada, or an MP's office would not be eligible to serve as Commissioner. The referee should not be wearing a team jersey. The Fair Elections Act proposes that the current Commissioner, Yves Côté, and his staff will remain in their roles, and all existing investigations will continue uninterrupted. One of the responsibilities of this newly empowered watchdog is to prevent imposters from making rogue calls. The Fair Elections Act will do this by providing a mandatory public registry for mass calling. It will impose prison time for impersonating elections officials, and it will increase penalties for deceiving people out of their votes. But it is just as bad to vote illegally as it is to deny someone else's vote. Each fraudulent vote cancels out an honest one. To avoid this, we currently have identification requirements under the Canada Elections Act. Voters can choose from one of 39 acceptable forms of ID. When they fail to bring any of those, someone can vouch for their identity. Elections Canada commissioned a study last year that found irregularities in 1 of 4 cases where vouching was used. Having irregularities 25% of the time constitutes an unacceptable risk. I want to spend some special time on this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, because these are the findings of the Neufeld report, which was commissioned by Elections Canada. According to that report, as I said earlier, there is a 25% error rate in the use of vouching. That means every 4 times Elections Canada used vouching, there was an irregularity once. And I will quote directly from the report. The audit showed that the errors are made in the majority of cases that require the use of non-regular practices. End quote. Vouching is a non-regular practice. It went on to say, inadequate or ineffective training carries significant negative implications for procedural compliance, on page 21. Furthermore, if I can quote directly from the report's page 26, public trust is at risk if the rate of error is not significantly reduced by the next election. And finally, without amendment to the Canada Elections Act, procedural compliance cannot be significantly improved for the 42nd general election, end quote. If I can quote one more time, identity vouching procedures are unquestionably the most complex, exceptional process administered at polling stations. The level of irregularities for vouching averaged 25%. It goes on. The audit, in an audit review, it was entitled a Review of the Compliance of Election Day Registration and Voting Processes. In this audit, showed that errors are made in the majority of cases that require non-regular processes. And then it takes a global view of Canada and the practices that happen in the 308 ridings. It says the following. Average across the 308 ridings, elections officers made over 500 serious administrative errors per electoral district on Elections Day. That is 500 serious administrative errors per riding. Multiply that by the 308 ridings across the country. Obviously, I'm going to quote from the report again. Obviously, this is unacceptable. Aside from legal concerns, public trust in proper administration of electoral process is at serious risk if these error rates are not addressed. And address them we will, Mr. Speaker. The Fair Elections Act will put an end to the use of vouching on Election Day. Similarly, Elections Canada recently experimented with the use of the voter identification cards as a form of ID. Before these pilot projects, Canadians voted for years without using cards to identify themselves, and for good reason. A report by Elections Canada recently showed that roughly 1 in 6 eligible voters do not have a correct address on the National Registrar of Electors, which is used to produce the voter information card. In other words, 1 out of 6 electors may get a card with the wrong address. That allows some to vote in a different riding than they live in, or potentially vote more than once. In fact, the Quebec comedy show Infoman did an interesting expose on this. 2 Montrealers received 2 voter information cards each. And so they both went and voted twice each. They called it the, quote, 2-for-1 special from Elections Canada. This level of error, 1 in 6, is also too high. And as a result, the Fair Elections Act will end the use of the voter information card as an acceptable form of identification.
Good plan.
Mr. Speaker, to protect against fraud and to uphold the integrity of our electoral system, the Fair Elections Act will not only instill these new rules, but it will also require in law that Elections Canada inform Canadians through the advertising function of the required forms of identification. In other words, right embedded in the law will be a provision by which Elections Canada will be obliged to inform electors of the following: how an elector can have their name added to the list of electors and may make corrections to the information respecting the elector on the list, how an elector may vote under Section 127, and the times, dates, and locations for voting, and D, how an elector may establish their identity and residence in order to vote, including pieces of identifications that they may use to that end. That is the basic information that Elections Canada should advertise, so that when people get to the voting booth, they already know what identification they will be required to present. The good news is there will continue to be roughly 39 different pieces of identification that will be acceptable. 39 presents Canadians with plenty of options, as long as Elections Canada educates them of those options. It's just as important, though, for political parties to follow the rules as it is for voters. With a 370-page Canada Elections Act, much of the challenge is determining what those rules are. All parties fail at that from time to time, often while trying their best to comply. Since the last election, the Commissioner has had to sign 15 different compliance agreements with those who have breached elections law. Some are due to honest mistakes. Members of all parties have complained that the rules are unclear and complicated. Complicated rules bring unintentional breaches and intimidate honest, law-abiding people from participating in democracy. The Fair Elections Act will make the rules clear, predictable, and easy to follow. Parties will have the right to an advance ruling and interpretations from Elections Canada within 45 days of a request, a service that the Canada Revenue Agency already provides. Elections Canada will also keep a registry of interpretations and consult and notify parties before changing them. Yet even with clear rules, members of Parliament and the Chief Electoral Officer will sometimes disagree on an MP's election expense return. When that happens, the Canada Elections Act provides that an MP can no longer sit in the House of Commons until the expense return has been changed to the CEO's satisfaction. Now remember, the removal of a member of Parliament from the House of Commons overturns the democratic decision of tens of thousands of electors, Canadian citizens. No one person should have the power to do that without providing due process. To that end, the Fair Elections Act will allow an MP to present the disputed case in the courts and have judges rule on it quickly before the CEO seeks the MP's suspension. Expedited hearings and strict timelines will ensure these cases do not drag on. Free speech is the lifeblood of democracy. The government is following through on its commitment, therefore, to repeal the ban on the premature transmission of election results. According to the Supreme Court, this ban is an infringement on freedom of expression. It is also completely impractical to suggest that merely banning broadcasting of results from eastern Canadian constituencies to the west will prevent that information from traveling westward. Of course, we live in a modern era where everyday Canadians have the ability to transmit information via social media and other means, so this provision is unenforceable even if it weren't a violation of our basic principle of free speech. Voting is to democracy what free speech is to liberty. Unfortunately, Canadians are doing less voting these days. Since Elections Canada began promotional voter participation campaigns, turnout has plummeted from 75% in 1988 to 61% in 2001. A Library of Parliament analysis shows that between 1984 and 2000, right in the middle of which Elections Canada began mounting its promotional campaigns, voter turnout among youth plummeted by 20 percentage points. Somehow, this is not working. Now, why is it happening? The truth is there are many reasons, but some of them are actually very practical. Elections Canada's own report on the last election said, and I quote, "In 2011, 60% of non-voters cited everyday issues as the reason for not voting. These included being too busy, lacking basic information. The same report showed, quote, The most important barrier to youth voting was the lack of knowledge about the electoral process, including not knowing about the different ways to vote. The National Youth Survey revealed that nearly half of all Canadians aged 18 to 34 were unaware of the 3 options for voting other than on Election Day. That means that roughly half of our youth in this country do not know that they can vote at advance polls, by mail, or through special ballot. So if you're a student and you happen to be busy on Election Day, studying or working, you do not have the knowledge right now that you can vote in other ways. That level of awareness is incredibly low, and it's much lower amongst Aboriginal youth, whose turnout we need to see increased. Therefore, we are proposing an increase in the information that voters receive about the options available for them to cast their ballot. There's more evidence, though, to support the view that that is the kind of information they need. The survey that I just cited indicated that roughly a quarter of young non-voters expressed that not knowing where, when, or how to vote played a role in their decision not to cast the ballot. That's why Elections Canada correctly listed its top priority on youth turnout to be, quote, increasing the awareness about when, where, and how to vote by providing information in formats suitable to youth. The job of informing voters is even more important for the disabled. Consultation and data show that Elections Canada does a pretty good job of providing the tools special needs voters require, such as wheelchair ramps, sign language, and Braille services. Where the agency falls short is making these tools known to those who need them. To address all of these problems, the Fair Elections Act will bring better customer service to voters with an extra advance voting day and more elections officials to relieve congestion at voting stations. But the bill goes further than that. It will amend Section 18 of the Canada Elections Act to focus all of Elections Canada's promotional campaigns on 2 purposes: informing people of the basics of voting, where, when, and what ID to bring, and informing disabled people of the extra tools available to help them vote. It will be left to aspiring candidates and parties to give people something for which to vote and to reach Canadians where they are in their communities. I look to the example set by our former Immigration Minister, now Employment Minister, who went out to new Canadians who perhaps were not entirely familiar with our democratic process because they came from countries that did not share those processes. And he exposed them to democracy and interested and inspired them in the process. We see similar activities that occurred by President Obama, who inspired a whole generation of traditionally demographics that didn't vote to come out and cast ballot. All of this shows that political candidates and who are aspiring for office are far better at inspiring voters to get out and cast their ballot than our government bureaucracies. And that is exactly how we will change the law. But that costs money. We believe we live in the second biggest country in the world with 10 million square kilometers. We're a nation that is twice the size of the entire European Union, and 95% of the countries in the world have a greater population density than we do. That means we have to travel long distances to reach our fellow Canadians. To do that, Canadian political parties and candidates spent $120 million in the last election in total. Sounds like a lot until you consider that we spent $2.5 billion on cosmetics and fragrances in 1 year. Our nation spends 20 times more on products like cologne and makeup every year than we spend contesting democratic elections once every 4 years. Now, it's fair to say that special interest groups can use big money to drown out the voices of everyday Canadians. But that's why our nation's laws try to block that money. During campaigns, parties should rely on the money of small donors, not powerful special interest groups. Donations like power should be dispersed among the many rather than concentrated with the few. As a result, the Fair Elections Act will ban politicians from using unpaid loans to evade donation limits and maintain the absolute interdiction on corporate and union money. And it will also allow a modest increase in the spending and donation limits while imposing tougher audits and penalties for those who exceed those limits. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the goal of the Elections Act is to allow small donors to contribute more to democracy through the front door and block illegal big money from sneaking in the back door. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this moment to thank the now Minister of Canadian Multiculturalism, who played a seminal role in crafting the proposals that I bring before this House today. He and his staff did tremendous work and have served their country well, and I am very proud, and in fact, I'm very privileged to have inherited that work. I'd like to take a moment to thank them now for that. Mr. Speaker, we have before us a Fair Elections Act that will further protect the basic principles that guide our democracy, that power should be dispersed in the hands of many rather than concentrated in the hands of the few, that Canadians should be in charge of their democracy, that special interest groups should be on the sidelines, and rule breakers should be out of the game altogether. This is yet another occasion for us to celebrate the democracy that has brought us to where we are as a country today, to make it better, to further instill it in the foundation of our country, and to move forward into the future of Canadian democracy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for an extremely well-prepared speech. It's obvious in recent days he's also taken this file to heart and understands it inside and out from the perspective of his bill. I'd like to challenge him, though, a bit and on the question of invoking Mr. Neufeld's report as reason for getting rid of vouching and also voter IDs. That report said the following, quote, "It should be noted that this decision," that was the first decision in the Etobicoke Centre case, "was made on the basis that important procedural requirements had not been met, and not due to evidence indicating that ineligible voters had been permitted to vote," unquote, which is also what was emphasized by the Supreme Court when they talked about the problems of disenfranchisement by using irregularities as a reason to annul that election of our colleague from that area. And I want to then ask, very quickly, why have you gone that route? Why has the Minister gone that route? Rather than taking the Chief Electoral Officer up on his request that the Chief Electoral Officer can now recruit Election Day workers on his own well in advance of the dropping of the writ, and thereby be able to train workers better so that what happens on E-Day does not have the irregularities to the same extent that the studies have shown. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
I thank the honourable member for his question and for the very good meeting that we had well before the introduction of this legislation. He's very passionate about these subjects, and I am sure that the Canadians will benefit from his input at committee when the bill arrives there. The Neufeld report not only specified that there are immense rates of irregularities in the use of vouching, it also said that even when there was increased supervision over the practice of vouching, those irregularities were not prevented. In fact, they only dropped by 4 percentage points. So normally, vouching has a rate of irregularity of 25%, extraordinarily high. When extra supervision is provided, the rate of irregularities is 21%. That's still 1 in 5 instances, Mr. Speaker. It is far too high. It is an extremely complicated way to validate someone's identity. And because of that complication, it leads to incredible levels of inaccuracy that risk the integrity of our system. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to pick up on that for just a moment. I want to echo the comments that were made by my colleague, by the way, and congratulate the Minister on his hard work on this, as he has met with me in the past as well. So I appreciate that very much. On the issue of vouching, so I was going to ask about something else, but I want to stick with this for just a moment here, because this is very important, because in my riding and in many rural ridings across this country, disenfranchisement is actually happening, and it has happened in the past little while. And the reason for that is because a lot of seniors in rural areas do not have that identification that is being asked for. For example, there are anomalies in certain provinces. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the health card does not have a photo attached to it. Now, I understand that there are 39 ways that you could do this, but without that basic registration, a lot of this would not count. would the minister, and I say this in all sincerity, would the minister be willing to look at an option provided through Elections Canada to see that people who are vulnerable, ideally seniors, a lot of them rural, would be able to take advantage of a vouching system that would be acceptable to Elections Canada and cuts down on that number of fraud?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and for the valuable input he provided when we met earlier on. I think he's a worthy critic, and I think he will also serve Canadians well in the committee that reviews this committee. Right now, photo identification is actually not required under the Act, and it is a possibility. You can use photo ID, but you don't have to. And I have here the list of 39 different forms of ID that are available for people to cast a ballot. I just want to raise that point, though, because the leader of the Green Party, posted a public letter in which she said that photo ID was required. She's an extremely well-informed parliamentarian, and she was under the misimpression that photo ID was required. That suggests to me that we need to do a better job of informing Canadians which ID is actually required and which is not. That is why we want to amend Section 18 of the Canada Elections Act to require the agency to advertise aggressively about the real photo identification requirements, because clearly there is a knowledge gap even amongst our most informed citizens. If Canadians are aware of what ID are required and all the 39 options that are available to them, they will be more likely to show up with that ID so that we don't have this problem at the polling stations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Minister might touch on some of the provisions in the bill that will help avoid those unfortunate circumstances where political parties and candidates in the past have suggested that the rules of the game have changed during an election or after an election, which then calls into question which has brought into question some of the issues surrounding Elections Canada and some of the disputes that all political parties and candidates have had over the last number of years. So I wonder if the Minister might touch on that a bit.
The Honourable Minister of State.
All parties have had compliance problems with Elections Canada, and many of them have said that it's the result of unclear rules. Some of these rules do change, and they change suddenly without notice. Sometimes they're just not written down at all. The Fair Elections Act will create an easy-to-follow system. It will allow parties to ask Elections Canada for either an advance ruling on a hypothetical fact situation or an interpretation of the law. Elections Canada would then provide that within 45 days. It would be in a public registry, and it would apply equally to absolutely everyone. It would also be binding on both Elections Canada and the Commissioner, so that if the parties went out and carried out the practice that Elections Canada authorized, that the agency and the law enforcement could not then come back and prosecute them for following the rules they were told to follow. As well, when Elections Canada wants to change the rules, we are going to create a mandatory consultation and notice period that will allow the advisory committee of political parties to learn to put their input into the agency so that the rules are practical, fair, and come with a reasonable lead time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put the question, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Member about the decision to move the investigative enforcement wing of Elections Canada under the Public Prosecutor's Office. This is very strange, given in a common law system, generally speaking, the mandate of the prosecution's office is simply to hear the evidence presented by the investigators and then make the decision whether or not to proceed with the prosecution. That's normal for judges and prosecutors in a civil law jurisdiction. Why are they making exceptions for Elections Canada that doesn't apply to any other agency in the federal level?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank the member for a very good question. We considered carefully whether it was appropriate to house investigations and prosecutions in the same office, and we concluded that it was. Firstly, because it has already been done. Not only were those two functions housed in the same office before 2006, they were housed in the hands of the same person. The Commissioner of Canada Elections used to be responsible for both investigations and prosecutions under the Canada Elections Act. The Accountability Act moved the prosecutorial function to the Director of Public Prosecutions, who is an independent prosecutor that can only be removed by Parliament. And now with the Fair Elections Act, we are making the Commissioner independent of Elections Canada as well. The reason why we believe that the Commissioner must be independent is because any watchdog that enforces law must be independent. And that independence means the ability to choose his own staff, direct his own investigations, and serve a fixed term without possibility of being fired without cause. Right now, the Commissioner of Canada Elections has none of that independence. None of those attributes of independent governance exist within the office of today's Commissioner. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Saint-Maurice-Champlain.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An Election Reform Act is important, and it's carried out and valid for many years, I imagine. So why is it that in the voting process or method there is no mention of electronic voting? For instance, there is electronic voting to vote for the leader of a political party. Was this issue even considered? Maybe not this time, but in the future, it might become more important, and it might solve certain problems. The Honourable Minister of State. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, any election reform legislation must ensure that the power of democracy remains in the hands of all Canadians. And there are various reasons for this. First of all, it is very important to maintain the independence of the Commissioner who is responsible for investigating any allegations related to the Canada Elections Act. So if the Commissioner is independent, he or she will be able to investigate without being influenced by other bodies or authorities. Second, we are also attacking the issue of voting fraud. And lastly, we are also attacking robocalls or fraudulent calls. And these three measures are going to strengthen the fairness, the integrity of our democracy, and ensure that all Canadians remain in charge of our system.
8. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to follow the Minister with a reply. I would note that in some serious respect, the odyssey of this bill began in March 2012 with a motion in this House that was unanimously adopted by all the parties. It was sponsored by the former critic for democratic reform, the member from Hamilton. And it was supposed to have produced a bill on the subject matter of the motion, which was heavily focused on better enforcement measures for Elections Canada and measures to combat the kinds of fraud that had become known through the media as having occurred in 2011. That bill was supposed to have been tabled in September 2012. Well, we know we're about 16, 17 months from there. There have been serious delays, and in the course of that, I will acknowledge expansions in the scope of the bill, which unfortunately have let this bill stray well away from what needed to be its core focus, and I also fear has allowed the injection of an agenda that is very problematic that I will talk about. I'll also say that the Minister does like to say that he's talked to this person and that person, but I think we could have a debate, but I'm not sure how any of the conversations he's had amounts to the kind of consultation that is needed on such a fundamental change, such a fundamental law in our country. The tradition used to be that all parties would be heavily involved at the drafting stage so that when it hit the House, there would not be any kind of serious problem on key provisions, and at the very least, the Chief Electoral Officer would be intimately involved, and we all know that that hasn't been the approach. Now, this is one reason why I just moved and asked for unanimous consent to take this bill to after first reading to committee, which in our system would allow a little bit more freedom, a lot more freedom, in fact, for Parliament to look at all the elements and not be stuck with the principle of the bill as it's come forward without consultation. But as we all know, that vote just went against the motion. The way that the bill has been rolled out does have, and I say this with some regret, because I do respect the acumen of this minister and the time he's put in since he became minister. Unfortunately, it smacks of a my way or the highway approach to what's in the bill. There are good things, but I won't be spending my time on the good things. You'll hear more about them from different members. There's absolutely no doubt that there are things in here that nobody's going to have any problem with, that do tighten systems and that do respond to some of the what I'd call basic reform requests that have come since 2010 from the Chief Electoral Officer around the functioning of the system. But some good points pales in comparison to what I would actually call some very awful points. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, after spending a good part of the last 24 hours reviewing and consulting on this bill after it was only tabled yesterday, I've come to the conclusion that it is so flawed on these key half-dozen points that I will be voting against the bill at second reading. Now that the opportunity for an earlier committee process has been rejected. Allow me to first state generally why this bill is, in my view, so deeply problematic, before then elaborating a little bit further on 4 or 5 of the problems. And I'd emphasize, if those problems disappeared at third reading, the vote would look different. The problem is they're there, and they are so serious that I cannot recommend to my colleagues that we vote for it. Yes, very good point. I think the former Chief Electoral Officer is unfortunately an extraordinarily easy grader. When all of Canada knows that the imperative behind this bill eventually appearing, and a central challenge is to rein in the kinds of election fraud that was discovered in 2011, the fraudulent election calls, other kinds of fraud that we know occurred in 2006 with what we call the in-and-out affair. And instead what we have is the Conservatives, through this minister, has launched a kind of Alice in Wonderland detour by turning this exercise into some kind of an indirect and sometimes rather pointed, I have to say, flogging of the institution that's been trying to rein in electoral fraud against considerable Conservative Party resistance and manipulation. That is Elections Canada, the Chief Electoral Officer, with his associate, the Commissioner for Elections Canada. This whole exercise started with a unanimous vote, as I said, in March 2012, and now that trajectory has either been submerged or to some extent hijacked in order for the Conservative Party, through this government, to start to portray itself as victims of some kind of a nonpartisan agency. The metaphor of not wearing a team jersey was carefully chosen and has been repeated by this minister. We all know what is intended by that. We all know the tarnishing that was intended by that of the institution of Elections Canada, in particular the Chief Electoral Officer. Marc Mayron and Elections Canada are being portrayed as non-neutral players on some team versus being the neutral referees that we all know they are. And this inversion then drives the logic behind so much that is in this bill. The so-called logic is what I would like to emphasize. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, there is a second rather topsy-turvy move in this bill. After years of examples of fraud and constant brushes with the law, between the law and the Conservative Party, when I say between the law and the Conservative Party, I mean between Elections Canada as the embodiment of seeking to enforce the law, what we get from this minister and the government is a focus on ordinary Canadians in this act as somehow the main concern when it comes to fraud. The government has removed 2 means of being identified for voting. The voter's ID card, which can be presented along with another piece of identity, which has been developed on a kind of a rolling pilot project basis by Elections Canada to enfranchise more Canadian voters, and the practice of vouching, for which there were 100,000 Canadians in the last election. And they want to effectively lure, or to some extent, it seems to me, sucker the press and Canadians into thinking this is somehow about fairness and preventing fraud. Mr. Speaker, this has to be called for what it is. It is voter suppression. These are tactics that have been building over the past decade, since around 2006, since changes to the law were made it harder and harder to prove you have a right to vote in this country. Colleagues of mine will provide overviews of this trajectory and also real-world impacts, examples of real-world impacts on who will be disproportionately excluded by these changes. Now, voter suppression is the result. I'm being very careful saying it's the result, Mr. Speaker, but I personally will need to be assured that this is not also, frankly, the intention. Indeed, one that is informed by the deliberate strategies patented south of the border by the Republican Party. What is more, Mr. Speaker, a third feature of this upside-down world is how this government engages in a kind of night equals day, war equals peace doublespeak by claiming that it gets big money out of elections with this bill, when there are, frankly, cumulatively a number of measures that keep big money in play and in ways that are most likely to benefit one party most. And I will leave it for everybody's imagination to know which party I'm referring to. Fourthly, Orwell would be smiling now, maybe smiling with a grimace, but he would be smiling now if he were listening to the minister talking about adding enforcement teeth to the Canada Elections Act when the single most important measure that's been requested by both the Commissioner and the Chief Electoral Officer, that is the power to compel testimony in the face of delay and recalcitrant witnesses, was omitted. Let me turn now, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask how much time I have left.
Honourable members, about halfway through his time.
Thank you.
And a little more than 10 minutes remaining.
I surprised myself. Thank you. Yes, time. Normally it would be 10 minutes. Let me now turn to a little more detail on these very general points. All the while noting, and I think this is very important, that my colleagues in the days and weeks to come will deepen and elaborate on every one of these points. The caucus is extraordinarily engaged with the problems of this bill, and there is a lot of expertise that will be brought to bear that I do hope the minister will listen to and that will inform the committee stage. First of all, on my concern and my claim that the result is voter suppression, we have to know and put this in context of an active effort by Elections Canada that in the last election used voter identification cards in a number of different contexts to try to increase enfranchisement of people in our society who, as the minister rightfully pointed out, tend not to vote in greater numbers than others. Aboriginal voters on reserves, youth on campuses, seniors in residences. The voter identification cards that are now being abolished as a method, along with another piece of ID, were used very successfully in this experiment with an extraordinary amount of positive feedback. I'd like to then move on to the vouching issue. This is something that I know I think the minister wants to tap into some intuitive problem Canadians might have that one person can vouch for another. But we live in a society that without certain bonds of trust and a degree of procedural stricture, that this society wouldn't function. What happens with vouching, 100,000 people were vouched for in the last election, is that people who know somebody who are also already confirmed as a legitimate voter at the poll in question may vote for one person. And if that vouching is believed by the election day worker, then that person may indeed vote. So here's an example. Two parents show up with two teenagers who were age 16, 17 at one point. When the last election came, they sort of been missed by the enumeration, which is a process which almost doesn't exist anymore. They show up at the poll. They don't have the right kinds of ID. and or they may well have them but not have brought them. I'll acknowledge that in this example. One parent can vouch for each, and the two teenagers who've turned age 18 at this point in the story can vote. It happens a lot with seniors, persons with disability, and other groups. Just to take it back, the minister wants us to understand that somehow or other, vouching and some of the evidence that came out of the Etobicoke Centre case suggests that irregularities are kissing cousins to some kind of massive fraud or serious danger of it. And there is just no evidence. Even the 25% figure of irregularities doesn't come close to proving that the people who weren't sworn in properly or the vouching wasn't done properly didn't have the right to vote. The Supreme Court of Canada emphasized exactly that. And so it's going to be very important at the committee stage for us to hear from expert witnesses, and indeed I'd love to see any reports or other information I don't know about tabled by this minister about what evidence, real evidence does he have that there's a problem here. And here's an example of why I think there likely is not a problem. Before we went to the newest system requiring more ID than ever before, in 2006, there was a controversy in one riding in the country where one party claimed that the fact that 11,000 people had registered to vote on election day, and Trinity Spadina was the riding, somehow meant that something was amiss, and that there had to have been all kinds of problems, and that surely a bunch of those people could not have been valid voters. Elections Canada took that concern seriously. They hired a whole team in order to track every one of the people who had registered on E-Day through a couple of different methods at the time. And they found, by knocking on doors, all but two. And they found no evidence that anyone had voted who wasn't actually entitled to vote. So if that was the case before we got into this system, I'm not exactly sure why we should have any serious concern that the methods being taken away now, the voter identification card with another piece of ID and vouching, are somehow tied to the risk of fraud, let alone fraud itself. And this is why I do want the minister to understand that in the result, this is voter suppression. And it needs to be looked at in that light in terms of who will be affected by this. My colleagues will go into more detail. Big money. Well, I'm not exactly sure that big money is going to be taken out of this. The biggest problem we have in the bill, and there are 3 or 4 other points on the big money point, is that there is a new head-scratching provision that basically says, as the minister said in the House, any money you spend through communications, most email, mail, or electronic communications, or phone calls to raise money to existing donors who've given as little as $20 in the last 5 years, is not an expense during the election period. Well, you know what? Any party that has an extensive database system, has the capacity to phone ad infinitum, that has a huge donor base, is going to benefit from that. They're also going to be able to invest the money up front in order to pay for that excludable expense. It also adds de facto to the overall spending limit that already is going to go up 5%, and thereby also benefit any party that's raising a lot of money. But you know what? And here I have great concern. This could turn into an end run around the expenses involved in voter the whole pulling the vote exercise. All that might have to happen on the current wording of this provision is that a phone call is made saying, we hope you're still interested in voting for us. We understand that you've indicated that. Do you have any questions? Oh, by the way, we know you're a donor. Could you possibly also donate $50 more during this thing? That whole exercise then gets shoved into another expense universe and doesn't get counted as an elections expense. The potential for abuse of this provision is huge. Also, $5,000 donations by candidates are now permitted. How is that getting big money out? $1,200 limit on donations has now been increased to $1,500. That may seem small to many of the people in this House. Average Canadians, $1,200 is already a lot. Adding $300 is a huge amount. Who can afford to do that? And who can afford to do that when there is no consequential amendment increasing the tax credit? The tax credit stays at the level it was before. So that extra $300 is only for people who say that extra $300 is something I can afford without worrying about any portion of that as a tax credit. And I won't get into the problems in bringing forward the old Political Financing Act bill that creates an impediment on getting loans to start up a campaign for somebody who does not have even $5,000 of their own. They have to go out and get $1,200 or $1,500 guarantees from other people to back any loan that they now can only get from a bank. Now, I know conscientious effort was made by the former minister, and I'm assuming by the current minister, to try to make the political loan systems as fair as possible, but this also will potentially have a serious detrimental effect on any candidates that do need to borrow versus those candidates who don't need to because of fundraising and or because of a party that transfers money to them. No new powers to compel testimony. This is a huge issue. The Competition Act provides a clear example, and that's all that's being asked for by the Commissioner of Elections Canada and by the Chief Electoral Officer, of the ability to compel testimony in this regulatory context with all kinds of safeguards that also include you can't be charged for whatever your testimony is. This has been ignored. I'm failing to understand exactly why when we have a working example with the Competition Act. You know, what's good for clean competition should be good for clean elections, Mr. Speaker. So it's really befuddling to me that the single most important change that would allow better investigation of what happened with the fraudulent election call scandal in 2011, the single most important change that would allow that to be investigated better against all kinds of obstruction that's occurred on behalf of the Conservative Party and indeed even its lawyers would be this amendment, this reform. And if it were, it would apply retroactively because it would be procedural provision that had nothing to do with any new crimes. There are already enough crimes in the Elections Act and in the Criminal Code to cover this. You don't need a new crime of impersonation or obstruction to cover, as my leader said in the House today, under the existing Act. Enhancing procedural powers could reach back in time and reinvigorate the investigations that are looking to be stalled by Elections Canada into that effort. Finally, I'd end by saying I do believe that one way or the other, whether it's a certain philosophy or an antipathy towards the office, this is an attack on the Chief Electoral Officer. The gutting of the public education, promoting democracy, especially for disadvantaged sectors of the population, that provision of Section 18 of the current Act being replaced by a very workmanlike technical role of signaling how to vote, etc., is a serious undercutting of the function of the Chief Electoral Officer. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Oui, j'aimerais remercier le
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his remarks, and I'm eager to work with him on committee when these issues are discussed. An investigation with young people show that half of people aged 18 to 24 weren't aware of any way of voting apart from the polling station on election day, Mr. Speaker. So what that means is that, in fact, 1 out of every 2 young people, and many of these people are working and going to school at the same time, aren't aware of opportunities that are available to vote before Election Day. Now, why doesn't the member support the measure that we're proposing, which would require Elections Canada to provide additional information on methods for voting to all Canadians?
For Toronto Danforth.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's not an issue regarding the changes to Section 18. As it is formulated at present, as something that we need to consider as part of the mandate for public education. So it's not a black and white issue of one or the other. And I'm not saying that what the minister is presenting as a means of informing young people, I'm not saying that that's not a good measure. The problem is with an exclusion for the rest of the mandate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, la députée de
The honourable member, not for Laurenti-Labelle, but for Votre Excellence. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Spending limits on fundraising activities. We know that this type of activity often includes negative messaging, political messaging, particularly from this Conservative Party. We know that this kind of messaging actually turns off voters, Speaker. And to quote a Conference Board report on voter turnout, it says it concluded that without fundamental changes in the way in which politics is conducted in Canada, the goals of getting more youth to turn out, are goals that could remain well out of reach for some time. So my question to my honourable colleague would be, would he conclude the same as I have, that this act will only serve to suppress the youth vote and not take a larger youth voter turnout?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I would agree that I think in the result, although who can predict these kinds of things with any certainty, that in the result youth will be detrimentally affected to the extent that they are amongst the sectors of our population that most benefit from the voter ID experiment, pilot project, and vouching. I will give one thing to the minister, although I'm not at all clear this is intentional in the Act because it's so indirectly worded. But if it turns out to be true that the Act actually allows for e-registration of voters and going online to then change your address and everything else, something the Chief Electoral Officer has asked for, there is a provision in the bill that seems to suggest that whatever the Chief Electoral Officer deems as an adequate signature for purposes of registration is sufficient. If that is meant to include electronic registration, then that would be a countervailing factor that I would give to the minister as something that might actually help if it were messaged to youth as a means to register.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his comments. He talked a couple of items he talked about was with respect to the minister's comments with respect to not wearing a team jersey. And one of the aspects of the bill, and I'll just read here, says appointees who hold the position, we're talking about election commissioner, will hold it for non-renewable 7-year term and to maintain the integrity of the position. Those individuals who have previously been a candidate, an employee of a registered party, exempt staff of a minister or a staff member of a member of Parliament, an employee of Elections Canada would not be eligible for the appointment to commissioner. I wonder if the honourable member first question would agree that those individuals who have previously been identified as being partisan shouldn't be holding a position where they would, in essence, then be passing judgment on candidates and, in particular, also members of Parliament who do hold partisan positions. And the second question, just a little bit further on the vouching, he talked about a couple of situations where where vouching was a good thing, but there are many situations, especially those of us in urban areas, where we have seen the problem with vouching, and where our official agents or the scrutineers that we have in the polls aren't able to challenge people who are being vouched for, who we know are not eligible to vote. I can give the member a specific example. In 2006, scrutineering at a poll, I was shocked to learn that my mother had voted. She had actually passed away in 2005, and when I asked the person how come her name was checked off the list, she assured me that my mother had been in earlier to vote that day. When I explained to her that that was not possible, I was ushered out of the polling station. So for every good, there's always a bad, and I think the integrity of elections are always something that are paramount in any decision that we make going forward. So I wonder if you can comment on those two things.
Toronto Danforth.
Well, I think it's important to, again, return to some of the wisdom that's in the Supreme Court of Canada's judgment in the case involving Etobicoke Centre. where they said we have to be extremely careful about disenfranchising voters, especially in the name of procedural irregularities. In fact, it obviously benefited in a fair way one of our colleagues in this House, that rationale, that reasoning, because he quite obviously kept his seat for the reasons the court gave. And so I would simply say that individual anecdotes like that, if there was evidence of a scientific sort or even a more generalized anecdotal set of evidence that this is a serious problem, then that has to be, I think, presented at committee so we actually understand. Right at the moment, we are looking at rampant anecdote that seems not to correspond to the sense of people in the system. I would also say that my colleague, the Democratic Reform critic for the Liberal Party, did ask a straightforward and important question about whether or not reworking, trying to figure out better ways to vouch would not be better than to use a worn-out cliche, throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to ask my colleagues some questions on this file. The minister suggested that there were that 25% of those being vouched for were in fact wrong, that there was something wrong about them, when in fact the Neufeld report doesn't say that anywhere. In fact, the Neufeld report suggests widening the use of the voter information card as a valid piece of address information, and yet the government has ignored that part of the report and is now suggesting to eliminate the use of the voter registration card. And so the whole notion of vouching allows 120,000 people who might not otherwise be able to vote, and the government would like to remove that. But this report did not ever recommend it. Could you comment, please?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, it's an important piece of information that goes back to what I said is going to be important at committee. We have to get down to the level of evidence. The minister, I will concede, is very good at presenting the case as he understands it. But we have to make sure that it's grounded in evidence of the kind that would justify infringing on a constitutional right, which is the right to vote, which drove the Supreme Court's reasoning in the Etobicoke Centre case.
Some comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the minister and the critics today for the quality of the debate. I have a question about a potential gap in the legislation. I understand that there will be penalties now for impersonating elections officials, but in my case, in the last election, somebody impersonated my campaign manager and sent a voter across town to an incorrect polling place. And I'm wondering if that penalty for impersonating election officers could be extended to cover that case where somebody actually impersonated my campaign manager.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Very interesting example. Again, another important anecdote. The life of a society, I guess, is built up with anecdotes like that. But I think the important answer is you do not need to amend the Act to catch that. There are already at least two provisions in the Canada Elections Act that deals with the criminal illegality of trying to divert people from voting. And so the fact of adding the impersonation offense is a matter of adding specificity to something that's already there in generality. And this is also what my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, was getting at with his questions and question period today. Making sure that the government side understands that nothing in this Act, in terms of newly framed crimes, means that the existing Act doesn't already cover the kind of behaviour that has been cited by my colleague.
We're resuming debates. The honourable member for I see the honourable member for Peace River is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find that there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of this House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 later today, no quorum call, dilatory motion, or request for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
Does the honourable member for Peace River have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Hear, hear. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. We're resuming debate. The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the House and all the members within it for elevating the debate over the past hours. My colleague from Kingston has pointed out there are some very interesting facts that have been out there, and it's been a very good debate. And certainly we've talked a fair amount about how we want to fix the problems that we have seen, certainly in the news headlines over the past 3 or 4 years, and how do we address each and every one of these issues. So I want to thank all members for that, including the Minister of Democratic Reform in his new position. I want to start with some of the summary of what this bill proposes. It's quite extensive in many respects. Protects voters from road calls and impersonation, mandatory public registry for mass calling, prison time for impersonating election officials, and increased penalties for deceiving people out of their votes. Gives law enforcement, as they point out, tools, sharper teeth, as they describe it, meaning allowing the Commissioner to seek tougher penalties for existing offences. We're looking at Commissioner, they say, will have full independence with control of his or her staff and investigation, and a fixed term of 7 years so that he or she cannot be fired without cause. Also cracking down on voter fraud by prohibiting the use of vouching and voter information cards as replacements for acceptable ID. Studies commissioned by Elections Canada demonstrate mass irregularities in the use of vouching and high rates of inaccuracy on voter information cards. Voters will, according to legislation, instead of the 39 forms I spoke to as a question earlier, talked about how some of the identification does not have the right information on it, such as the addresses that are required. This is a problem in some rural areas, as we have experienced. Many seniors especially do not have the right amount of information. I'm hoping that the government would be acceptable to a type of amendment that allows the practice of some sort of vouching in an official manner to take place. But we'll discuss, I guess we'll have to study that in committee if indeed this bill manages to get to that level. Make rules easy to follow for all, which is pointed out earlier in Section 18. As Commissioner has assigned 15 different compliance agreements with those who have breached election laws. Some are due to honest mistakes. Members of all parties have noticed that the rules can be unclear. Complicated rules bring unintentional breaches and intimidate everyday people from taking part in democracy. So one of the things they talk about here, as my honourable colleague pointed out, certainly talking about youth engagement, those with disabilities and others, and of course in this particular case people who find themselves disenfranchised from the entire system of voting and feel that their vote is not necessary or certainly doesn't mean much in the long run. But what I would say to the government here is that we do need to come up with a plan that brings out probably the best in our democracy, which is to say that we need to bring out that turnout rate, which used to be so high many years ago. I have to admit, in my own riding, the voter turnout was at a dismal 44%, which was the second lowest in the country. We managed to finish just ahead of the Fort McMurray area. Well, a lot of that actually is the case of where we do have transient workers. So in many respects what the minister is saying I agree with, because what we need to do is reach out with transient workers who may not be aware of the fact that they are able to vote in other ridings. The facilities are there for them to do that. A lot of people are not aware of that. The only problem is some of these people work in fields, oil fields, that sort of thing. But they can, even in their own ridings, vote at any time whatsoever. So they can go into the office there of the returning officer and do that at any point. That, to us, proved to be the most effective way to communicate to people who travel a lot. Certainly for those who travel not just to the oil fields and the rest of Canada, but to people who work in oil and natural gas fields around the world. We also increasing the level of donations from $1,200 to $1,500. I'm not really sure if that really goes a long way, other than the fact that it allows some people who can afford it a little bit more room. I don't see anything wrong with the measures that were currently in place, the $1,200 and the increments that were the formula that was already there. In the meantime, I must say that about the personal contributions, these are some positive steps in the right direction, certainly when it comes to both the election and also into into leadership. The Commissioner of Canada Elections, this is the one that's been causing some headaches within our party as to how are we to deal with the independency that is being bandied about by the government. Now, I'd like to talk about how this works in the sense of the Commissioner itself. Several of the asks, we'll say, that the Commissioner had made through the elections, Canada Elections Act, or sorry, from the Canada Elections Officer, basically they wanted to have the power by which that they could go to a judge to get people to comply with the seeking out information, which at the time we thought that was a reasonable thing to ask, given what has happened over the past little while, certainly when it comes to some of the by-elections that we've witnessed and also the general election before that. But to increase the Commissioner of Canada Elections investigative tools, I'm not certain as to whether this has really happened within this. So I don't know if the effectiveness has increased for that particular person, which is what's concerning to us. If you make that person independent, that is one thing. But if you do not give the increased ability to seek out the information they look for in order to conduct their investigation, then all you're doing really is the shuffling of the offices. Now, I'll get to that part in just a moment, but one of the recommendations, major recommendations, the Commissioner did endorse the recommendations made by the CEO that the Commissioner of Canada Elections be given the power to apply to a judge for an order to compel any person to provide information that is relevant to an investigation, which is what I just spoke of. There was some debate today as to whether they do have the tools or not. Throughout the course of this debate, I hope that more light will be shone on that subject, and perhaps it will come up again later in this particular debate for second reading. Lack of flexibility when dealing with conventions of the Canada Elections Act. The Commissioner suggested there needs to be more tools to deal with the breaches of the Canada Elections Act that are too severe to be handled through compliance agreements, but not serious enough to be dealt with through prosecutions. The Commissioner pointed to recommendations contained in the CEO's report on the 40th general election and what could be done. Candidates, political parties who exceed their authorized expense limits should see a dollar-for-dollar reduction in their election expense reimbursement. Okay, when candidate or political party fails to file a report by the applicable statutory date, they should forfeit up to 50% of their nomination deposit. All this to say that some of this stuff, yes, has been addressed, and we applaud the Minister for putting this into the Act. But let me just go back to one of the key tenets of this, which is the ability of the Commissioner to do his or her job, in this particular case, his job. If you look at the chain of command here, you look at the Commissioner himself, by this route, through Elections Canada, they're answerable ultimately to Parliament. Now, one of the flags that rose for me was when I looked at all the testimony and all the news stories that dealt with election irregularities and possible violations and actual violations over the past 3 or 4 years. A lot of this work was discovered by auditors. A lot of the violations were discovered by people on the ground within Elections Canada. What they were able to do is that they were able to advise the Commissioner on a continual basis because they were within that sphere. So they just simply go down the way and just tell the Commissioner that what is going on. The Commissioner, if given the right tools, would have been able to investigate that further, we believe, in a more effective way. By separating that person and putting them into a different office altogether in public prosecutions, that gap is just a little too wide for the information sharing process that was taking place. That's what I fear. Now, I know that the government will argue that they have the ability to go to whenever they wish, but together in that one area certainly would have allowed the freer flow of information that would allow the Commissioner to do a better job, given they had the tool that was suggested by them about the compliance. If you look at it, when it comes to public prosecutions, they are ultimately answerable to Cabinet. So certainly we have reservations about that as well. I'm sure the minister will address that also, hoping he will convince us it's not necessarily the case. But I will say that in this is what's causing a great unease amongst us about the ability of the commissioner to do that investigation. If sharper teeth is required to do an effective job, I'm not sure the teeth they're seeking here is not obtained within this legislation. Code of conduct for political entities was also suggested some time ago after the 41st general election. Extension of the application of privacy protection principles to political parties, new requirements governing telecommunications with electors. If I could just go to that for just a moment, the robocalls, as we affectionately call it around here, has been a topic of discussion for quite some time, and certainly have been a topic of derision for some time as well, given the robocalls. I noticed in the past little while that when the Judge Mosley referred to, he said in his judgment, he said, quote, seemingly that obvious to him that the origins of some of these robocalls that are called into question, that were of nefarious activity, points to the database that is used exclusively by the Conservative Party, known as the SIMS database. No relation. We are also looking at. I want to go back to the robocall situation. So what he has here is some of the measures that we think are going to be quite effective. We feel, and we applaud him for that. The Canadian Radio Television Telecommunications Commission shall, on the request of the Commissioner, disclose to the Commissioner any document or information that it received under this division that the Commissioner considers necessary for the purpose of ensuring compliance with and enforcement of this Act other than this division. Now, agreed. I mean, we're into an electronic age. Robocalls are now, as we call them, robocalls. They've proliferated every aspect of society. It's not just politics, but in commerce as well and in marketing. So therefore, the legislation needs to keep up to up to standard, we think, and a lot of this goes a certain way. So we commend them for that. Person or group. Every person or group that enters into an agreement with a calling service provider under which voter contact calling services are provided shall keep for 1 year after the end of the election period a copy of the script, that's partially from A, and B, a recording of each unique message conveyed by an automatic dialing announcing device. Again, this is great for the investigative tools necessary in order to cut down on this practice that is happening. And we commend that as well, and we think that's certainly overdue as far as updated legislation is concerned. I also want to talk about contributions. I touched on it briefly earlier about the 1,200 to 1,500, but also subject to subsection 4.2, the following contributions are contributions that do not exceed $5,000 in total by a candidate for a particular election out of their own funds for their own campaign, and for leadership up to $25,000. Some of this, yes, necessary to be updated. Contributions made under subsection 4.2 do not have the effect of limiting the amounts that the candidate or leadership contestant, as the case may be, may contribute to under section 1 to the other candidates, or to other leadership candidates as well. So that's pretty perfunctory in case, and I would say that updating this legislation is necessary. Again, I go back to the fact I don't know why it went up to $1,500. I think the current regulations and rules that were in place certainly do suffice. Now, I talked about the Commissioner, and I also talked about some of the other instances that took place over the past little while that raises alarm as to how we need to fix our system. The in-and-out scandal took place. The Conservative Party admitted to election overspending, submitting inflated election returns, and had to pay the maximum fine under the Elections Act. Fraudulent election robocalls that I just touched upon. We know of individuals such as Peter Pedashwe, formerly in this House, who also over-contributed. And there was a fuss as to whether he was actually asked to leave, but then quit before all that happened. There was a huge fuss about it altogether. He seemed to be not knowing the rules of the game. Now, how do you get out there and tell society that we want to explain to you the rules of how to function in elections when you have trouble bringing that information to your own candidates. It's somewhat ironic, but nonetheless, that's, as some people say, water under the bridge. Increased fines for Election Act violations. We're supportive of raising the fines for violations of the Elections Act. My honourable colleague from Beausejour brought a legislation here within this House that was voted on. That was Bill C-424 that did just that, so we agree with that as well. You know, over the past little while, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is coming to an end, but the other things that we touch upon that we're agreeing with, the additional advanced polling day, certainly. I live in a rural riding, as I mentioned. A lot of people commute back and forth. Commute within my own riding, which is 2 and 3 hours away. The extra day is certainly advantageous. And of course, the premature transmission of election results, which is also necessary, given the fact that everybody has the internet, if I could use the colloquial expression. Now, in summary, there's a lot of unease about this, despite some of the facts or some of the elements of this bill that we fully support. I think that for us, the unease that is created from this, such as what's happening in Elections Canada, the Commissioner in particular, and other measures within this bill certainly are of unease to the point where accepting this bill in principle would be difficult for us to do. So I hope that over the course of the next little while, the debate will be elevated to the point where we can certainly have I guess, in anticipation of if this bill does pass and it goes on to committee, accepted in principle, I hope the government would be accepting of some of the amendments that we've discussed here today. But until we reach that point, I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
I thank the member for a very thoughtful speech, and I'd like to first of all answer a question of his Liberal colleague from Kingston, who asked whether or not the bill would address the impersonation of a candidate or a candidate's representative. And I'm happy to report to him that, in fact, the Fair Elections Act would create a new offence for impersonating a candidate or a candidate's representative. Likewise, it would be an offence to impersonate a registered party or a registered association. And of course, as the member from Kingston acknowledged, it is an offence under the Fair Elections Act to impersonate Elections Canada. So that's just to answer the question the member from Kingston posed earlier to the member, to the NDP critic. As for the speech that the NDP, the Liberal critic, just presented, he expressed a concern that there might be a barrier of information flow between Elections Canada and the newly independent commissioner, who is the law enforcement watchdog. And I want to assure him that we thought very carefully about that problem, and that's why there is nothing in the Fair Elections Act that prevents Elections Canada from sharing information with the independent commissioner, or to prevent the commissioner from sharing information with Elections Canada. There are no barriers to communication between them, merely a separation of power between them. So my question to the Liberal critic is, what additional legal assurances would he need inserted in the bill to give him comfort on this point?
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, for the obvious answer to that is I don't know why I felt compelled to, if that particular commissioner does not have the power to go to the judge to help you to get more information, to get into compliance, then I would say to him, I don't know why in the beginning they would take that person and make it as independent as they say it's going to be. I think what you've done is you've sent that person to a different office with a different set of tools, with not giving them a different set of tools by which that they can exercise their job. I always thought that being closer to the agency by which that gets all the reports, the vast majority of it anyway, whether they're auditors or whether they're deputy returning officers, being close to that allowed a lot of the allegations and violations that were detected over the past 3 or 4 years came through that process. I understand what he's saying about the fact that there is a free flow of information. I am rather suspicious as to whether, in practice, that is going to happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his questions. I know my colleague has been in the House as long as I have, and I went through this in 2006 through the debate on the photo ID bill at that time, and I'll characterize that as such. I don't remember the particular title that the Conservatives gave it then. But, you know, through that process, there was a problem identified with voting. And that problem really was not very well articulated by the Conservatives. I don't think it was really, it doesn't bear up under the examination of ridings such as we heard from my colleague about Toronto Spadina. What is the problem that we're dealing with here by taking away another form of identification for people? Does my colleague still hold with the position that his party took at the time, that the requirements of fraud were so onerous that we needed to put these restrictions and conditions on people going into a voting booth? Does he still hold to that position that we've actually improved the ability of Canadians to vote over these last 8 years of Conservative management of this government, or have we actually created more problems for people that want to get out to vote?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
He brings up a good point. I mentioned earlier to the Minister of Democratic Reform, in rural areas, particularly seniors, a lot of them were disenfranchised over the past little while because not having the proper identification. Some of the issues that came up was having a post office box instead of a street address, that sort of thing. And I remember the current House leader was on it at the time, and we had a fairly good conversation. And we discussed how, in many ways, that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution to people who want to be identified at the polling booth and exercise their democratic right. I'm assuming he's talking about the taking away of a voter's card. That could be problematic in the sense I know so many people who still believe that all you have to do is show up with that one card and you can vote. Well, we all know in the last couple of elections what happened was you needed more than that, the address. Some of the cards identified as part of the 39 do not have the address that is written on it in order for it to do that. That being said, though, I do understand where they're coming from in the sense that there is a lot of fraud that took place in the last election, and it has to be addressed, which, if this bill passes second reading, I hope we do get a chance to address that within the committee structure. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question, because we seem to be talking a lot about identification, and the Minister of Democratic Reform in an earlier question talked about some of the types of identification that are available to be used: library cards, utility bills, bank card statements. I mean, the list is quite extensive. A hospital bracelet worn by a resident of a long-term care facility. In addition, the bill on page 25 states the following: if the address contained in the piece or pieces of identification provided under subsection 2 does not prove the elector's residence but is consistent with information related to the elector that appears on the list of electors, the elector's residence is deemed to have been proven. So that section there, and in addition to section 2.1 of the bill, just above that, which allows the chief electoral officer some additional authorities to put additional items on the list for identification purposes. And then earlier on in the bill, which has this committee of registered political parties, which are able to make recommendations to the chief electoral officer. I wonder if he doesn't agree that all of these mechanisms will allow us to ensure that the people who are actually voting are allowed to vote, that the proper identification is presented to Elections Canada officials, and that Canadians can have confidence that the vote that has been undertaken in each polling station across the country is actually a valid vote.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I understand where he's coming from in the sense that, you know, there are all sorts of alternatives that can be utilized to identify the person. But I want to just illustrate the point through experience, which happened, as I say, mostly seniors in rural areas. If they do not have the basic identification that is pointed out at the very beginning, chances are they won't have a lot of the rest. The reason why that the visual identification of someone was beneficial was because that person felt it, whether it was not necessary to show up at the poll with any type of ID whatsoever, but they plainly knew who they were. So the concept of visual identification can still be applied, I believe, without making it too lenient so that, you know, it would be abused greatly. So I understand where he's coming from, but it's just not a straightforward answer when it comes to some of the smaller regions that I talk about. We discovered that some time ago when you talked about different types of addresses, as my colleague from the Northwest Territories pointed out. And we had to address it at that time and one of the things was about visual identification. So I would encourage the member, and I know his story, what he said earlier. First of all, I want to say an egregious error that happened to him, and I appreciate the story he brought to the House about his mother several years ago. That's the type of thing that I hope would be addressed by legislation such as this.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
In 2011, a fraud was perpetrated in over 200 ridings across Canada. The Supreme Court has dealt with some of those circumstances and found that fraud was perpetrated by someone who had access to the Conservative Information Management System called SIMS. One of the difficulties that's arisen in the prosecution of that fraud, and the only charge that's been laid against only one person, is that the Elections Canada didn't have the tools they needed in order to do proper investigation, like seizing documents, compelling witnesses to give testimony so that they could dig into the case. I'm hearing from a lot of people in Guelph, they're concerned about this legislation because it really gives Elections Canada no teeth in order to investigate. Could the honourable member speak to me about the need for teeth and the absence of teeth in this legislation?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, a short response, please.
Oh, indeed. Well, you know, as opposed to, I don't know, at some point I look at this legislation, I try to seek out sharper teeth, and I find myself staring at a loose set of dentures for the most part, if I could carry that analogy any further. Because what happens here is that, as he points out that if you take the commissioner, put them ensconced into another building whatsoever, answerable to Cabinet, not to Parliament, then the problem then becomes that they lose the knowledge that is contained within that area. I know he says that they can go back and forth, but I don't think it's as easy as that. But the other part about it is the very information, the very ability, and the tools necessary asked by the commissioner, or asked by the chief electoral officer, endorsed by the commissioner, is not being provided here as was expressly thought. I mean, they consulted, but the one thing they asked for, which they thought it was important to address the concerns that my colleague from Guelph brings up, not contained within this. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Oh, I see the honourable government House Leader is rising on a point.
Thank you very much. I would like to advise the House that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or Standing Order 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. So as a result, under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Order. 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 Shh. Order. I'm sure the House order. I'm sure the House appreciates notice by the Government House Leader in terms of the standing orders. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to be able to speak on this bill, Bill C-23. Of course, the Fair Elections Act, which has been introduced, of course, by the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. In the most recent speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, our government committed to bringing forward these changes to Canada's elections laws that will clearly uphold the integrity of our voting system. What it will do, the Fair Elections Act, it will make our laws tough. It will make them clear and easy to follow. It'll make life harder for election lawbreakers and put the focus back on honest people taking part in democracy. It actually implements 38 of the Chief Electoral Officer's past recommendation, and it also brings to light concerns raised by Canadians, by various groups and think tanks, by Elections Canada, and by parliamentarians. The Fair Elections Act will ensure that everyday citizens are in charge of democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. The bill also makes it harder to break elections law. It closes loopholes to big money, imposes new penalties on political imposters who make rogue calls, and empowers law enforcement with sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. The Fair Elections Act will give more independence to the Commissioner of Canada Elections, allowing him or her control over their staff and their investigations, empowering him or her to seek tough new penalties for existing electoral offences, and providing more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. And let me just expand a little bit, Mr. Speaker, on some of those tough penalties and new offences. What the Fair Elections Act proposes is tougher criminal penalties for election offences, such as setting a maximum fine of $20,000 on summary conviction or imprisonment for up to 1 year and $50,000 on indictment or imprisonment for up to 5 years for the following offences: obstructing an election officer, voting more than once, offering a bribe, making false statements to have a person deleted from the register of electors, or applying for a ballot under a false name. And it's also very important to note that candidates or official agents convicted of these offences would be prohibited from being a member of the House of Commons or holding any office in the nomination of the Crown or of the Governor and Council for 7 years. It increases the maximum fines for the more serious election offences, such as taking a false oath or making a false or erroneous declaration to elections officials. It increases the maximum fine for all strict liability offences, such as failure to appoint an agent or an auditor. It increases the maximum fine for third parties that are groups or corporations that fail to register as a third party. It increases also the maximum fines for offences applying primarily to broadcast corporations, such as advertising during a blackout. Increases penalties also for political financing offences that do not require intent, and also severely increases those offences like failure to provide a quarterly return or a financial transactions return. It also provides, Mr. Speaker, for a number of new offences. And some of these new offences that I'll highlight one of them relates to registration on the list of electors. And it's things like compelling, inducing, or attempting to compel or induce any other person to make a false or misleading statement relating to their qualification as an elector. It relates to political financing rules, such as knowingly making indirect loans, relating to registration on polling day, such as registering when not qualified to vote. Relates to non-compliance with the proposed voter contact registry, such as failing to keep the scripts and recordings used in the provision of voter contact calling services. And I'll focus on some of those provisions in a little more detail further on in my speech, Mr. Speaker. It also proposes new offences relating to voter deception. And there's actually no provisions in the current act that would make it an offence to impersonate political agents or elections officials. And this bill would amend the Canada Elections Act to add the offence of impersonating or causing another person to impersonate a candidate's representative, a representative of a registered party or a registered association, the Chief Electoral Officer, a member of the Chief Electoral Officer's staff, an election officer, or a person authorized to act on behalf of the Chief Electoral Officer. So there's some very serious new provisions in the Act in relation to getting tough on those who would look to cheat and defraud our election system. It also cracks down on voter fraud by prohibiting vouching or prohibiting voter information cards from being used as acceptable forms of ID. According to the Neufeld report that was commissioned by Elections Canada relating to administrative deficiencies at the polls in the most recent 2011 election, it indicated that there were irregularities in 25% of the cases where vouching was used. So what the Fair Elections Act will do is, as I've said, indicated already, will end vouching and require in law that Elections Canada will communicate what forms of ID will be accepted at polling locations so that voters will know before they head to the polls what, in fact, they'll need to bring. As I've already said, it will prohibit the use of voter information cards as a form of acceptable identification. But what it will do is it'll very clearly outline what forms of ID are accepted. And with this change, it will actually allow still Canadians to continue to have 39 authorized forms of ID to choose when voting. So very comprehensive list of options in terms of ID that can be brought to the polls, and that will be very clearly communicated to voters so that they're well aware of what those forms are and what exactly is there for them to be able to facilitate their voting and for them to identify themselves in order to exercise that right. It also makes the rules for elections clearer, more predictable, and easier to follow. Complicated rules, Mr. Speaker, can often bring unintentional breaches, and unfortunately, what that can then do, of course, is intimidate everyday people from taking part in democracy. And that's why the Fair Elections Act will make the rules for elections more clear, more predictable, and easier to follow. Because in order to follow the rules, parties must know what they are. And what that would then mean is that the Fair Elections Act would seek to ensure that by requiring that the Chief Electoral Officer would provide a 30-day comment period to members of the Advisory Committee of Political Parties that would be established under the Act before publishing a proposed guideline or an interpretation note. Following a comment period, an additional 30 days would then be provided in terms of notice for regulated entities of the new interpretation. And after both the comment and notice period, which is a total of 60 days, Mr. Speaker, the CEO would then formally issue the guideline or the interpretation note. It would also publish a proposed advance ruling or written interpretation of any question related to the Canada Elections Act within 45 days of a request from a registered party, and then provide a 30-day notice period before it's formally issued as well. And then the advance ruling would then be issued by the CEO and would be, in fact, binding on him and on the Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. It would also be, and this is very important, maintain an online registry that would be available to the public of the complete text of final guidelines and interpretation notes that have been issued, as well as of any written opinions containing advance rulings that have been issued. So what that would then do is obviously allow access by parties and individuals to be aware of what those interpretations are, what those guidelines are, so that they can be applied equally and fairly to all involved. The Fair Elections Act would also ban the use of loans that have been used in the past to evade donation rules. It would repeal the ban on premature transmission of election results, which would uphold free speech. It would provide better customer service to voters and establish an extra day of polling. It would also, in the case of disagreements over election expenses, allow an MP to present the disputed cases in the courts and to have judges quickly rule on it before the CEO seeks the MP's suspension. It would also, Mr. Speaker, protect voters from rogue calls with a mandatory public registry for mass calling, prison time for impersonating elections officials, and increased penalties. And what I'm going to do now, Mr. Speaker, is devote the remainder of my time to describing these particular measures, beginning with the creation of a registry for voter contact services. So with this new voter contact registry, obviously that would be in respect to telemarketing and automated dialing that would take place during an elections period. The Fair Elections Act actually takes the very important step of creating a new registry for voter contact services. The bill requires registration with the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or of course the CRTC. So telephone service providers that are engaging in voter contact or any other person or group that is engaging in the use of telephone service providers for voter contact purposes would be required to register in the voter contact services registry contained at the CRTC. Moreover, any person or group using internal services to make automated calls for voter contact purposes must also register with the CRTC under this legislation. The bill also requires any person or group using a telephone service provider for voter contact purposes or making automated calls for these purposes to have their identity verified by providing identification to both the CRTC and to the telephone service provider. And third parties, who are groups or corporations, must also register with the CRTC for any calls that they make as well. In addition, the bill provides that registrations will be made publicly available 30 days after polling day, and that registrations must be available to the CRTC officials within 48 hours of a call being made for voter contact purposes. The Fair Elections Act will also require recordings of messages sent using automated calls and scripts of live messages used by telephone service providers to be kept for 1 year from the date of the election. The dates of these calls would also have to be maintained in that registry. In addition to the strict requirements of the new registry, the disclosure requirements for political parties, candidates, and electoral district associations with respect to expenses incurred for voter contact services by telephone would also be strengthened. In particular, the bill provides a new obligation for political entities to specifically identify expenses for voter contact services by telephone and include the name of the company and the amount of the costs incurred on their election returns. The proposed amendments would enhance transparency and consistency in reporting such expenses and would have the further advantages of assisting with enforcement of the Canada Elections Act. To encourage compliance with the rules, the Fair Elections Act would strengthen the penalties regime by firstly increasing by 10 times the penalties for preventing or attempting to prevent a voter from voting. Penalties for doing so will increase from $2,000 currently to $20,000 on summary conviction, and from $5,000 currently to now $50,000 on indictment. And it would also increase the maximum fines for the more serious election offenses, such as taking a false oath or making a false or erroneous declaration to election officials, again from $2,000 to $20,000 on summary conviction, and from $5,000 to $50,000 on indictment. The Fair Elections Act also proposes tough new offenses, including a new offense for impersonating elections officials or political entities. It would be an offense for a person to falsely represent that they are a candidate, a representative of a candidate, a representative of a party or a riding association, the Chief Electoral Officer, Elections Canada, or any other election officer. The maximum penalty for this offense, if prosecuted on indictment, would be $50,000, 5 years in prison, or both, in line with other increased penalties provided for in this Act. It would be considered a corrupt practice if the offense is committed by a candidate or an official agent. A person guilty of a corrupt practice is prohibited for 7 years from being elected or sitting in the House of Commons or holding any office in the nomination of the Crown or the Governor and Council. In addition, the Fair Elections Act proposes other new offenses, including for providing false information to an investigator or obstructing an investigation. and for non-compliance with the proposed voter contact registry, including for providing false information or failing to provide identification when registering. I'd also like to note that the Fair Elections Act proposes a further measure, Mr. Speaker, to assist elections officials with their important work related to addressing the potential for misuse of automated telephone calls. And that, Mr. Speaker, is to clarify in law that neither Elections Canada nor election officers make unsolicited calls to voters. At this point, I think it would be appropriate for members to recall also that on March 29th of 2012, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs heard the Chief Electoral Officer, Mark Moran, on allegations of misuse and abuse of auto dials during the 41st general election. And during that meeting, the Chief Electoral Officer expressed the view that enforcement mechanisms provided for by the Canada Elections Act can be improved. And that is precisely what the Fair Elections Act will achieve. I'd also just like to quickly highlight with the few minutes I do have remaining as well, Mr. Speaker, the important, and I mentioned it very briefly earlier, the fact that what the Fair Elections Act also does is provides for better customer service for voters. I think it's been expressed many times by many people in this House and elsewhere that the concern that about our voter turnout levels. And one of the things that most non-voters told in Elections Canada, in a survey that was done by them, that it was practical type of reasons that prevented them from voting in the last election. Things like 17% that said it was due to the fact they were traveling, 13% that had said it was their work or their school schedule, 10% cited just simply too busy, and 7% cited a lack of information. And those are just to name a few of those reasons. So I would really believe, Mr. Speaker, that better customer service would really help to remove some of those obstacles, those practical obstacles that have been expressed by voters. So, for example, one of the things that the Fair Elections Act does is provides for more voting days, and certainly by increasing the advanced polling days. Helping to reduce congestion at the polls by providing for more elections officers to be appointed to help ease that congestion by appointing liaison officers, to facilitate communication between his office and returning officers in the ridings, and allowing also registered parties and electoral district associations rather than simply candidates to recommend names for election officer positions at the polls. And then those nominations would be required to be earlier, so to allow more time for training, which would hopefully allow better customer service and more efficient voting at the polls. So, Mr. Speaker, obviously our government is fully committed to addressing the shortcomings that are currently in the Canada Elections Act and that stand in the way of cracking down on the misuse of mass calls. The changes that I've mentioned in the Fair Elections Act are significant measures that advance the cause of cleaning up such alleged abuses and preventing potential future abuses. The proposed new rules will be enhanced by the additional requirement to outline expenses incurred for voter contact services by telephone and by strengthening enforcement of the Canada Elections Act through strong penalties for violations of the Act and by tough new offences. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, our government's proposed voter contact registry will be an essential tool to investigate any telephone calls that attempt to obstruct the electoral process and complies with the March 2012 House of Commons motion calling for action on this very subject. These important measures represent a clear move forward in strengthening Canada's election system by helping to ensure that elections officials have the necessary tools to both investigate effectively and to punish appropriately any abuses of automated telephone calls in our electoral processes. The initiatives in this bill would also encourage greater compliance with the rules of the electoral regime, thereby helping to restore any loss of confidence in the integrity of our elections system. For the reasons I have described today, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the reforms proposed in this legislation will have positive effects for our electoral system, and I call on all members to support the swift passage of the Fair Elections Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. La députée.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleagues' remarks very carefully and closely, And now, of course, I looked through the bill. While he was speaking, I looked at a number of sections, not just the preamble, but what's fascinating to note here is that the government decided to bring in this massive bill that touches upon a number of different aspects. And this, in fact, reminds me of when I was on the Finance Committee in 2013 and on the Justice Committee as well. What I find absurd here is that the government is hammering on this position, this same position where they're talking about preventing illegal actions, but by putting in clauses that are repressive, while at the same time depriving Elections Canada of the ability to take action to correct the situation. Visibly, the government is seeking to detract public attention from its own shortcomings in what it did. So how can the member opposite justify this grab bag of all kinds of measures that might not even be applicable and enforceable?
Well, first I'd compliment the member. I notice he's celebrating Quebec Winter Carnival. I see his appropriate attire for that occasion here today. I compliment him on that. Seems as though we quite often have exchanges in the House of Commons, and I always enjoy having that opportunity with him. But you know, I do find it unfortunate that you know, that he doesn't seem to, him and the New Democratic Party don't seem to see the value in some of the things that we're talking about doing here, protecting voters from rogue calls with a mandatory public registry, giving more independence to the Commissioner of Elections Canada, cracking down on voter fraud, making, you know, just simply making the rules for elections more clear, more predictable, and easier to follow. What that does is that that makes the electoral process more efficient. It makes the electoral process harder for those people who seek to break the elections rules, and also makes the electoral process more attractive and more feasible for those honest people looking to take part in democracy, whether they be as candidates or those voters. And I find it unfortunate that the NDP would not support measures that would make our elections laws fair, simpler, clearer, more transparent, and enable better customer service for voters. These all, to me, seem like very laudable goals, and I believe the Fair Elections Act goes a long way to achieving all of them. It's unfortunate the NDP doesn't seek to support them.
I'm watching the clock carefully here, but I do think we do have time for one more question and response. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I have to say that the quality of debate has been quite high today, which I'm happy about, although now I'm disappointed that the government wants to cut off debate. My question, though, for my constituents in Kingston and the Islands is the government going to budget money to explain to voters there's going to be no voter card next time, or there's going to be an extra day of advanced polls? Because from my experience, that sort of information it's very important to have resources to supply that information. Otherwise, it's the political campaigns themselves that have to supply that information, and then it's whichever campaign has the most money that can get to the most voters. So I'm wondering if the government is going to budget to explain to voters the changes in this legislation.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you for the question, and I want to make it clear, first of all, to the member that there still will be, in fact, voter contact, the voter information cards that voters will receive. So I want to make it clear to him, so that their misinformation isn't out there, that there still will, in fact, be voter cards. It just simply won't be able to be used as an acceptable form of identification at the polls. I also will point out, however, though, that there still will be 39 different acceptable forms of ID that will be accepted at the polls, and there will be very clearly outlined in the Act, and that Elections Canada will in fact communicate with voters about what those acceptable forms of ID are, about how they vote, where they can vote, and all the other things that have been identified that are important for electors to be aware of, so that we can enable them to participate in voting and encourage the greater participation in voting through the fact that they're better able to know what it is that is acceptable forms of ID, where and when and how they can vote. So I thank him for the question. I hope that I've cleared up his misconceptions.
I'm sure honourable members will be delighted to know that the honourable member for Wild Rose will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House next returns to this particular motion. Comme il est 17 heures.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M431 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Trost. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Trost, seconded by Mr. Clark, move that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to A. Consider the election of committee chairs by means of a preferential ballot system by all the members of the House of Commons at the beginning of each session. May I dispense? Dispense? All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
On my right.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Western St. John.
Mr. Western St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Troisième rangée.
Mr.
Third row.
Ellicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket
Mr.
Aurora.
Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Lees Granville.
Mr. Brown Lees Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr.
Second row.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr.
Mr.
Goodyear.
Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblancy.
Mrs.
Mr.
Oblancy.
O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row on my right.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs.
Mr.
Glover.
Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr.
Mr. Finley
Blaney.
Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr. Moorport Woody Westwood
Mr.
Pocoqueton.
Moorport Moody Westwood.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr.
Mr.
Benoit.
Brightkreis.
Mr. Brightkreis.
All those in favor, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Moore, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, pardon.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Tamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Fourth row on my left in favor.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Grand Falls,
Mr.
Windsor.
Andrews.
Mr.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Carmichael. Madame Papillon. Madame Ayala. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravignan. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Grosguet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Cutler. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Iking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Kerry-Janis. Ms. Murray. Mr. McGuinty.
Deuxième rangée.
Madame Bates.
Second row.
Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Scott. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore-Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madame Day. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Massey. Madame Leblanc-Salemar. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Monsieur Toon. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Laverdière. Madame Hughes. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Valeria. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Gros. Ms. Bennett.
First row on my left.
Ms. Ashton. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Mr. Alan Wellen. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Matheson. Monsieur Godin. Madame Perrault. Mr. Martin. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Burns.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Second row. First row. All those opposed to fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
First row opposed, please rise.
Yeas pour 275, 275. Nays contre, none, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now move on to the deferred division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-201 under private members' business.
Close. Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Davies. Vancouver East, move that Bill C-201, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, travel and accommodation deduction for tradespersons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Charlton.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Comartin. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Pilon. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Stauffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madame Latendresse. Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Monsieur Dion-Labelle. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Tamanenko. Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Rathgeber. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Dubourg. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Giga.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Rousseau. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Sella. Madame Michaud. Madame Freeman. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Blanchette. Mr. Sullivan. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Scarpoleggia. Madame Saint-Denis. Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Ms. Jones.
Troisième rangée.
Madame Papi.
Third row.
Madame Ayala. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravignan. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Grosguet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Rafferty. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Larose. Mr. Cutler. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Iking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Kerry-Janis. Ms. Murray. Mr. McGuinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Salemar.
Madame Leblanc-Salemar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Première rangée.
First row.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan
Ms. Duncan
Wellen.
Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Yes. Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms.
Mr.
Nash.
Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Byrne.
All those in favor, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Second row in favor, please rise. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Second row.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr.
Mr.
Seaback.
Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Holback.
Fourth row.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Vic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouz.
Mr. Bernouz.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Ellicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr.
Ms.
Bazan.
Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr.
Mr.
Calandra.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Second row.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfandy Royal.
Mr. Morfandy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Upper Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Ablancy. Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Kent, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Reid.
First row.
Ms. Leach,
Mrs.
Glover,
Mr.
Fantino, Mr. Valcourt, Mr. Blaney, Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. McKay Central Nova, Mr. Van Loan, Mr. Harper, Mr. Lebel, Mr. Flaherty, Mr. Clement, Mr. Baird, Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast, Mr. Moore Port Moody West Football Coquitlam, Mrs. Aglukak, Mrs. Shea, Mr. Fast, Ms. Ambrose, Ms. Raitt, Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Benoit, Mr. Brightkreis.
Yeas pour 126, 126. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion defeated. The House now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-473 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Ms. Day, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moved that Bill C-473, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act, balanced representation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
Left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Comartin. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Carrier-Janis.
Mr. Carrier-Janis.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough
Mr.
Southwest.
Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Première rangée.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Wellen.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
Chow.
No.
Ms.
Edmonton
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan
Correction.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Sarah St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those in favor, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Row in favor. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Second row.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
The Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr.
Mr. Opitz, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Toth, Mr. Wilkes, Mr. Williamson, Ms. Young, Vancouver South, Mr. Zimmer, Ms. Crockett,
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Hoback, Mr. Komarnicki, Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings, Mr. Lauzon, Mr. Miller, Mr. Preston, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Trost, Mr. Albrecht, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac, Mr. Brownberry, Mr. Brunouge, Mr. Calkins, Mrs. Davidson, Mr. Galipo, Mr. Mays, Mr. Norlock, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Storsett, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Warkington, Mr. Clark, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Dreeshen.
Third row.
Mr. Velicott, Mr. Goldring, Mr. Anders, Mr. Albus, Mr. Straw, Mr. Trottier, Mr. Braid, Mr. Deckert, Mr. Gauguin, Mr. Bazan, Ms. Brown Market Aurora, Mr. Calandra, Mr. Lukiski, Mr. Gill, Ms. James, Mrs. Block, Mrs. McLeod, Mr. Leon, Mr. Saxton, Mr. Lemieux, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Adams, Mr. Watson, Mr. Menegakis, Mr. O'Toole, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Lunny, Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Alliston, Mr. Brownlee's Granville, Mrs. Greywall.
Second row.
Mr. Ashfield, Mr. Chong, Mr. Hans, Mrs. Trupe, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Gould, Mr. Morfundi Royal, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Goodyear, Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North, Mrs. Yelich, Mrs. Wong, Ms. Bergen, Ms. Rampel, Mr. Upal, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Lake, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Carey, Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows River Ridge Mission,
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission,
Mr. Katie South St. Margaret, Mrs. Leblancy, Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Kent, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Reed,
Premier rangée.
Ms. Leach,
First row.
Glover, Mr. Fantino, Monsieur Valcourt, Monsieur Blaney, Mr. Finney Haldeman Norfolk, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. McKay Central Nova, Mr. Van Loan, Mr. Harper, Monsieur Lebel, Mr. Flaherty, Mr. Clement, Mr. Baird, Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast, Mr. Moore Port Woody Westwood Port Coquitlam, Mrs. Aglukak, Mrs. Shea, Mr. Fast, Mr. Oliver, Ms. Ambrose, back to Ms. Ambrose, Ms. Raitt, Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Benoit, Mr. Brightcrest.
Yeas pour 125, 125. Nays contre 151, 151.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
On procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion 441 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Morin-Laurenti-Labelle. The question is as follows. Mr. Morin-Laurenti-Labelle, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved.
Good. Following consultations with provinces, territories, municipalities, and First Nations, carry out a review of the vessel operation restriction regulations with the objective of facilitating and accelerating the process allowing local administrations to request restrictions regarding the use of vessels on certain waters in order to improve how waters are managed, public safety, and the protection of the environment.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Comartin. Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Pilon. Monsieur Genet. Mr. Stoffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard. Madame La Tendresse. Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Monsieur Dion-Labelle. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Atamanenko. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Rathgaber. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Dubourg. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Heyer.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Giguère.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Rousseau. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Sella. Madame Michaud. Madame Freeman. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Quash. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Blanchette. Mr. Sullivan. Madame Reynaud. Mr. Scarpalegia. Madame Saint-Denis. Mr. Sims Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews,
Mr.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North,
Duncan Etobicoke
Mr.
North.
Garneau,
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou, Mr. Casey,
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones,
Ms. Jones.
Troisième rangée.
Madame Peck,
Third row.
Madame Ayala,
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash,
Cash.
Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravigna,
Mr. Ravigna.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte,
Madame Blanchette
Monsieur
Lamotte.
Dubé,
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet,
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Saganache,
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel,
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet,
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel,
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty,
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille,
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Larose,
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Cutler,
Mr.
Mr.
Cutler.
McKay Scarborough Gilwood,
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cosner,
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking,
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum,
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Carrier-Janis,
Mr. Carrier-Janis.
Ms. Murray,
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty,
Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Scott,
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington,
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue,
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day,
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly,
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey,
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare,
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare.
Mr. Kelway,
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau,
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon,
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel,
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton,
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm,
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris,
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston,
Mr. Marston.
Madame Laverdière,
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rankin,
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest,
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault,
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Bélanger,
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot,
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion,
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Gros,
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Bennett,
Ms. Bennett.
First row.
Ms. Ashton,
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta,
Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland,
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona,
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Chow,
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar,
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East,
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin,
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie,
Ms. Leslie.
Monsieur Mulcair,
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East,
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson,
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash,
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson,
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin,
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault,
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin,
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Macaulay,
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale,
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour,
Monsieur Leblanc
Mr.
Beauséjour.
Easter,
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry,
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan,
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Deuxième rangée.
Third row.
Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Mr. DeVolen,
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk,
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. McGuire.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton,
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Carmichael,
Mr. Carmichael.
Second row.
Madame Bateman,
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler,
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler,
Mrs. Ambler.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George,
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Kerr,
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb,
Mr.
Mr.
Lobb.
McColeman,
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon,
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne,
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard,
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey,
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country,
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John,
Mr. Weston
Mr.
St. John,
Woodworth,
Mr. Woodworth,
Mr. Young Oakville,
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville,
Sopak,
Mr. Sopak,
Mr. Aspen,
Mr. Aspen,
Mr. Butt,
Mr.
Mr.
Butt,
Chisu,
Mr. Chisu,
Mr. Hayes,
Mr. Hayes,
Mr. Hillier,
Mr. Hillier,
Mr. Leaf,
Mr. Leaf,
Mr. Lizon,
Mr. Lizon,
Mr. Opitz,
Mr. Opitz,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Seaback,
Mr. Tote,
Mr. Tote,
Mr. Wilkes,
Mr. Wilkes,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Williamson,
Ms. Young, Vancouver South,
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer,
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett,
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Hoback,
Fourth row.
Mr. Kamar.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings,
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon,
Mr.
Mr. Miller,
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston,
Preston,
Mrs. Smith,
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson,
Mr. Tilson,
Mr. Trost,
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht,
Mr.
Mr.
Albrecht,
Mackenzie,
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac,
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry,
Mr.
Mr.
Brownberry,
Brunouge,
Mr. Brunouge,
Mr. Calkins,
Mr. Calkins,
Mrs. Davidson,
Mrs.
Mr.
Davidson,
Galipo,
Mr. Galipo,
Mr. Mays,
Mr. Mays,
Mr. Norlock,
Mr. Norlock,
Mr. Shipley,
Shipley,
Mr. Storsett,
Mr. Storsett,
Mr. Sweet,
Mr. Sweet,
Mr. Van Kesteren,
Mr. Van Kesteren,
Mr. Wallace,
Mr. Wallace,
Mr. Walkerton,
Mr. Walkerton,
Mr. Clark,
Mr. Clark,
Mr. Bowen,
Mr. Bowen,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Dreeshen.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Bellicott,
Third row.
Mr. Goldring,
Mr. Goldring,
Mr. Anders,
Mr. Anders,
Mr. Albus,
Mr. Albus,
Mr. Straw,
Mr.
Mr.
Straw,
Trottier,
Mr. Trottier,
Mr. Braid,
Mr. Braid,
Mr. Deckard,
Mr. Deckard,
Mr. Gauguin,
Mr. Gauguin,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Ms. Brown Market Aurora,
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora,
Mr. Calandra,
Mr. Calandra,
Mr. Lukiski,
Mr. Lukiski,
Mr. Gill,
Mr. Gill,
Ms. James,
Ms. James,
Mrs. Block,
Mrs.
Mrs.
Block,
McLeod,
Mrs. McLeod,
Mr. Leong,
Mr.
Mr.
Leong,
Saxton,
Mr.
Mr.
Saxton,
Lemieux,
Mr.
Mr.
Lemieux,
Armstrong,
Mr. Armstrong,
Ms. Adams,
Ms. Adams,
Mr. Watson,
Mr. Watson,
Mr. Menegakis,
Mr. Menegakis,
Mr. O'Toole,
Mr. O'Toole,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Lunny,
Mr. Lunny,
Mr. Schellenberger,
Mr.
Mr.
Schellenberger,
Allison,
Mr. Allison,
Mr. Brown, Lees Granville,
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville,
Mrs. Graywall,
Mrs. Graywall,
Second row.
Mr. Ashfield,
Mr.
Mr. Chong, Mr. Han, Mrs. Trupe, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Gould, Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Goodyear, Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North, Mrs. Yelich, Mrs. Wong, Ms. Bergen, Ms. Rampel, Mr. Upal, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Lake, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Carey, Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission, Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret, Mrs. Ablancy, Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Kent, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Reid.
First row.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Blaney. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Monsieur Lebel. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westport, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westport, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac. Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcross.
Mr. Brightcross.
Yeas pour, 126, 126. Nays contre, 150, 150.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Member for Red Deer is rising on a point of order. Oh, sorry, Lethbridge.
Speaker, I'd just like the record to show that we like to wish Don Cherry a happy 80th birthday.
That's not a point of order. It being 6:35, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M430 in the name of Mr. McColman, persons with disabilities.
The honourable member for York South Weston has 3 minutes left to conclude his remarks, and I'll ask honourable members to take their conversations outside the chamber so we can finish up with private members' business. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to finish my remarks. As you'll recall, Mr. McColman, the member from Brant's bill was to ask the government to endorse the recommendation of a panel that recommended changes to the way the government deals with private sector employers and recommended that these private sector employers be encouraged to change the way they hire persons with disabilities. In his motion, he suggested that we look at government initiatives, and that's one of the areas where, in fact, the government has failed persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, have depended upon the fact that the government ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in March of 2010. Now, that ratification required the government to actually do things to make persons with disabilities have an easier life and have a better life and have a more employable life. And at the end of 2 years, the government was to have given the UN a report card on just what they'd done in providing these additional supports to persons with disabilities. March 2012 came and went. March 2013 came and went, and we're now approaching March 2014. There has been no report card. That speaks volumes about this government's real commitment to persons with disabilities. In addition, in the last budget, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government made it much more difficult for agencies that deal with persons with disabilities in granting them access to employment and in also employing them directly. And some of those agencies are now going to fold, are now going to close, and losing the employment of hundreds of persons with disabilities at the same time. These agencies actually directly employ these people, and now they're being forced to close. The government claims the money's still there, but they now have to compete with universities, with hospitals, with agencies that have huge and deep pockets and the ability to make these applications for funding in a much more systematic way than these smaller agencies can do. And so as a result, Mr. Speaker, those agencies are losing their funding, and persons with disabilities are actually losing their jobs. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that this government needs to pay attention to. This government has not paid attention to persons with disabilities in the way it should have. And that is but one of the examples. There are also other examples where the government has heard testimony from persons with disabilities saying that the income support structures and the disability support structures that exist in this country are not conducive to them working. The EI system cannot deal with disabilities that are not continuous. The health benefit system in all of the provinces fails persons with disabilities, and the federal government has not stepped up to the plate to fix that system. So, Mr. Speaker, while we applaud and encourage this particular panel's report, and we encourage the government to endorse it, there is so much more that this government should and can be doing to support persons with disabilities being employed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
No, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't speaking. It's on the speaking list.
I'm sorry. The member from Malpeque does not want to speak to this.
It's on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I too am anxious to be able to speak on this particular issue, but I'm wondering in terms of was my name on it at this point in time, or was my colleague from Malpeque supposed to be the next speaker?
The member from Malpeque was the next speaker on our list. You sure this is right? But the next speaker is not in the House either. That is the private member's bill or motion that's before us.
It's fine. I will take a.
Absolutely.
I will take a. We're getting a little bit of flack from the other side, Mr. Speaker, but that's. That isn't fine. I have spoken this bill before, Mr. Speaker, and I'm supportive of this bill because you know the people that have disabilities need to be accommodated, and that's extremely important. I'm not going to speak my full time, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to say that from my perspective, because I haven't got the bill in front of me, that I am supporting the member in his quest to pass this bill.
Resuming debate. Please de débat. The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to rise in the House. I know that there may not be too many occasions when my colleague from Malpeque and I will agree on such an auspicious bill as brought forward by the member from Brant, but I certainly appreciate his support on this one. And Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I rise tonight to speak to M430 on the strengthening employment for Canadians with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, this bill hits very close to home for me in the fact that my son Tim has a disability in regards to mobility as well, Mr. Speaker, and he and my colleague, the member from St. James, Charles Wood, Assiniboia, Headingley, have become very good friends, having met at my swearing-in just a week ago, Mr. Speaker. And so it's with some personal experience that I speak in the House in regards to the situation that has arisen in our own home. And my son is now employed part-time at least with a company in Alberta and had an opportunity to teach flight aviation in a simulator program at Mount Royal College after his initial accident, which took place over 9 years ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion couldn't come at a better time, given that the skills mismatch looming in many sectors of our economy today. Too many employers are having a hard time finding enough employees Mr. Speaker, given the candidates for the high-paying, high-quality jobs that are out there today. Something is seriously out of whack, Mr. Speaker, when we have people without jobs at the same time as we have jobs without people. Employers in my riding are telling me that the skills mismatch is their number one challenge in many areas, Mr. Speaker, and employment in southwest Manitoba now is at a very minimal amount, and it's certainly an issue that we've dealt with in our community colleges and universities, trying to upgrade the trades and people to be able to fill the jobs that are there, Mr. Speaker. This isn't just an abstract statistical problem, pardon me, Mr. Speaker. It's not being able to find enough skilled people is holding many businesses back from their growth. And, Mr. Speaker, all too often applicants are available for available jobs cannot meet the necessary skill requirements, which means that jobs go unfilled. Projects don't get off the ground, and Canada's economy suffers because there aren't enough people to fill the workforce today, Mr. Speaker, in some areas. This problem is exacerbated by the aging of our population. Older workers are retiring in even greater numbers, Mr. Speaker, and that will leave a void in our labour force. The supply of skills in the workforce is not enough to meet the demand, and this situation is only going to continue to grow. The inability of companies to find the qualified workers they need obviously has a huge impact on their ability to innovate and compete globally. If we don't find a solution, we will miss out on many rich opportunities, and our standard of living will inevitably suffer. This brings me, Mr. Speaker, to the motion before us today. People with disabilities are one of the largest untapped sources of talent in the country, Mr. Speaker. Too many people know, or not too many people know this, Mr. Speaker, but more than 4.4 million people in Canada are defined as having a disability. That's 1 out of every 7 Canadians and fully 14% of the workforce, Mr. Speaker, of the population, rather. With an aging population, this number will continue to grow. There are approximately 800,000 working Canadians with disabilities who are employable but are still jobless. Almost half of them have a post-secondary education. In an economy where some sectors are experiencing skills shortages, when we have people without jobs and jobs without people, this just doesn't make sense. What does make sense is encouraging businesses to hire more people with disabilities and ensuring that the training programs lead to guaranteed jobs for persons with disabilities. We know people with disabilities are significantly underrepresented in the workforce, and I can affirm that by saying that just under 60% of the people with disabilities are in the workforce, compared to 80% of other working-age Canadians. These are statistics that we must all work hard from all parties to change, Mr. Speaker. But first and foremost, people's mindsets, including those in the private sector, have to change. I'm proud to be a part of a Conservative government that has delivered results to encourage the hiring of persons with disabilities. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we've seen that in many of the communities that I represent as well, with work programs that have taken place in them, and encouraged to find more work for persons with disabilities in the local communities there as well. We will negotiate the improved version of our flagship training program, and that's just one of the ways that the government is starting to improve, Mr. Speaker, and that is under the labour market agreements for persons with disabilities. It's worth $222 million a year, Mr. Speaker, in conjunction with the provinces and territories. Current agreements will be replaced by reformed agreements that will be demand-driven and better meet the skills and labour needs of Canadian businesses. They will improve the job opportunities for persons with disabilities. The Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities is being extended with a budget of $40 million per year starting in 2015-16, but more importantly, it's being improved to provide more demand-driven solutions for persons with disabilities and to provide even better outcomes for persons with disabilities so that they can have the skills needed for the jobs that are available. So, Mr. Speaker, it's our Conservative government's goal to ensure that all Canadians have the opportunity to have good quality, well-paying jobs so that they can achieve long-term prosperity. I'm proud of our government's record of supporting programs and supports that help persons with disabilities receive training and support to improve their outcomes in the labour market. That's why it is so easy for me to stand up in support of such a well-thought-out and important motion regarding improving opportunities for persons with disabilities, as brought forward by my colleague, the member from Brant, and seconded by another colleague, the member representing Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I've only been in this House a short time, Mr. Speaker, but I'm proud of the leadership that the member I just mentioned from Brant has taken on this important issue. I am very much looking forward to working with the member from Brant and the Minister of Employment and Social Development on continuing our government's strong record on improving the lives of persons with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to motion M430, which deals with opportunities for employment for people with disabilities. It introduces measures to improve accessibility for people with disabilities and help them to get stable employment so that we can take into account their needs and take advantage of their skills. Integrating people with disabilities into the labor market means that we need to realize that people often find it very difficult to get work. For one thing, in my region, we have sometimes too many jobs and not enough skilled workers. We bring people in as immigrants, but in my riding and my region, we are going to need to take more steps, including helping people with disabilities to get into the labor market. So people with disabilities are kind of an untapped pool. We need to integrate people with disabilities more into the workplace, and this will help us meet our economic challenges in my region. We need to understand that integrating people with disabilities into the labor market requires the implementation of a Canada-wide strategy. We need the cooperation of the provinces, territories, and First Nations to do this. Unfortunately, the collaborative approach I've just mentioned has been set aside in what the government is proposing. There are many community organizations that assist people with disabilities. In my area, there are certainly groups that have expertise. These community organizations are not being used to help the government. So the federal government could work more closely with the provinces and local people. We have shared information among various organizations at different levels in my area, but if we could do this across the country, it would really benefit those who are trying to get into the labor market. So I think that cooperating with the provinces is an idea that should not be off the table. It would be unfortunate to do so. The report by the special panel does not explore constraints on employability enough. For example, if people have rigid schedules
or jobs that are not suited to them, then those are factors that will make it difficult for them, and yet those aspects were neglected in the report. For example, special transportation. Obviously, if people can't get a handicap bus or a special type of transportation before 9 in the morning, then they may not be able to get to work. So if there is a rigid schedule, then it makes it difficult for people with disabilities. So that's one aspect that would be very simple to deal with. Somebody may have the energy, the ability to do the work, but there is a simple obstacle because the person cannot get to work. So we need to address simple problems like that in order to help people with disabilities, but this was not in the report. The analyses that have been published by Statistics Canada show clearly that there is a correlation between having a disability and having a low income. Sometimes people with disabilities can't find work easily because of the constraints, and some of these constraints could be eliminated fairly easily. And often these people are poor because they have low incomes. They cannot easily look for work elsewhere or through other means. For example, by going to get training that would increase their access to the labor market. So we need to look at the overall picture and take a cooperative approach. Although the motion contains ideas to improve the situation, we can go further. We will not vote against the motion, but I think if we really want to improve the situation of people with disabilities, we could go further. People who have a temporary disability are not as likely to be working during the years in which they are affected. According to Statistics Canada, some 55% of men and 39% of women without disability work the equivalent of full-time, compared with 21% and 14%, respectively, for people with a disability. These figures show that having a disability, even a temporary one, can affect people in this way. People are more likely to have low incomes if they have disabilities, especially if they are not able to work continuously. People with disabilities are affected two ways, that is, physically or mentally, but also they tend to have lower incomes. It is more likely that they have a precarious income. It becomes increasingly difficult for them to hold a job. With respect to mental health, problems in the workplace because of that factor have cost the Canadian economy $20.7 billion. So that is something that is important. When we talk about mental illness, it can be either temporary or in some cases permanent. There are nearly 500,000 people in any given week who are not at their workplace because of a mental health problem. We need to make sure to protect our workers' health. When we think about gender equality, which is already a problem in the workplace, the problem is more severe when it comes to people with disabilities. There's another point that we need to take into account and focus on, and that is the difficulties of women with disabilities who unfortunately live in poverty because it is already harder for a woman to make as much as a man, and women with disabilities are even more severely affected. So I would like my colleague who presented the motion to think particularly about women and the double effect that they are under.
Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's actually a pleasure for myself to rise and address motion 430. I know when we first kind of got started off there, it was a bit rocky. I knew that I was hoping and wanting to be able to speak to this particular motion because it is a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, that it's in all of our best interest to see stronger leadership on this particular file. And the more successful we are in terms of acting on the issue of disabilities in general, the more we're going to be able to improve the quality of life for those that have disabilities. And disabilities come in all different types of forms, Mr. Speaker. In previous speakers, we heard in terms of just some of the numbers. And a lot of people are surprised in terms of just how many Canadians that are actually impacted by disabilities through mental and physical disabilities, Mr. Speaker. So I think that we could do service, a great service, by having more dialogue inside the House of Commons on this very important issue. We're not alone. You know, there are many organizations throughout our country that deal specifically with issues such as advocacy, such as supply and support that are there for individuals that do have disabilities. I think in particular in my home province, the Society for Manitoba with Disabilities or the Learning Disabilities Association of Manitoba, two examples of just great organizations that over the years have enabled individuals to better understand disabilities in one area, in particular the Learning Disabilities Association of Manitoba, to actually being that advocate and being there for those individuals with disabilities, those being that organization being such as the Society of Manitoba with Disabilities. I think that if you were to canvass and get a better sense in terms of what needs to be done, there are a number of specifics, but I want to pick up on a point in which the previous speaker made mention to, and that is the idea of working with the provincial government. I would go further, Mr. Speaker, by suggesting to you that we even need to take a much bigger holistic approach at dealing with the disabilities issue. What role does Ottawa play? I would like to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that it is one of leadership. That, in fact, Ottawa, the Government of Canada, is in the best position to ensure that there is some sort of a strategic approach across Canada at dealing with this very important issue. That means, in reality, Mr. Speaker, that we need to start looking at who the stakeholders are and ensuring that there is dialogue that's taking place. So, for example, the previous speaker made reference to the province. Provinces, yes, play a very important role. In Manitoba, we've seen legislation that has passed. We've seen the Department of Family Services get directly involved. As many members might be aware, I was a provincial member of the Manitoba legislature for many years, just under 20 years. There is no doubt that the province has a critical role to play. But I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the local municipalities also have a critical role to play. And one could even go beyond that, Mr. Speaker, and talk about education. How important education is in terms of being able to deal with the issue of disabilities and some of the stereotypes that are there in regards to disability. So you can talk about school divisions. I made reference to two great organizations in Manitoba when I started my opening remarks. We can talk about some of the individuals that are directly impacted, individuals that have disabilities. And, Mr. Speaker, there is no shortage whatsoever of strong advocates within that particular community that know and understand because they live it every day, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about wanting to be able to deal with this issue, what we really need to do, as I say, is take more of that holistic approach and what role can Ottawa play. You know, we can pass legislation. We can look in terms of what our national civil service does today. We can take a look in terms of accessibility, whether it's accessibility to the House of Commons or it's to the smaller federal offices scattered throughout our country, Mr. Speaker. From the one-office locations in municipalities to our larger federal buildings across Canada. Accessibility is a critical aspect in dealing with individuals with disability. You know, you don't really get that appreciation unless you're affected firsthand or directly, or maybe it's a sibling or a son, a daughter, a parent, whatever it might be, someone that's close to you that has been profoundly impacted through having a disability. But not only those individuals, Mr. Speaker, but I would ultimately argue the broader community, that all of us have a vested interest. What do I mean when I say a vested interest, Mr. Speaker? For me, it's really two things. One, it's a quality of life. What sort of expectation do we have in terms of trying to provide a certain quality of life for all Canadians, whether they're disabled or not? And I think that we need to strive wherever we can to improve the quality of life. And there are significant challenges in terms of disabilities that are there, Mr. Speaker, from everything from the workplace, and that's where we're focusing a great deal of our time this evening on, but also in terms of living accommodations, which do, in fact, tie in directly to the workplace. Accommodations is very important. Transportation. You know, I have a wonderful individual that has a disability that's recently been likely the greatest or the best volunteer I've had at my constituency office for a long time. And he's done an outstanding job. Transportation is critically important. And where you get individuals that are employed, for example, in the province of Manitoba, they're given a higher priority, and I can understand and appreciate why, in terms of being able to have access to transportation. And transportation is absolutely critical. Well, what about, Mr. Speaker, individuals that want to be able to continue on in terms of volunteers? Through volunteering, you often establish the networking that enables you to land the type of employment that you're hoping to be able to achieve. We need to ensure that there's adequate resources that are there, that are very real, that provide the opportunity for those individuals to gain that employment. Whether it's because someone is in a wheelchair or is someone that is having in another form of a disability, another type of requirement that might be there. It could be a piece of machinery, computer technology. There's a wide variety of things that could be provided for. You see, Mr. Speaker, I would ultimately argue that if, in fact, we made this a higher priority, not only would we be able to improve the quality life of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, but we will also be able to improve, I believe, the economics of our country, as it's been pointed out. There are many jobs that are out there that individuals with disability could, in fact, be filling if they were provided the opportunity, the legitimate opportunity to be able to get engaged in that particular occupation or that particular job. And that's why I say that we have to really start thinking of it from an educational, right from our elementary schools, all the way up, Mr. Speaker, to those that are in a position of being in their 50s and 60s and still wanting to be engaged in the working environment, let alone everyone, Mr. Speaker, that wants to be engaged, generally speaking, that individuals that have the disabilities. I see that my time has expired. I appreciate the opportunity and obviously will be supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I'm pleased to support my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Brant, regarding his motion to endorse rethinking disability in the private sector and encourage greater private-public partnerships to increase job opportunities for persons with disabilities. The Member of Parliament for Brant has a sincere interest in assisting people with disabilities. I'm pleased to acknowledge his efforts as chair of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. I was also delighted with his support that he gave me on my private member's bill C-462, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit and making consequent amendments to the Tax Court of Canada. Bill C-462 was passed unanimously by all members of the House of Commons, and for that, on behalf of persons with disabilities, I thank you. This motion is very timely as it fits in with our Conservative government's focus on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. We have all heard of the skills mismatch in this country. Businesses all across the country are calling it the greatest obstacle to their continued growth. Our Prime Minister has called it the most serious economic issue of our time. We have hundreds of thousands of jobs going unfilled, and yet we have about 800,000 working-age Canadians with disabilities who are unemployed, even though they are capable and want to work. About half of this group have college or university education. Just under 60% of people with disabilities are in the workforce, compared to 80% of other working-age Canadians. There's a clear mismatch here. Businesses are telling us that they can't find workers with the right skills. At the same time, people with these particular skills who just happen to be disabled can't find work. Here's the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker. We are ignoring an important source of talent. People with disabilities can be part of the answer to our skill shortage. When the panel on labor market opportunities for persons with disabilities interviewed employers across the country, they found that there was considerable openness to the idea of hiring people with disabilities. They received positive reactions from businesses of all sizes and from a broad range of industry sectors. Those employers who already had employees with disabilities were more open to hiring more people with disabilities. In fact, they were enthusiastic. They had seen how much people with disabilities contribute to their businesses, And people with disabilities are just like all workers. They are highly motivated to do well, and they work hard. They make excellent employees. The cost of accommodating a person with a disability is often quite low or even non-existent. And I said before, the panel's report makes it clear that accommodation costs are usually so manageable that they should not be a barrier to hiring a person with a disability. For a small investment, employers get very good value. For one thing, businesses with employees with disabilities have less turnover. People with disabilities can give businesses a competitive advantage. So why then are employers not hiring more people with disabilities? It must be that these workers currently do not have the skills for the jobs that are available. That is why our government is responding to this motion directly by investing in programs that will equip people with disabilities with the skills they need for the jobs that are available. In Economic Action Plan 2013, we announced that the Government of Canada will work with the provinces and the territories on a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities to more effectively connect Canadians with disabilities with employers and with jobs. These new agreements will be negotiated this year and will deliver better results by being driven by demand and have more employer involvement. We provide $222 million a year for these agreements, which support approximately 300,000 interventions every year for people with disabilities through more than 100 programs designed and delivered by the provinces. We have rewritten these agreements to better meet the needs of labour, the employers, the particular skills they need, and Canadian businesses will improve the employment prospects of people with disabilities through these programs. Economic Action Plan 2013 also maintained funding of $40 million per year for Opportunities Fund for persons with disabilities, starting in 2015 to 16. The Opportunities Fund is a subsidized job program that helps Canadians with disabilities gain the hands-on experience they need to fully participate in the labour market. Since 2006 to 2007, the Opportunities Fund has helped more than 34,000 clients develop the skills and gain work experience. Economic Action Plan 2013 proposed that employers and community organizations be more involved in the local project design and delivery to ensure a stronger link to market and the labour market needs. This will improve the outcomes for people with disabilities. Some of the other measures that were announced in the action plan include additional funding for the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, some of it which will support research related to the labour market participation of people with disabilities. It will support the creation of the Canada Employers Disability Forum, now officially incorporated under the name Canadian Business Sensibility, as recommended by the panel, and the extension of an ongoing basis of the $15 million per year Enabling Accessibility Fund, which defrays the costs of construction and renovations related to improving physical accessibility, including the addition of a workplace accessibility stream. Mr. Speaker, we want to see the private sector do more. According to the Conference Board survey, in the last 20 years, employment investment in the workplace training has declined by nearly 40%. This has hit persons with disabilities harder than most, for they often require more training. Canadian businesses spend about 35% less on workplace training than their U.S. counterparts. This is why, if we're going to tackle the problem of skill shortages, we're all going to have to pull together. Governments at all levels, employers, institutions, and yes, even individual job seekers are going to have to cooperate for the common good. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the honourable member for Brant for introducing the motion, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today in support of his efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The member for Brant will now have his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my two colleagues on the government side who have spoken tonight, my colleagues from Renfrew, Nipissing and Pembroke, and Brandon Souris, for their words, as well as opposition members who have spoken in support of this evening. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm under no illusions about this particular motion, in the sense that there is much more to do, which is the point that has been brought up on all sides of this House. We have this untapped resource. Here's what we know. We have this untapped resource of approximately 800,000 individuals in this country who have one form of disability or another. And those disabilities range right from episodic types of disabilities through to physical disabilities, intellectual, the broad range of disabilities. Of those individuals, as has been spoken over and over again, about 340,000 of them have post-secondary university or college degrees. These are talented people. These are people we need to match to the jobs that are available in our country, both public and private sector. But let me tell you what this motion is really about. It's about mobilizing in communities at the grassroots level those people who own and operate businesses. I was fortunate before coming to the House of Commons to have owned my own company and run a construction company for 25 years. In those 25 years, I was rewarded greatly by my employees. I would like the opportunity for my colleagues in the construction industry to consider hiring someone with a disability. Not because it's for sympathy or for feeling sorry for someone because they do have a disability. It's because it makes good business sense. And the business case that was laid out by the panel that this government put together for hiring persons with disability, the business case that they put forward shows that the broad range of benefits when you hire someone who has a disability go far beyond what anyone's expectations could be. First of all, they are some of the most hardest working individuals in this country when they get a job. There are many reasons for this, but first and foremost, they are thankful for having a job. They are a group of people who inspire those who are around them. And so another great benefit is all of a sudden attrition rates and rates of turnover of other employees reduces greatly, because people want to be around and be inspired by these wonderful individuals, many of whom have to overcome many, many obstacles on a daily basis that most of us don't have to face. Now, in my community, I've seen it. I've seen it in groups of individuals who support those with disabilities. I've seen it in individual lives. I've seen individuals who started their own businesses. I've seen people, as many of us have, when we go out to do business for our own personal reasons, we see these individuals in our communities. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we took the next steps as a society to make sure the focus is on that pocket of individuals in our community when we see opportunities, and encourage those who have businesses to consider them on their merits when there is a job opening? And that's what this motion strives to do. It sets out prescriptive things that the government can do, many of them non-monetary, because it's my belief that it's private sector's responsibility to step up to the plate here. And so they need to step up and realize that there is this pool of untapped talent out there. And so it is this motion's very prescriptive actions, and to include the government support necessary to go behind it. And we talked about accommodation. There's been things brought up such as transportation. All of these are pieces of the puzzle that can help. But it's those opportunities, those doors that need to be opened. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion, and I appreciate the support of all members of this House on this motion that can move the yardsticks ahead one step. It is better to take it one step at a time than to not take any action at all. Mr. Speaker, it's a great privilege and honor to have put forward this motion. Thank you for the time and the debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. McColman, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should endorse the report of the panel on labour market opportunities for persons with disabilities, entitled Rethinking Disability in the Private Sector, and its findings, and commit to furthering public-private cooperation by A, building on existing government initiatives such as the Opportunities Fund, the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the ratification of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the labour market agreements for persons with disabilities. B, issuing a call to action for Canadian employers to examine the expert panel's findings and encouraging employers to take advantage of private sector-led initiatives to increase employment levels for persons with disabilities in Canada. C,
C, pursuing greater accountability and coordination of its labour market funding for persons with disabilities and ensuring that funding is demand-driven and focused on suitable performance indicators with strong demonstrable results. D, establishing an increased focus on young people with disabilities to include support mechanisms specifically targeted at increasing employment levels among youth with disabilities through programs such as Youth Employment Strategy, and E, strengthening efforts to identify existing innovative approaches to increasing the employment of persons with disabilities occurring in communities across Canada and ensuring that the programs have the flexibility to help replicate such approaches.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article 93 du règlement, le vote
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 12, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely grain transportation. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Mr. Eiking, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to thank the Speaker for allowing me to bring this grain crisis to the floor of the House of Commons tonight. And I will be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North this evening. And over the next 4.5 hours, farmers and their families will be watching MPs debate the crisis that they are facing and the money they are losing. And we're hoping that many other Canadians will be watching this too, so they can have an understanding about the crisis that's at hand out on the prairies. And we hope following this debate tonight that we can see more action from the government. Mr. Speaker, we've been hearing from many farmers and farm groups from across the country on the frustration they're facing with delays in shipping and the money they're losing. This last fall, I visited Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta in November, and I witnessed firsthand the mountains of wheat, canola, and other crops that were building up outside the grain elevators. Mr. Speaker, I've seen them stored not only in the elevators, I've seen them, the grain stored in their machinery sheds, I've seen them stored on tarpaulins, but at that time, many of them are very optimistic. The crop was good, the prices were good, and they figured that the system would be able to, and they had customers. So what more could you ask for? I recall visiting one farm. His name was Curtis McRae in Manitoba. He's from St. Andrews in Manitoba, and he had over 30,000 bushels of wheat and 30,000 bushels of canola on his 5,000-acre farm, and it was a very impressive farm at that. But he said the local elevator wasn't taking any grain. They were waiting for 600 cars to move the crop that was already at hand. Now, that's just one example of the many thousands that we're seeing right across the prairies. So as a result, the prices started dropping. The prices have dropped now 40%. And the problem we're hearing is that there's no cost-benefit analysis and no business plan to manage the implementation of transportation. The Agriculture Minister has even defended the railroad last fall, stating the grain company's performance was adequate, which was clearly not. Promises were also made by the Minister to bring forward new legislation to rectify the imbalance in the market power between the farmers and the railroads, to enable shippers to get a decent level of transportation service. Now, this federal legislation introduced last June was supposed to deal with this situation, and it was called the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. Well, it has not worked. Many prairie farmers agree that the legislation needs to be amended to make it easier to hit the railroad companies with fines over these transportation bottlenecks. The current act is not effective. Now, we've got to realize over 95% of Canada's export grain is shipped by rail. And Canada is the top canola producer in the world, and we're the second largest exporter of wheat. And we had, Mr. Speaker, we had over 100 million tons of crop out west this year. What a bonanza, and what an opportunity we could have had. And there was customers out there for the crop. Now, when you look at the nation's two major carriers, two major railroads, we have the CNR and we have the Canadian Pacific. And they say they're each providing 5,000 cars and one's 5,500 cars a week to move the grain. But that's not even half as much as we need. It's not only you see it on the prairies with the railroads. There was 20 vessels, big ships waiting for grain in Vancouver, and 5 ships waiting at Prince Rupert. That's the 2 grain terminals on the western coast, and that was in October 31st. Mr. Speaker, today there's between 30 and 40 vessels still waiting to be loaded in Vancouver alone. So you see, there's a big problem. We got the crop, we got the customers, we got the ships. It's just not getting there. Ships have been idling for as long as 6 weeks in Vancouver, waiting for grain. 6 weeks, and it costs $12,000 to $20,000 every day in demurrage penalties. Now, who's going to pay for that? Well, I was talking to a farmer yesterday from Saskatchewan. It's going to come right back out of the farmer's pocket. That's who's going to be ended up paying for these delays. Now, Canada's based grain companies have also been charged more than $20 million in fees for delays at the Port of Vancouver since August. And that's according to the Western Grain Elevator Association. Some grain companies have sales to China, but they're not being able to transport all their grain. So what's happening? Who's utilizing all the rail services? Well, it's being utilized by crude oil, potash, other products are getting priority, but not the grain farmers, because there's no watchdog over the whole system. And this is leaving as much as 3 million tons of grain stuck on the prairies. Now, the Canadian railroads, they've shipped 34% more cars of fuel, oil, and crude petroleum in October. So they're shipping more other products than the year before. CP Rail reported 19,900 car shortfall, according to January service report. Outstanding grain car orders for CN total over 17,000, according to the January 17th report. And let's look at some of the prices. Less than a year ago, wheat was selling for $9 a bushel. Now farmers are getting less than $4 for the same quality wheat. Less than half the price. Fuel costs are all the same. Seed prices are all the same. Fertilizers all the same. But now look what they're getting the price. And that's if they could sell it and then get it to their customer. And the problem isn't the lack of competitive transportation system, but the grain is in competition, like I said, not only with oil, but it's also potash, coal. These are other commodities that are taking up the rail space, which accompany for 54,000 cars in November. These other commodities were taking up, which is a big increase from the year before. So we have loaded rail cars, and they're waiting at the elevators for up to 11 days. 11 days waiting. And then you look at the demurrage fees I already talked about. That's adding up to $20 million. So you look at all these losses, and what does that add up? Well, we're figuring it out now. It adds up to $1 million a day. Every day, and it's all going to come out of the farmer's pocket. Overall, they're losing $1 million a day. And what does the minister do? He throws $1 million to the whole project for a study.
Shame.
A study. Well, it doesn't take much of a study when you call these growers from right across the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you look at some of the farm leaders across the country and you read some of the newspapers that we're getting right from the prairies, and I'll name a few of the farm leaders, and I quote them in some of the articles, and when this one's coming right out of the Canadian press. And this is this gentleman. He's from the Keystone Agriculture Producers, as my colleague knows very well, that they're the biggest agriculture organization in Manitoba. Yep. So Doug Chorney from the Keystone Agriculture Producers says the backlog is so bad that mountains of wheat and other crops are building outside the jammed grain elevators. As prices fall, he says, farmers are wondering what is so good about a record bumper crop is to them if they cannot get it to market, he states. This is grain in piles across Western Canada, he states, from Brandon, Manitoba. This creates a big cash flow problems for the farmers. Bills have to be paid. Now the minister also came out with he said, well, we'll give them an advance payment, a small advance payment. So picture this, you're a farmer, you got all these piles of grain, and they're going to give you advance payment. That has to be paid back. It's only going to be paid back if you sell the grain. So I don't know where the rationale is here, and I don't think farmers are feeling any more confident. Now that's in Manitoba. So let's move over to Saskatchewan. Norm Hall, he's the president of the Agriculture Producers Association of Saskatchewan. And he states, and this is this legislation that the Conservatives brought in June, this fair rail freight service act, he said it's just not effective. He said the legislation needs to be amended to make it easier to hit the railroad companies with fines over the transportation bottlenecks, he states. He states there's no teeth to make sure this happens. The legislation does not include a provision for possible penalties, up to $100,000, but only if the government arbitrator decides a signed service agreement between a shipping company and a railroad has been violated. Well, what's that going to do to make accountability to the rail service? So that's out of Saskatchewan. I don't know how the members from Saskatchewan or the prairies, the Conservative members going home, they must be getting an earful when they're down at the curling rink or the hockey rink over the last few weeks. I'm sure. It must be a hard go for them, but there is answers and there is solutions out there. So let's move over to Alberta. Lynn Jacobson. She's the president of...
Member has used up all of his time. Perhaps in the period of questions and comments, the member will be allowed to. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton, Melville.
Yeah, from Bakerville Wainwright, Mr. Speaker. That's fine.
I keep doing that. My son's in-laws keep reminding me that I should know this area quite well. The honourable member for Bakerville Wainwright.
Yeah, I understand your son in Bakerville has a really great MP, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that. Well, yeah. Anyway, you know, Mr. Speaker, I hate to agree with the honourable member from Atlantic Canada, not only because he's a Liberal, but from some of his positions on issues I think are just plain wrong. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, what he's saying on this issue is correct. There is a huge problem. The railways are part of the problem. The grain companies are part of the problem. I don't know whether the ports are part of the problem. And the honourable member from Malpeque is heckling, saying, and if you had the wheat board, it'd be better. Quite frankly, it'd be worse, Mr. Speaker. And you'd never be able to figure out what the problem was with the system if you had the wheat board. And farmers aren't going there, by the way. They know that's not part of the answer. That's been a part of the problem. The problem would be worse, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, the problem is there. Some of the advice or some of the information he's referred to from farmers is, in fact, I believe, completely accurate. Those problems are there. I have farmland. I rent to people across Alberta and Saskatchewan, and these young people have been phoning me and complaining about the same situation. But I haven't heard a single idea that would provide a solution to this. And I'd ask the member if he has any concrete ideas for how we can deal with this problem. I mean, the railways have to perform better. Grain companies shouldn't be allowed to take advantage of this situation, which is only there because of the monopoly situation of the railroad. You have a choice of either CN or CP, depending on which line you're closest to. So I'd just like to ask the member.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
First of all, I thank the honourable member for his question. And I got to commend him. He was one of the few over on the other side that even questioned the minister on the lack of action. I mean, first of all, they got rid of the wheat board. And they didn't have any... It's not making any more money. The Speaker's not making any more money for the farmers. But let's not open that debate. Let's not open that debate because it's gone. But you know what? When they got rid of it, they should have had a backfilling. They should have had something to take its place. And the Railroad Act did not do it. It did not do it. It had no teeth in it. The rail companies knew there was no teeth in it last fall. That's why they kept shipping more potash and oil, because there was no teeth in the legislation. These guys had the chance to have a good act there that would be a watchdog over the railroads, and they didn't have it. They got rid of the wheat board, nothing put in its place, and now that's why we have the situation. Now, they're trying to play catch-up, but it's costing the farmers money, costing them big money to have this catch-up, and it's not working. What's going to happen with all these grain piles and come the springtime? Moisture starts getting in them, starts deteriorating. Where are you going to find the customers?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his comments, because I'm just getting emails like all the rest, and I'm sure on the other side as well, as some members from the Prairie region are also seeing the same thing. I wonder if my colleague can comment on the fact that, yes, the wheat board is gone and we're not re-entering that debate, but part of the piece that disappeared as well was the logistics of moving grain off the prairies. It was actually then handed over to private companies. That's what this side wanted. The government side wanted to do that. And clearly what we're seeing is as soon as they get a bumper crop, those individuals of those particular companies are failing farmers. So would my friend agree that what really needed to happen was some sort of logistical support system needed to be left in place, not totally eliminated and left it up to private enterprise? Because, Mr. Speaker, what happened with private enterprise with Hunter Harrison at CP last year is he got rid of 11,000 cars and 440 locomotives. He took capacity out of his system right before a bumper crop. But what happened with CP was they made more money, but left farmers stranded. I wonder if my colleague would like to comment to any of those pieces.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria, you have about 40 seconds.
Well, thank you for the question. And he hit the nail on the head, how the Conservatives dropped the ball on this. And we see it even at the Vancouver port. The wheat board used to have a way of controlling where all the cars were going. I think what happens, the grain industry is so important for not only farmers out west, but for people who buy the grain, the livestock farmers in eastern Canada, all over the world. And then we cannot leave it up to the total free enterprise system of them shipping their cars over to potash or oil. There had to be a watchdog. Somebody has to be accountable. They should have been quarterly reporting on this to see if people are being taken care of, and they have not. And it's on their watch, and they're going to have to suffer for it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really important that we recognize the simple fact that Canada has the best wheat in the world. And throughout the prairies, what you'll see is we have wheat sitting in bins. We have wheat being covered by light plastic sitting in fields. And you have to imagine the frustration of the farmer in the prairies today that has poured his heart and soul into producing the best wheat in the world, and the Government of Canada has not done enough to ensure that that wheat is out of the prairies and being delivered to the west, Mr. Speaker, on the coast, where we have dozens of ships in the ocean that are just sitting there empty, waiting to receive that prairie wheat. How do you best describe the feelings of the farmer that's sitting in rural Manitoba, rural Saskatchewan, or in Alberta? Given their efforts in terms of trying to produce not only wheat, Mr. Speaker, but contributing immensely to the prairie economy, the thousands of jobs, both direct and indirect. And if you try to get an understanding of how the farmer has been impacted, Mr. Speaker, you'll get a better appreciation, I believe, in terms of the negligence of this government in not doing what it should have been doing, Mr. Speaker. What we're debating today shouldn't be any surprise. You know, we've had wonderful crops last fall. There's no surprise that we needed to be able to get that wheat to the ports. What has the government been doing, Mr. Speaker, in order to address that issue? My colleague said, you know, they offered, what, $1 million or just over $1 million? 1.5 million dollars. Well, Mr. Speaker, one could talk about falling short on that particular front, but the biggest failure is the government not recognizing early enough the need to deal with the transportation and handling issue. And that has got to be the biggest disappointment for the farmer today, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've had the privilege of living in the prairies for many, well, I was born in the prairies, and I go to the prairies every weekend. It's my home. I've been on many different farms as a guest. I've been a passenger in some of these gigantic tractors. You know, a couple of years ago, I can remember driving down number 2 highway late in the evening, Mr. Speaker, and you see this bright lights, sequence of lights. Must have been 14, 16 lights. And what it is combines working together to pull the wheat off the ground. Mr. Speaker, it is so impressive to know that our product feeds many parts of this world. I suspect virtually any country that imports wheat at one point or another has looked to Canada in terms of being able to provide it. Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate that the handling and transportation of wheat and other products are of critical importance, and I don't want to claim to know all of the details of how that is managed. I look to individuals within my caucus, in particular my colleague from Wascana, the Member of Parliament from Regina, who has time and time again raised this issue on behalf of the Liberal Party as the Deputy Leader, as an individual that has served the prairies, not only Saskatchewan, but the prairies as a whole, representing our Liberal caucus, in ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that in fact what we are seeing is the issue of the farmer being brought to the House as often as possible. We have former critics and our current critic working with the leader of the Liberal Party saying that we needed to be able to bring this crisis to the floor in the form of an emergency debate. And I applaud, because it does not happen very often, Mr. Speaker, where we get an acknowledgement from the Speaker saying that, yes, this is an emergency debate. So we are pleased, through the critic of the Liberal Party, that we are able to bring forward this debate tonight. Because at the very least, Mr. Speaker, what it does is it highlights just how critically important it is that this issue be dealt with. It is a crisis. You don't have to be, an academic ivory tower individual to comprehend the situation to the degree in which, put simply, there is a need for intervention. And we're looking to the government to come up with ideas. The opposition or the Conservative members stood up and said, well, tell us your ideas. I'm looking forward to the government members coming forward and sharing their ideas. More importantly, I'd like to hear what the government has actually done to date that should have prevented this from taking place. How is it going to make amends to the farmers and others that ultimately that it is virtually destroyed in some ways? Income. It's been pointed out, 30, 40, 50% loss of revenue. That is incredible losses, Mr. Speaker. Imagine being a business, having your own business, and you get hit with a 30 to 60% loss of revenue, the impact that that's going to have. We already ask our farmers to work 7 days a week, 16-hour days, especially in certain times of the year, Mr. Speaker. We're looking for the government to come up with ideas. The member or the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party has talked about the Rail Freight Service Act. The Liberal Party's been talking about transportation for months, Mr. Speaker, both inside and outside of Ottawa. We've recognized that the need has been there. My colleague made reference to the fact that he was out in the prairies just last fall, talking about, the piles of wheat that were accumulating back then. This should be no surprise. So you've got to ask the question, why? Where has the government been? And the government needs to start demonstrating that it really has an understanding of what's taking place, and tell the farmers and others that are watching tonight exactly what it is that they're prepared to do in order to resolve this issue. A boat sits out in the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean, Mr. Speaker, every day, $15,000 just to sit there, empty, waiting for the wheat. Nothing like having a boat go into port, get a partial deposit of wheat, and then having to go back out and wait for another or the same company to put another deposit so they can be transferred into that boat. There is a coordinating thing that has been lost here. There is no doubt in my mind that some of the actions of this government have caused the problem. And that is something in which I believe many farmers out west understand and believe and will remember. And they're watching in terms of what it is that this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. The farmers in the prairies are starting to lose confidence in a significant way in the Conservative government. And we hope, Mr. Speaker, to continue to raise the issue, whether, as I say, it's here inside the House or outside of the House, where the farmers are, in the prairie regions, to talk and communicate and to take that. As you know, the leader of the Liberal Party constantly tells us he wants us to connect with Canadians. We are connecting with farmers, and we're going to continue to hammer home the message that the government needs to stand up and start taking responsibility and being more accountable to the farmers, especially in our prairies, Mr. Speaker. This is a time in need, and we want the
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to have this debate, and it's about time we had this debate. This has been an issue that I've been talking to my constituents about since basically October, November, when the crop started coming off. One thing I'll remind the member, though, is there's actually the member from Wascana, when he was ag minister, that actually came out with the new type of rail system that we're faced with today. He was the guy that actually went to the farmers and said, you know what, get rid of your small-town elevators, get rid of your branch lines, buy a Super B, go to inland terminals, and make a more efficient railway service. Well, it was more efficient, but it didn't go back to the farmers. Where did it go? It went to ship more coal, more potash, more oil. So that is the Liberal policy on this. And I guess my question to my member is, when it comes to the revenue cap, where's the Liberal policy on that?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
2 points, Mr. Speaker. First, let's acknowledge the member said it's about time for this debate. And I agree. The time for this debate probably was a lot earlier, apparently. The need for it was a lot earlier. But let's recognize the only reason why we're having this debate tonight is because it was the Liberal Party that said that we need to have this issue debated. It is a priority. It's an emergency. There's a crisis out that's happening in the prairies. Now, in regards to the latter issue, I would welcome the opportunity to see a good, healthy debate between the Prime Minister or the member with the member from Wascana any day in terms of the prairie farm and the decisions that the Liberal Party of Canada made back when we were in government compared to the damage that has been caused by this government. Never before have we seen the piles of wheat to the degree that we see them today. That's because of conservative mismanagement. You have to take responsibility for some of the actions or lack of actions that you have taken or not taken.
The member from Winnipeg North is well versed in the rules of the House. His comments have to be directed to the chair, not to other members of Parliament. Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The member mentions back when we were in government in 1995, the Liberal government privatized CN in the CN Commercialization Act. Section 16 of that act stipulates that the railway and other transportation works in Canada of CN, or every subsidiary, and it continues on, are hereby declared to be works for the general advantage of Canada. Seeing as the health of our grain farmers on the prairies are also to the advantage of Canada, would this member support or agree to compel CN to act through the Commercialization Act that they enacted in 1995 through Section 16?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we would like to ultimately see this evening is ideas and thoughts brought to the table, and where there is opportunities for us to be able to assist the farmer, I think that that's what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping, in particular, to hear some initiatives that will be coming from the government side. And I think that as we continue to see time pass, that there will be some ideas that will be discussed and hopefully acted upon, Mr. Speaker, where it is in fact viable to do so. I thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright. I got it right that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think there are some things that all of us will agree to here tonight, and if we could just agree to those things and then get on with the rest of the debate, I think that would be helpful. First of all, farmers have done a marvelous job in growing this crop. Incredible. It's by a record crop by far, Mr. Speaker. We've never grown a crop like this before. Secondly, the railways simply haven't performed in the last 2 months. CN has become an excellent railway. It's increased movement of all commodities, including grain, each year for the past 4 years until December and January. And it absolutely was essential. They did that, Mr. Speaker. The third thing we can agree to is that a lot of harm is being done to farmers because the railways aren't moving grain as they should. And grain companies are taking advantage of this situation, the fact there's not competition, and are offering farmers a lower price than they would be if we'd had real competition in moving the grain to the port. So we think we can agree on all those things, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to ask the member once again to provide some serious, part of the solution to this problem, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, you don't have much time.
Okay, I think first, Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize the need to amend the Rail Freight Service Act, and if the member needs some advice on that, the member from Wascana would be more than happy, or the critic for agriculture would be more than happy to provide that that information or the amendments necessary. That is something that's an absolute must that we have to do. The question is, Mr. Speaker, is to what degree has the Government of Canada actually sat down with our railways and talked about the number of locomotives and rolling stock and the staffing issue that is there, that's in place to ensure that we could, in fact, mobilize and get that wheat out to the Pacific Ocean. This is something in which the government should have been working with the rail lines with, and Mr. Speaker, we hope that they will expand on that particular point as we go on in the debate this evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are here tonight because in Western Canada we are dealing with a record crop. All players in the supply chain are looking at solutions to getting grain more quickly to port. Let me tell you what Mr. Greg Stanford, President of the Grain Growers of Canada, said. He said, quote, "We had a record crop last year with a significant increase in yields, a buoyant farm economy, better genetics, increased usage of new and better fungicides, overall better agronomics, and better utilization of micronutrients and fertilizer application were all contributing factors," unquote. Mr. Speaker, as many in the industry have said, higher crop volumes are expected to be the new normal, and our government is taking action to help the industry prepare for that. Our government also understands the challenges Canadian farmers are facing. Canadian farmers face some of the longest inland distances to market of any exporting nation. On the prairies, grain travels an average of 1,500 kilometers to reach a port terminal. In addition, in 2012, farmers paid over $1 billion to move grain by rail. Grain growers deserve an efficient, reliable, and predictable rail service to get their crops to market. World demand is growing, and while the bumper crop is posing frustrations for our grain farmers, it also represents an opportunity for the industry to find new efficiencies. And that's why we're working with stakeholders on a number of fronts to make the supply chain more competitive. Over the past months, the Minister has met on several occasions with key players throughout the grain sector to find long-term solutions. With the new reality of larger crops, this holistic approach is the best way forward, and certainly much more constructive than pointing fingers. That said, as we are working with stakeholders to identify improvements going forward, we expect all players in the supply chain to step up their game. Now, I'd like to talk about an important action that our government is taking to protect the economy and Canadian grain producers. Notre gouvernement est préoccupé.
Our government is concerned by the eventual repercussions of a CN strike on Canadian farmers who are working hard, also on the manufacturing sector and on exporters. We were disappointed to learn that the Teamsters Union at CN had given notice of strike. A strike would have major damaging effects on our economy, both for our agricultural producers, for manufacturing workers in Ontario, and for workers in Quebec. A work stoppage could cost $450 million a week to the Canadian economy. Canadian farmers have had a record harvest. During this time, our Conservative government has opened markets to our producers. The government is working hard for this sector, But a devastating strike could hurt Canadian workers and their families and our producers and their families. Today, in the port of Vancouver, there are container ships that are waiting to be loaded with grains. Our government will not allow other obstacles to prevent Canadian exporters and their exports from having access to markets. A strike would hurt the economy, so our position is clear. Our economy must be protected. Our product must be able to get out on the market, and jobs must be preserved. And that's why today our government is acting to protect the Canadian economy and Canadian farmers. That's why we have indicated that we will table a bill to keep CN on the rails.
Confirmation that our government welcomes a tentative deal to protect Canadian jobs and the economy and prevent a strike at CN Rail. And in fact, what our Minister of Labour said, Mr. Speaker, is that I am pleased that the parties continue to make every effort to settle their differences. It's essential that employers and unions work together to come to agreements that are in the best interest of everyone involved. So, Mr. Speaker, they are reaching a tentative agreement, but of course this still has to be finalized. And of course I would ask the members of the opposition to support the type of legislation that we are proposing if this tentative deal is not finalized. As well as taking action on a potential CN strike, our government has taken steps to improve the performance of the entire rail supply chain. This includes investing $1.5 million in a special Crops Canada-led multi-sector collaboration project of the pulse, oilseeds, and grain industries to improve supply chain efficiency and reliability. Passing the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, which creates a process to establish service agreements. Investing $25 million to support grain shipments through the Port of Churchill. Implementing marketing freedom for Western Canadian wheat and barley growers. And we're also working, yes, that was a great initiative, we're also working to help farmers get their crops to market by bringing industry groups together through groups such as the Commodity Supply Chain Table, the Crop Logistics Working Group, and Value Chain Roundtables to facilitate comprehensive industry-led solutions. On Monday, we further acted to respond to early recommendations of the Crop Logistics Working Group by pursuing enhancements to the grain monitoring program to improve the frequency of reporting, and by committing to providing an ongoing forum for representatives across the industry to discuss improvement throughout the supply chain. The Crop Logistics Working Group has clearly identified a need for more fulsome measurement of the transportation system from farm to point of sale. The working group said that a broader, more timely system is needed to deliver the kind of information that is required to support the efficient functioning of the crop logistics system. In other words, to improve productivity, timely and transparent measurements are needed. Building on their recommendations, we are taking action to expand the mandate of the grain monitoring program to incorporate that information and to increase the frequency from quarterly reporting to monthly reporting. Expanded monitoring will provide a much clearer picture for all players, helping them to improve planning and to cut overall costs. The proposed expanded range of metrics and reporting frequency would include railway order fulfillment information, weekly loads on wheels by carrier, the covered hopper car fleet size and grain service for both mainline carriers by class of service on a weekly basis, terminal unload performance by railway, Western Canada Railway grain traffic to Eastern Canada, United States, and Mexican destinations, U.S. grain traffic to Western Canadian destinations, and Western Canadian grain traffic shipped to port in containers. Our common goal is a more transparent system so that all players in the supply chain, especially farmers, have the information they need to make the right decisions for their businesses and for our economy as a whole. Together, a better flow of information will help build a more reliable, predictable, and efficient transportation system. Now, Mr. Speaker, these concrete actions build on our previous investment of $1.5 million under Growing Forward 2 to identify key areas of improvement in the supply chain and develop the tools and technical support to get there. This is a 5-year long-term collaborative industry effort led by Pulse Canada. With matching industry investment, the goal is to improve the efficiency and reliability of the supply chain from farm gate to port terminal. Mr. Speaker, the whole idea of increasing our logistics capacity is being able to figure out where we're at, where we're short, and what needs to be done. And I would add that we have the support of the grain growers of Canada in this way forward. As well, the Premier of Saskatchewan spoke today to a trade summit in Saskatoon, where he said, and I quote, "We fully support the federal government in any measures they can take to address this situation." As many in the industry have said, these kinds of crops are the new normal. Everyone has to improve, and that includes the railroads. Mr. Speaker, since day one, our government has been there for Canadian farmers, and we are there for them today. Our government knows that Canada's grain industry drives our economy and jobs with over $20 billion of our exports. The fact is that agriculture is a growing economic powerhouse in Canada and around the world. Agriculture is a big reason why Canada's economy is leading the industrialized world. And that is why our government continues to ensure that farmers and food processors have the tools they need to continue to grow our economy and to employ Canadians. And let me give you a few examples, Mr. Speaker. Top of mind, of course, is marketing freedom for Western Canada's hard-working wheat and barley producers. This year's record harvest clearly demonstrates that the end of the old single desk 2 years ago has reinvigorated Canada's world-class grain industry. Our farmers seeded 2 million more acres of wheat and produced over 20 million more tons of grain this year over last year. Since the end of the antiquated single desk, Western grain farmers now enjoy the basic right to make their own business decisions on the marketing of their crop. Over the first 18 months of freedom, we have seen record farm incomes with a strong balance sheet. 2 million new acres of wheat, and wheat exports up by close to 20%, with sales to the United States up by half. A Canadian Federation of Independent Business survey found that the vast majority of its agriculture members, over 80%, are positive on the impact of marketing freedom on their operations. It's called choice, it's called freedom, and it's clearly working. Trade is another excellent example of how we are strengthening the industry. To help our farmers find new markets for their high-quality crops, our government is moving ahead with the most aggressive trade agenda in the nation's history. To those voices for protectionism who would build a wall around Canada, I would remind them that Canadian farmers depend on trade to market up to 85% of their products. For 2013, all signs point to another record year. Our beef industry is back on the map, with our beef trade with China increasing sixfold last year alone. None of this would have been possible without a lot of hard work from industry and our government working together. Of course, the historic breakthrough on trade was our agreement in principle with the European Union on a comprehensive economic and trade agreement. This accord is without doubt the most comprehensive and ambitious trade agreement since NAFTA. Upon ratification, Canada will be one of the only developed countries in the world to have preferential access to the world's two largest economies, the European Union and the United States. With Europe and NAFTA, that will mean access to more than 800 million of the world's most affluent customers. Right now, our agriculture imports hit a tariff wall of almost 14%. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see the kind of opportunity we're looking at in the world's largest and the most affluent market for food. Under this agreement, tariffs will be eliminated on the vast majority of our agricultural exports, including wheat, which currently faces tariffs of up to $122 per ton. Clearly, this agreement will mean more money in the pockets of our Canadian grain producers. And likewise, the Canadian beef sector will secure new market access opportunities for exports of 65,000 tons, and the industry estimates that new beef market access under this accord to be worth about $600 million a year. And additionally, increased access for Canadian pork products to the EU has been estimated by industry to grow by $400 million, or $20 a hog. For Canadians' economy as a whole, the agreement is expected to create an additional 80,000 jobs nationwide and boost Canada's GDP by $12 billion. We're working hard now to finalize the technical issues which would then allow the agreement in principle to be formally approved. We will also push forward on other trade agreements like India and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a vast market of almost 800 million people. As well, we have revived the South Korean trade talks. Here at home, Mr. Speaker, we continue to transform and modernize our agricultural industry to help farmers drive our economy and feed the world. Going forward, too, our 5-year framework for agriculture with the provinces and territories has a much stronger focus on proactive measures like science and research and less on the reactive measures of the past. Growing forward, too, is driving innovation through investments of over $70 million in industry-led research clusters on grains and oilseeds alone. We are helping our grain sector to succeed. We remain committed to developing a policy to manage low-level presence of genetically modified organisms in grain for food and feed. We continue to work with our trading partners and domestic stakeholders to develop an approach that is predictable, flexible, transparent, and proactive. Also to drive innovation, the government recently introduced the Agricultural Growth Act to bring our plant breeders legislation in line with the rest of the world. UPOV 91, as it's known, will strengthen intellectual property rights for plant breeders and help increase investment in research and development for Canada's crop sector. These discussions have been going on for 22 years, and industry agrees it's time to invigorate investment, innovation, and growth in Canada's agricultural sector right now. That will help our farmers remain competitive by providing them with access to the best new crop varieties, whether they are developed here in Canada or abroad. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess what I'm saying is that farmers have a bright future. My message to this House this evening is that we are taking action on the grain transportation challenges our farmers are facing. We are taking action on early recommendations of the Crop Logistics Working Group. Our government knows that action is needed now and for the long term. We will continue to take a holistic approach, working with all stakeholders across the industry. The Ministers of Agriculture and Transport continue to work with producers and the entire value chain to identify and generate new efficiencies. All stakeholders, from farmers to elevators to grain companies to railways, must look at the challenges of transporting this year's record harvest and identify improvements for going forward. It's a competitive marketplace. Our farmers' renewed strength also have benefited from marketing freedom. Marketing freedom coupled with a top-quality product puts our farmers on a level playing field with any country in the world. To win and maintain our markets, Canada must not only be competitive on price and quality, but also service reliability. The recommendations from the Crop Logistics Working Group are a big step in that direction. I am confident they will help build a stronger supply chain for farmers over the short, medium, and long term. Record volumes present both challenges and opportunities for the industry. And the time is right for the Canadian grain industry to capture these opportunities in marketing their world-class products in a secure and profitable way. Mr. Speaker, our government has always put farmers first, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpak.
Thank you.
Third motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By golly, if you're a farmer sitting out there tonight who doesn't believe that you'll get your grain shipped till probably spring and therefore have no income, you must be really assured by the lead spokesman of the Government of Canada that you're going to still sit there till spring with no income, because that's all this member said tonight. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary falls back on this 2 million more acres. Well, look, Canadians, don't be fooled by that. In 1990, in fact, there was 9 million more acres seeded than there was last year. So let's not play that numbers game. My question to the member is quite simple. My question is this. Who is allocating? Who's responsible for allocating the grain cars now to so that the grain can get moved? The member used the diversion of possibly a strike. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, Parrish and Heinbecker put in an order for 800 cars last week. They got 0. There's roughly 4,500 cars supposed to be allocated every week, and that was 0. It used to be the Wheat Board allocated the cars and took some control over the railway and the grain company. So my question, who is allocating the cars now? Who's responsible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And clearly in my speech, what I was showing were a few things. One of them were the actions that we are taking, and primarily engaging all stakeholders across the crop logistics sector. Secondly, I was showing, too, how farming and agriculture has succeeded under our government, both with ending the single desk monopoly of the Wheat Board, but also with our innovations in science and research, and the fact that an extra 2 million acres were seeded is good news. This member treats it as bad news. And, Mr. Speaker, the harvest is up by 20 million tons. There's no question that it is a record crop this year and that the transportation system is struggling to deliver. We do not take this matter lightly, which is why the Minister has been meeting with stakeholders across the country on a number of different occasions, Mr. Speaker, and we have made funding available to encourage them to find solutions, not just tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, but in the short, medium, and long term, because we are convinced that agriculture is going to continue to succeed, and they need medium to long-term solutions as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. The only thing missing was the Canada Action Plan signed behind him, quite frankly, but I know you wouldn't allow that, Mr. Speaker, as a prop, because we talked about CETA, and we talked about perhaps TPP and South Korea and all these trade deals. Well, they can sign trade deals, quite frankly, until the grain rots in the bin, because they're not going to move one kernel of grain signing another free trade agreement, no matter how good it is. This is about getting stuff off the prairies. And that, the Parliamentary Secretary, that speech, as wonderful as it was, to highlight all of the wonderful things this government thinks it has done, will not move grain off the prairies. Let me tell you what Gordon Bacon said just this week as part of your roundtable group. He said, the study obviously is it's very serious to improve transportation is needed, but he said it's not as simple as adding more rail cars. Shipping grain requires coordination from farm to rail to terminal to port, he said. Well, we used to have that, but this government decided in its wisdom it didn't need it anymore and threw it away. It says our grain, and the Parliamentary Secretary talked about these great deals and how we're going to be wonderful partners. Mr. Bacon says, head of Pulse Canada, says, our goal is seen as a reliable supplier of grain to markets around the world. Our record is a bit tarnished in that area. How on earth do we ever do trade deals with our partners when our reputation is tarnished?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I see from the opposition a lot of arm waving, and something should be done. But I don't hear any proposals. I don't hear what the opposition is proposing to actually resolve this problem tomorrow, which is actually what they're advocating for. Mr. Speaker, what are needed are short, medium, and long-term solutions. There is a record harvest this year, which is complicating all matters regarding transportation and crop logistics. I don't think anybody in this House believes that if the single-desk wheat board were in charge, all those problems would be solved. In fact, what we saw was another layer of bureaucracy and, in fact, far less efficiency and far more unhappy farmers than we have today. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing here is working within the sector in a meaningful way, making funding available to launch initiatives to solve this problem, but not just tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, in the near, medium, and long term. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Agriculture for his comments. And I also want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for the work that he has done on this file. There's no question that we have some major challenges. In my riding the Selkirk Interlake in Manitoba, we are facing the backlog. We know that we have many producers that just can't get their grain delivered. Patterson Elevator at the South Lakes location in Selkirk Interlake is full. They can't move grain, and it's been difficulty getting cars placed. And these inland terminals can handle a lot of volume as long as the rail system works. Now, it's great to see that the Minister has met with all players in the industry and CN and CP, but I want the Parliamentary Secretary to really talk about the problem of, one, making sure that farmers make use of cash advances for those that can't deliver at this point in time, and two, what we're doing to ensure that CN and CP rise to the challenge that we have with this bumper crop, and also make sure that we're not in this situation again next year.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague brought up an excellent point about the APP to help farmers, the advanced payment plan, to help farmers manage cash flow challenges that they might realize, particularly because of what's happening logistically right now in the grain sector. In terms of what are we doing with the railroads, Mr. Speaker, we're bringing the railroads together with the minister, but with the other stakeholders in the industry so that common solutions can be found. Normally, Mr. Speaker, when the government jumps in with its own solution, if proper consultation and proper work has not been done with stakeholders, those solutions tend not to succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to engage the stakeholders who understand the challenges they're facing and who have very practical solutions for implementing them. And the stakeholders, it's larger than the railroads, Mr. Speaker. The railroads must step up their game, but they must also work together in concert with the other stakeholders within the crop logistics system.
Excuse me. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And going right to the issue of potential solutions, I wonder to what extent has the government discussed expanding capacity in the rail system with additional locomotive power, railway rolling stock, and trained staff in order to increase throughput? To what extent has the government examined a new system for logistical coordination with all of the players in the grain handling and transportation system? That problem was evident 2 years ago, and not a wheel has been turned since. So has the government examined the issue of coordination? Has the government tried to get more throughput through Churchill and through the Port of Prince Rupert? And to what extent can the government move more grain south through U.S. facilities if the Canadian system just can't handle it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his questions. And I can say that work is being done on a number of those initiatives. In fact, he's asking about, for example, the Port of Churchill. It's our government that made $25 million available in funding to support grain shipments through the Port of Churchill. So we're actually we're more proactive in terms of making this funding available. A number of years ago, unfortunately, this member voted against that initiative of $25 million to help improved grain shipments through the Port of Churchill. In terms of, Mr. Speaker, specific solutions for the railways, this is the idea of bringing stakeholders together so that those types of solutions can be discussed and then implemented.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at the Transportation Committee when Bill C-52 was discussed, and it was clear that the grain shippers were not happy that they weren't going to be able to negotiate certain aspects, which they're now feeling now. Those aspects of that bill that they can't negotiate are what they're being hit with, these big expenses. In addition, the demise of the Wheat Board, while it's cheered wildly on the other side of the House, there was one thing the Wheat Board was able to do that isn't possible now without it, and that was to pay farmers to subsidize the transportation of grain eastwards through Thunder Bay and Churchill in order to go westwards. The Wheat Board did that as a regular part of its business because it knew full well that the Port of Vancouver could not handle a bumper crop. The Port of Vancouver cannot transport grain, all the grain that comes off the prairies through to China. It just can't do it. It's physically impossible. And here we are. We're discovering, or we knew it was going to happen. The Conservatives are discovering for the first time, and we're having what is called an emergency debate because there is an emergency. Because farmers are not going to have money this year. They're not going to be able to plant crops next year if they don't have money this year. So, Mr. Speaker, the government has indicated that it wishes to use its legislative authority against Canadian National Railroads. Will it do so not just for the workers, but will it use its legislative authority?
Order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Short answer, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the Wheat Board, as I said, I don't think anybody really believes that the Wheat Board was free for farmers and that they solved all logistical problems. What we did see under the Wheat Board were much smaller seeding of acres for wheat and barley crops and much smaller harvests, Mr. Speaker. And that's what's making the system struggle today. When it comes to the labour situation with CN, Mr. Speaker, I'd be interested in knowing if this member would support the Teamsters going on strike or not, because if they go on strike, this situation will certainly not get better, and I'm hoping he'll comment on this a little bit later in the evening, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 A resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try not to wave my arms too much, sir, because it seems the Parliamentary Secretary believes that my arm waving annoys you, so I would never try to annoy the Speaker. But being a Scotsman, part of the problem is we are somewhat inclined to move our arms. But at least when we're moving our arms, it's talking about a sense of having conviction and passion about doing something immediately and not flapping our arms in the air trying to fly like a gull when clearly we're not. But ultimately, this really is about an emergency, an emergent issue that's now, not in 3 or 5 years. There's no question that additional data will be a good thing, and the round table will eventually, Mr. Speaker, be helpful. But the round table that will come up with recommendations in 6 months from now, the initial report, and then additional reports over the next 5 years, will not move one more bushel of grain off the prairies in the next foreseeable future. And yes, there's recommendations not only from the minister, but from Farm Credit Canada that farmers should apply for advance payments. And that certainly is a program there to protect farmers. But in some cases, these farmers are going to actually have advance payments and may still have crops in their bin in April when they're getting ready to seed the next new crop and actually have to repay it by September and may not actually have the funds to do that. So will the minister, I guess, to you, Mr. Speaker, I guess to the minister, would his position then be a sense of forgiveness for some of those things if they don't happen? Because clearly if you're backstopping that, then they still run into difficulties. It's going to be farmers who take on additional debt loads for what wasn't their problem. They didn't cause the fact that this logistics problem can't get grain out of their farms to ports and get it to their customers. In fact, it was this government that said, and I remember it all so well, and I know a couple of my colleagues down the way at the end who were at that committee hearing, the member from Malpeque and Wascana, when it was the minister that said, well, you just need to get with the times and forward contract. Well, I got an email from a farmer who forward contracted, Mr. Speaker, in November. And he said to me, I haven't moved a bushel yet, and it's now February. So much for the whole article. Well, just forward contracted. When he forward contracted, he had a price of $7. He's now looking at a base price of $4. And no one's telling him who's making up the 3. He asked the elevator, are they making it up? They said, well, we don't know. We don't know what we're going to be able to sell it for. We don't care what the contract was. There's another account of a farmer who had 20,000 or 85,000 tons, actually, of malt. Lo and behold, the buyout contract inside it, because it never moved, not one bushel moved. The buyout ended up being $1 a ton. So what do? They bought out his contract instead of honoring it. So instead of him being able to sell it for $4.50, he ended up getting $1. And so at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it is farmers who are suffering. And clearly we need to do this. Now, to my friend across the way, the parliamentary secretary, a tentative agreement means exactly that. It means that both sides have said, we think we actually got a good deal. They'll take it back to their membership on the union side, the Teamsters will, and put it before their membership and ask them to ratify it. What I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, is folks on the other side have a little faith in the process. Rather than jumping the gun, the tentative agreement's been reached. 99% of the time, tentative agreements are actually ratified because they're empowered. The members that actually bargain on behalf of those folks who are workers are empowered by those workers to go and do that job for them, usually with marching orders as to what they need to bargain, because that's why they go there. And so it seemed to me it looks as if, according to the parliamentary secretary in his announcement, there's a tentative agreement, that that's a good news story. And we should accept it as a good news story and not look to continually swing at workers when there's not necessarily something to swing at. But I think, Mr. Speaker, what we need to actually do is look at some of the things that have happened in the last year, and specifically at CP. There's an interesting note. There was an article in the Globe and Mail business section last week featuring the new CEO of CP. And so what was Harrison's Revolution is the title of the article and the chart that they laid. And what was that? 90,000 carloads of crude oil CP moved in 2013, 68% increase over 2012. It's a good news story for CP. Not grain, mind you, but it's a good news story for them. 4,550 jobs eliminated. That's not a good news story for those workers, their families, and their communities. and not good for farmers, Mr. Speaker, because these were folks that actually drove locomotives. 11,000 rail cars removed from service. Now, were they decrepit, Mr. Speaker? Were they broken down, no longer functioning? Nope. Took them out of service. And then what did we do? We took out 400 locomotives. My colleague from Wascana talked about we need to put more locomotive power on the track. What did CP do? Took it out. Removed it. And yet everybody knew we were headed for a bumper crop, and at the time we were headed for a bumper crop, this railroad took capacity out to maximize its profit. And so what did it get? It got a better operating ratio and had more profit, and its shares went up. Well done, CP. They made a business decision based on them, not the overall system. We know we need to get grain off the prairies, and the primary mode of transportation is rail. And we have two railways in this country, CN, CP, and we have short lines who do great work. But primarily we're looking at two. They have basically a duopoly in this country. So I take my friends in the Liberal Party back to 2001, when there was actually a review done on the rail. It was their government at the time. The esteemed Justice Este was actually part of that, who talked about, should we have open access? That was part of it. Senator Banks was also part of that review. And the recommendation Justice Este decided was he thought open access should be part of the changes in making competition more on the rail between CN, CP, allowing other players in. Short-line railroads at the time were very keen on it. Short-line railroads today are very keen on it, by the way, Mr. Speaker. They still are, which would help with this emergency access, by the way. At the moment, short-liners are willing to step up and help if CN and CP can't. The difficulty was the supporters were, the review panel was Justice Willard Este. He supported it. Senator Banks supported it. It was supported by the Canadian Wheat Board. It was supported by Grain Commission and Growers. It was supported by a number of other folks. And the two major players who said they didn't want it, actually three, CN, CP, and Transport Canada. Now, can't talk about CN and CP in the sense they're private businesses. I guess they make those kind of decisions. But Transport Canada is ours, belongs to the government. We deal with that. We have a Minister of Transport. We have authority there. And the irony of irony, in fact, it was actually hypocritical, Mr. Speaker. CN and CP, at the very time they said, we don't want open access on our lines in Canada, were lobbying the U.S. government to have open access into the United States on their rail lines. And so while they thought it was good for them in the U.S., they didn't want to do it in Canada. They wanted to close off that loop just to protect themselves and got access into the United States. So the irony of all of that, Mr. Speaker, is at a time, 12 years ago, when this review was done, we actually may have had more competition than we have now. Now, there's no guarantee of that, sir, Mr. Speaker. None. Because we don't know if, indeed, those competitors would have come in and maybe perhaps they would have been taken over, perhaps they would have gone out of business. We're not necessarily certain. But what it points to is that, indeed, open access is an alternative to be looked at. The government is asking for ideas from this side of the House. I'm happy that they're asking. And so that would be one that we would suggest that they look at. It's not simple to do. Running a railroad is not an easy business. Allowing other access on your rail line requires logistical support and requires planning. For sure it does. So it has to be well thought out. But it ought to be thought about at this moment and this juncture in time. We could do it for a short period of time and see how it works out. Maybe it's a longer-term strategy. Maybe that comes out of the round table. But I have to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker. I have these visions of a round table. And I remember the railroad set that I got when I was a child many years ago growing up in Glasgow, Scotland. And they went round and around and never went anywhere. So this round table and this train that goes round and round and round, I have these visions, nothing will happen. Grain just won't move. We won't actually do what we want to do, which I think all of us want to do. I don't think anyone in this House is saying, well, let's not bother with it. The problem is there's solutions that need to be explored, and it can't be about let's worry about it in 5 years or 2 years. There are farmers who are hurting now. We all know that. We've all received emails from across the country, from the prairies, from farmers who say, look, I'm broke. I haven't moved anything. I don't get paid if I don't move it. I can't move it. I talked to a gentleman just the other night from the Port of Vancouver, and he said to me straight out, he said, we're half empty. He said, my bins in the port are half empty. He said, now I'm literally shuttling ships up and down to berth. He said, as I fill 1/3 here and move that one up, like I park cars, and then move another ship in and fill it 1/3, and then move it back and bring the other one back. He said, and I now got ships hanging out off Vancouver Island at anchor because I can't put them into Burrard Inlet anymore. There's not enough room. So the backlog is not at the port, clearly. The backlog is as we head inland. One of the ways to solve it is perhaps to look at open access. I think the government should look at it. The other thing when I was looking at this, Mr. Speaker, especially the railway piece, looking back in time as to what happened, one of the things I found was actually back in 2000, the two railroads got together, and they ended up doing what's called the Fraser Canyon deal between the two of them, where they run west up one line, both of them, through the Fraser Canyon. Fraser Canyon, for those who may not know, a bit of a bottleneck for the railroads. Part of the geography of the country that we live in. And it's part of the fact that, which actually amazes me, I've always wondered about this, Mr. Speaker, when companies say, well, you know, it's snowing. Yeah, it is. It's winter. It's Canada. And it snows in the mountains. And so one would think, as a major railroader, one would think about those issues. We understand it slows things down, but the Fraser Canyon piece was done because the railroads, two of them got together and said it'd be more efficient for themselves to do it that way. Up one side where the grade is lower going west, back the other side where the grade is higher. Because they're coming empty for the most part coming back, especially the hopper cars. So they did that. They actually created efficiencies for themselves and didn't pass any of the money back. Now, not unusual, but another idea for the government to suggest to the railroads. If it was good enough for them to do in 2000 and they actually were more efficient, at this moment in time where we actually need them to be more efficient, and we need more capacity on the prairies to move grain, another idea for the government to perhaps pursue with the railroads. Because talking to them clearly hasn't had any major effect on them. And so when we look at it, and I know there's lots of numbers being thrown around, let me just basically give you some other numbers, Mr. Speaker, because heaven knows they're being bandied about tonight. So here's what CN booked for the full year last year. For 2012, it booked 597,000 potash and grain cars. And in 2013, it booked and handled 572,000. It's down, not up. At a moment in time when there's a bumper record crop on the prairies, CN's carloads are down, not up. Now, I can't suggest that they took stuff out of service because they didn't do that, unlike CP that took their capacity away to increase their share profit. CN just didn't deliver the cars. And my colleagues have talked at numerous times about a large number of orders for cars when even the minister says he wants to know if I ordered 150 cars, an elevator orders 150 cars, they get 100. How come? Why doesn't he know? This has been going on for months. I would have expected the minister to actually be out there saying, I no longer want to ask the question. You're going to answer it. You're going to answer it now. And I don't want to hear any gum chin-wagging stuff about it's winter. I want to know where this stuff is coming from, because clearly it's not happening. We all hear it. And we, as legislators, as the policymakers, we're the ones that actually have the stick when it comes to the railroad. Because clearly, the elevator companies don't. The grain farmers certainly don't. And the railroads, both of them, their profits are up last year, and they're singing a merry tune to their shareholders. So why would they do something different? Is it in their best interest to do something different? I would suggest they would think probably not. I've got a record year for my profit bottom line. The share price is up. My bonus is good. Why would I want to actually put capacity on the line that maybe I'm going to use for a couple of months, and I'm carrying the overhead for 6 months or a year? My bottom line shrinks. Why would I do that? They're not service providers from the goodness of their heart. They're service providers to make money. We should accept that. The government of all folks should know that. They set it up that way. So if we want them to provide a service, a true service to farmers that says, we are in an emergency situation, we need to move it. We need to move this grain off the prairies. Then it's going to take more than sitting down with the railroaders and saying, can you do me a favor? I would suggest the minister needs to sit down with the railroaders and dangle a carrot. And when they refuse it, hit them with a great big stick and saying, you're going to do it. Or we're going to start talking about you own from the wheels up and we own the track. Because that's the way you're going to make them move. At the end of the day, if we own the track as a Canadian government, the railroaders will move. Because then we'll make decisions about open access. Short line railroads helping out because they can. Because they've got the initiative to do that. So we can bandy about the politics of the wheat board, which, lots of us would like to go back to that, but one thing is clear. The logistics end of the wheat board worked. Now, it may not have worked as well as everyone would like it. But we threw it all out and had nothing to replace it by, and now we've got a 5-year study that Mr. Bacon says we need to put back in place. I don't reach for the exact quote, but we need to put back in place a thing that gets it from the farm to the elevator, to the railroad, to the port, to the terminal, and into our market. And if we don't do that, we're tarnishing our image, he says. That's already starting to tarnish. So when we become an irregular supplier, Mr. Speaker, when our customers see us as someone who cannot get product to them, what do? I'll bet you Australia's knocking on their door. I'll bet you the Americans are knocking on their door. I'll bet you Brazil is knocking on their door, saying those Canadians can't deliver it, we can. There's an emergency for a reason. There's an emergency debate for a reason, because it is indeed an emergency, which means action, not words. I'd act, but I'm not the government. I'd enact it now. But you won't let me, because you're the government. That's the rules of the House. So I look to the government. Where's the action plan? Heaven knows you've got enough of those billboards hanging about. Show us some action on this one. They're wonderful-looking colors. Got lovely green on it. I spotted orange on it once. Well, maybe somebody painted it extra, Mr. Speaker. Maybe somebody put a dash of color on there. It's time for action from this government. The minister truly, and the Prime Minister, quite frankly, need to simply say, we got to actually act. We've got to move forward on it. Farmers depend upon it. And it's not just farmers. Let me end with this, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of things that are happening across the broader economy. There's a mill in BC that shut down because it can't move product either. There are millers who are saying, I haven't got product, I'm probably going to have to go idle for a while. The canola plant in the western provinces last week went idle for a couple of days, couldn't get rid of its crush. Where was the crush going? It was going to farmers who had cattle, who wanted to feed them. And none of that happened. None of that moved. Because as this bottleneck gets bigger, the backup impacts more than just the farmers. But clearly, the ones in the most need at this moment in time, because unlike others, they do not get paid if they can't deliver. And as I said at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, these are farmers who contracted to sell their grain months ago, and they still have it, through no fault of their own. They took the government's advice on the CWB when it left and said, okay, we'll do all of those things. I'm going to go forward, and I'll forward market, and I'll do all the great things the government said. You might have released market freedom. The problem is they're free to keep all their grain in their bins, and it's free to them because they can't get a nickel for it if they can't move it. The obligation, clearly, Mr. Speaker, I know these are my last words, is on the government to show initiative, to make a decision, and act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable gentleman took us through an interesting excursion of grain policy and politics, and for the most part I found many things in his remarks to agree with. But I was curious about his reference to the Esty report back in 2002, and particularly Judge Esty's recommendations about open access, which I found to be quite an intriguing idea. But he will remember that the Esty report was an integrated set of recommendations that also included removing the Canadian Wheat Board from the logistics in grain handling and transportation. So I wonder if he embraces the second of those recommendations as enthusiastically as he embraced the first, because that would seem to be just a little bit contradictory. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is this. To what extent, practically in dealing with this current crisis now rather than 6 months from now or 5 years from now, to what extent would it be possible to take some of the pressure off the Canadian system and put some money in the pockets of farmers by making use of some aspects of the American grain handling and transportation system as an alternative if the Canadian system just can't cope?
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, I thank my colleague from Wascana, and clearly the member from Wascana was here in 2001, 2002. And to answer his question succinctly, yes to the first part on open rail, and no to Judge Este's piece on the second piece. But I know he wanted that clarification. And it is intriguing, the open access piece, because let me just sort of, for folks who are listening in tonight, what does that mean exactly? Has it been done anywhere else? Because it sounds kind of revolutionary. Well, Bell Telephone, SaskTel does it. They've got the line that you call your telephone down. They had to open theirs up years ago. There's a carriage fee for it. You don't get to do it for nothing. Now, it's not quite the same. Railroading and telephones, not quite the same. Railroading is dangerous. You need logistics. You need to do something. It's not just as easy to say, well, go ahead. Would you like to run your train down there, Mr. Speaker? Not that easy. To the second part, I actually would first and foremost go to the short line in this country first to see what they're able to do for us. And then I would look to the American side to see, is there a way to take some capacity through the States? I think it's an intriguing option. I think it needs to be looked at. It should be put on the table, and so that we can actually decide, what are any of these are actually, what are doable, what's workable, what's doable. Because it is about find a way to move this grain now rather than later.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think one thing, I think with a former member from the Ag Committee, I guess we're going to miss you, Malcolm. I know this honourable member, thank you, from Welland. We're going to miss you anyway, but we can agree on a lot of things, in that we do have our farmers that need to get their grain to markets, and I have those same farmers that have their grain in the bins, and they've had a bumper crop this year and just are having problems getting it there. I will say, I mean, from a government perspective, Minister Ritz, or Minister for Agriculture, has made it very clear that logistics are an issue, and has dedicated some money to fund a study of that, and not just a study that's ongoing. We need answers to these problems, because I think in Canada we're blessed with a bounty of natural resources, and we need to be able to get them to port. For one, you suggested, Mr. Speaker, through the Speaker, you suggested that we should swing the stick. I guess I just would ask the honourable member, it's one thing to swing a stick, but we need to be deliberate in how we do it and purposeful. What are his recommendations to that effect?
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his warm remarks and comments about the Ag Committee and my absence thereof. One needs to always be careful when one swings the stick, clearly. And so it is about letting railroaders know, the two big ones in this country, CN and CP, who basically have a duopoly. We allowed them to have that, is to say that we allowed you to have it, but maybe we won't anymore. We have that authority as a government. This government does, this Parliament does, to say to them, you know what, no longer do you get to own that line and you get to own that line, we're going to open it up. And if somebody out of the States wants to come up, run down that line, you can charge them a set fee, and we can set regulations. And I know the government doesn't always like regulations, and I understand that. But neither does business. And I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the House understand that when you threaten business with regulations, they sometimes act accordingly. And I would remind the government about some of the comments they made to the cellular folks last year to try to generate competition. You used a bit of a stick. Get the stick back out. You might find it helpful.
Before I go to another question, just remind all honourable members to direct their comments directly to the chair. When you use the word you are referring to me, not to your colleagues. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it very disheartening to have to stand here today and ask a question on an issue that I'm sure could have been avoided had the Canadian Wheat Board still been in place. You know, we see over and over again a government who has refused to take action on serious issues. We've seen it with the meat recall, and now we see it again with the grain producers. So I'm just wondering if my colleague, you know, we look at the rail and we know that it's an important part, and we know that this government has refused to really invest in rail, whether it be passenger and now enacting on this particular issue. So I'm just wondering if my colleague can basically talk about the importance of rail all the way across, whether it be passenger or whether it be grain, and how we need a government that actually is willing to lead the way to make sure that the negative impacts are not being felt in our economy.
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. There's no question that the railroad, it has an iconic place in our history. I mean, it was the place that opened up, you know, the railroad was opened up this country in the sense that there really weren't roads to get across. You either went up a river or across a lake, and the railroad literally opened up the country. And we see it from that perspective, but what we're seeing with the railroad, with VIA, we see reduced service in New Brunswick. In my home region of Niagara, we don't have any VIA rail service at all. They canceled it. So there is no train from Niagara Falls to Toronto. You know, the Toronto airport where folks come, you know, who want to come to the Falls. I learned last year, Mr. Speaker, when this issue was announced, sitting down talking to the president of the Niagara Regional Tourism Board, that the first question that foreign-based travelers ask themselves after they've decided where they'd like to go is there a train? So think of those literally thousands of tourists from offshore who are thinking of Niagara Falls as a destination, the wineries, the falls itself, the casino, are saying, what do you mean you don't have a train? Well, you don't have a train, I'm not coming. And that's an amazing piece. We need to make the railroaders understand that not only does our economy depend on them, that they can actually not just only help themselves, but they can help the greater economy, and they actually need to actually get on with the business of doing that.
I have time for a short question. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Welland talked a fair bit about the railways and that they're part of the problem. But isn't there another huge problem, and that is, in fact, the grain companies, where grain used to be shipped as Canadian Wheat Board grain and could move around Vancouver by a paper transaction to get to a certain elevator. Now the grain companies are shipping it and targeting it to their own elevators so they can profit by the demurrage and handling fees. So as a result, when a railway delivers a unit train of grain now to Vancouver, they had to break the train apart, whereas previously they didn't have to do that. Isn't that part? And grain cars are actually been used for storage of grain. Isn't that part of the problem, the grain companies themselves, in terms of where they're allocating the cars to?
The honourable member for Welland, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree that's true. There's no question that there's issues with the grain companies themselves. In fact, we heard at the Ag Committee before the winter recess when a question was posed to them, well, what's going to happen with these additional charges? Is it, you know, and it's costing them? What's going to actually happen with that? And the answer from the grain companies was, If you can get it from the railroad, we'll give it back to farmers. And so clearly the grain companies are saying farmers are on their own. They're not going to fight for them, not going to stand up for them. The railroaders are not going to give the money back. And so at the end of the day, farmers are going to be out of pocket for these additional charges. And yes, the coordination between the elevating companies and the ports is off. That's why, as I said earlier, the gentleman from the Port Authority in Vancouver said we're literally shuttling ships up and down the berth to simply load them part way and then let them go and then load them part way again and then bring in some other ship. It's an inefficient system, clearly, that needs rectified, but we need rectification now, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight the fact that just how important the agriculture sector is to Canada. You know, it's some $47.8 billion in exports coming out of the agriculture sector. It's 8% of our GDP, and 1 in 8 jobs are created in the ag field. The importance of the grain industry, Canada has a world-class grain industry, is a strong driver of our economy, and our jobs in its own, with over $21 billion in exports. Close to half of our total agriculture and food exports, pulses, wheat, canola, barley, flax, corn, soybeans, and many more grains grow our economy and grow our jobs. That's why our government is working hard with the industry to modernize Canada's grain industry. We've delivered on our commitment to bring marketing freedom to Western wheat and barley growers, and over the first 18 months of open markets, we've seen record farm incomes with strong balance sheets, 2 million new acres of wheat cash receipts up by a third, and wheat exports up by close to 20%. Another key part of our grain modernization agenda is to reform the Canadian Grain Commission. Building on our first round of reforms, we are looking at streamlining the variety of registration system, updating plant breeders' rights legislation, and promoting a practical approach to low-level presence of genetically modified content in our grain shipments. We are continuing our strong focus on innovation, investing over some $73 billion in research clusters and projects on grains and oilseeds and specialty crops. And of course, we continue to lock in new markets for our grain producers through trade missions and free trade agreements. We continue to work hard to get the new Canada-European Trade Accord out the gate. That will open up the world's largest market to our grain producers, eliminating tariffs on wheat, pulse, flours, and canola oil. Tariffs that can be up to $120 to $130 a ton on wheat and oats, for example. The industry is estimating new grains and oilseed opportunities in Europe of $100 million a year coming out from this historic agreement. So the future is bright, Mr. Speaker. This year we're coming off a record grain crop. Canada is up by close to 20 million metric tons from last year. At the same time, the global demand for grains projected by over 1 billion tons, projected to grow by 1 billion tons over the next 4 decades. And of course, we all know the large crop is presenting considerably challenges. Farmers across the West are facing major difficulties in getting their bumper crop to market from the farm gate to the ocean port. They're depending on an efficient, effective, reliable rail service to move these crops off the farm to our customers in Canada and around the world. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we actually take a step back and look at this last crop year and just kind of put it in a chronological perspective of what actually has been going on in the grain belt in Saskatchewan. You know, last May it was a late seeding planting season. Farmers were very concerned that they actually weren't even get their crops in. In fact, we had some phone calls of farmers concerned that they wouldn't even get the crop in the ground and how they're going to handle their cash flows throughout the summer that if they didn't get a crop planted. Turns into a great growing conditions, great summer. Of course, Saskatchewan always has good summers, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage anybody here to come visit us in the summer. We have great lakes and great golfing and everything else, of course. But actually, we had a great growing season also in Saskatchewan. And when it came to fall, farmers are looking at their bins, they're looking at the combines, they're smiling, they're harvesting, and they're harvesting. Some of the guys are taking the wheat right off the combine. In fact, I know one farmer that delivered 50 semi-loads of wheat off the combine, something that he could never do under the Canadian Wheat Board system. You know, I think they started to realize just how big this crop was, and I think what was happening is they're starting to understand this was amazing. You know, we're starting to see crop yields, for example, in canola of 65 bushels an acre. You know, it used to be when I was farming, if you got a 40-bushel crop, and I know the member from Red Deer would agree with me, if somebody said you got a 40-bushel crop, that's pretty good. If they came to you and said you got a 50-bushel crop, you'd look at them a little cross-eyed and say, yeah, okay, you're kind of feeding me a line here. But if they said 65 bushels, you just said, oh, he's crazy. But you know, this last year, Mr. Speaker, I had more farmers tell me they got 65 and 70 bushel canola crops this last growing season. And then you know what? The reason they have that is the genetics that they're getting, thanks to, in part, the funding that this government's given to plant breeders and through the different growing associations to help them select proper traits and to get the proper seeds and genetics in the ground so they can get these high-yielding crops. So here we've got this great crop. It's coming into October, November. The rail seems to be functioning fairly normal. It looks like it's moving. We go into December, and it all falls apart. Go into January, it gets even worse. Now, we know it's cold in December and January, but you know what? We're used to working in the cold. We have a lot of guys that work in the oil patch that work in minus 30, minus 40-degree weather all the time. So coldness definitely could be a factor for sure if safety is an issue. But reality is we're used to shipping and doing stuff in the cold. I think the reality is that you looked at what was happening is the system was actually starting to really show the strains that was coming upon it. The system couldn't handle the increase in growth in Western Canada. It couldn't handle the grain. It couldn't handle the potash. It couldn't handle the coal. And then it started to ship oil. Oil capacity also increased over this time, which our speaker from the NDP, the ag critic, highlighted quite correctly. In fact, it's kind of ironic. The NDP are complaining about oil, and if you wanted to help capacity on the rail, put the oil in a pipeline where it belongs, support Keystone, support Gateway, and actually free that capacity up so that we can ship more grain and more products from the prairies out to the West Coast. So this is the conundrum we're dealing with, and this is the kind of scenario that I was dealing with my farmers, talking to them in October and November. A couple of things were happening in October. Farmers were contracting throughout the summer, kind of hedging, locking in the prices, and they'd go to deliver that contract, and the grain company would say, well, wait a minute, the rail didn't show up. What do you mean the rail didn't show up? Cars, there's no cars. We didn't get our cars this week. We can't take delivery of your grain, so thus we're going to have to push your contract into next month because we just can't take delivery of that product. Well, the farmer's sitting there, and you have to realize he's got his banker told about this contract. The banker knows about it. He's got his cash flow figured out that he's going to pay his bills based on the contracts being honored and the terms in that contract being honored. But the rail doesn't show up. What do you do? Mr. Speaker, when I farmed, I can remember this scenario many times at the rail where they'd phone ahead and say, okay, we're going to have cars showing up on Friday. Grain company, you got to load them over the weekend because we're going to pick them up on Monday. In fact, I had a scenario on my own farm where we loaded about 6 Super Bs on a Saturday, shipped them off for 200 miles to an elevator, having there Monday morning, 8 o'clock, only to find out there's no capacity because the train didn't show up. Then what do you do? Now, I know our members talk about the Canadian Wheat Board, and they talk about how it would be the saving grace for all this scenario. The reality is it'd make it worse. If you look at what's going on in the rail freight system at this point in time, I'll use the example of oats. Oats does not belong to the Canadian Wheat Board. Right now, oats going into the States is well behind where it needs to be. The mills down in the States are screaming for Canadian oats, and farmers have some of the best oats in the world. And what's going on? The rail is not delivering our oats. Amazing. So it's oats, it's non-board crops, it's coal, it's a variety of things that are affected by the lack of rail service we're seeing out of CN and CP. And that is juggling into the economy of Saskatchewan, the economy of Alberta and Manitoba, because we need that rail to perform. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look ahead and you look at what's happening on the prairies and the growth that's happening in Saskatchewan and Alberta, I'll use the example of the genetics in corn. It used to be 10, 15 years ago, if you said you're going to grow corn in Saskatchewan, they'd raise their eyebrows, and I know the member from Red Deer would agree with me. He'd say, oh, you're nuts. You're not going to grow corn in Saskatchewan. But you know what? The new genetics are lowering the heat units on corn. And we're going to start growing corn in Saskatoon. And that's very amazing because corn is a nice crop to grow. It's high value, and it's a good profit crop for farmers. One of the problems with corn, though, it's 4 times the volume. So think about it. When we're shipping 1 ton of wheat right now, we're going to be shipping 4 tons of corn. How do we handle that? And I give the minister credit because as this was happening, as we started to recognize the problem of the rails not doing their job, what did he do? First thing he did is he brought all the players together, sat them down in a room and said, what are you going to do to fix this? He put them together and said, what are the problems? Fix it. He sent them out to create solutions for that. And they should find the solutions. CN and CP, this is their responsibility. And the minister did his job when he put them in the room with grain growers and grain companies and said, how do we make this work? You've got to get farmers' grains shipped to market. That's the first thing he did. The second thing he did is he went with the producer associations. He funded them to the tune of $1.5 million from us and $1.5 million from them to look at the future of transportation and what we need to do to make sure we do not lose markets as we get new trade agreements like TPP and CETA and what other agreements with Korea and other countries that may be coming down the road. They're going to actually look at this in the future. They're not looking at it today. And I don't want people to think that $3 million is supposed to solve this month's and next month's problem. It's meant to make sure we don't have the problem reappearing next year or the year after and 5 years and 10 years down, to make sure the system is actually put in place so that it can handle the growth that we're going to see in the grain sector. And that growth is coming very, very rapidly, very, very fast. Again, give them credit. Here's the government looking forward, saying, okay, we've got a problem here. Let's bring the players together. Let's figure out how they can think through this situation to make sure this problem doesn't repeat itself going forward, and to make sure we got the proper capacity to handle the growth in the commodities and in the commodity sector in Saskatchewan. Again, a very, very wise and bold move. Something that none of the opposition members when they're in government ever did. Nothing that the NDP have ever talked about. NDP would just want to take a fist and a hammer and a sledge and say, we'll go pound on the pipe and we'll get some more grain to pour it. Well, that ain't going to work. You've got to work with the players. You've got to have a reasonable approach on how you're going to move more grain to the port. And you've got to put the politics aside and focus on that for sure. You know, it's interesting as we look forward. I'm very excited because I come from a province that's growing. I'm coming from a province that was a have-not province, a province that came under all sorts of nationalization in the 70s of potash, that chased away business investment, a province where our kids would have to leave in order to get a job. And now I'm in a province that's totally the opposite. I've got a province now where the potash sector is growing like crazy. I've got a province that we're taking all our kids back from Alberta and back from BC and back from Ontario because we need them. And you know what? We'll take many more. We'll take immigrants from the Philippines because we need people. Our biggest hindrance to growth in Saskatchewan is people. But you know what? All this growth, all that's happening, if we don't see the growth in our rail sector and our transportation and logistics, is for naught. All these trade deals that we're doing to allow our farmers to have access to higher valued markets, if we can't get them to market in a timely fashion, in an accurate fashion, are no good. So we need to have this vision in our transportation system. And that's one thing I give the minister again credit for. We needed to see some visibility in what they can actually do. If you remember me talking to you about before, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the grain companies taking these contracts for October and November. And to be fair to them, they have no clue what each other's doing. So I'm going to take 100 tons here. The member from Red Deer is going to take 100 tons. The member from Calgary is going to take 100 tons. But you know what? The rail system may be only able to handle 150 tons. But all of us expect to ship all that grain with 1 month. So what you need to do is you need to put some visibility and some monitoring in place so that you can actually see what's going on in the rail system, so that you know when you're making that contract out that it's reasonable time frame to deliver into, or no, the capacity is full and we got to move you into the next month. So those are the types of things that the minister's been working on. I have to give him credit. You know, he introduced some monitoring announcements here today in Saskatchewan. Again, giving us visibility so we can understand what the problem is, so we can address the bottlenecks and move forward with something that's concrete and actually works for everybody in the shipping sector. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting argument when they talk about the Canadian Wheat Board and the changes in the Canadian Wheat Board, because, like I said before, the Canadian Wheat Board, in this scenario with a record crop, I know exactly what they would have done. And the member of Malpeque also knows exactly what they would have done. If you would have contracted 100 tons, theoretically, to the Wheat Board with this crop, and they looked at it, they would have taken 4 tons and shipped it. They would have said, you know what, the rest of that grain is yours, Mr. Farmer. You can carry it till next year. You can carry it the year after. Or if you want, I know it's nice, hard, great durum. It looks really beautiful. And I know in Italy it's worth $9 a bushel. But you know what, you can sell it in Feedlot Alley in Lethbridge because we don't want to sell it for you. That's what the Wheat Board did. The other thing that's really interesting with the Wheat Board being gone, if you talk to farmers, and I know a lot of them are very, very tech savvy, and if you go on Twitter with a lot of the farmers, they're actually using this now to figure out where to market their grain. So if they see a price, for example, across the line in North Dakota or Montana, they're taking advantage of it. They're moving it, and they're putting it on Twitter, and they're comparing that price to each other. So they're looking for logistics and looking for alternatives outside that they never could have done with the Canadian Wheat Board. They never could have done that. They would not have had those options of looking for other alternatives for markets. The other thing that we need to look at as we go forward and we increase our production capacities in the prairies with higher yields is we need to create an environment so we're processing more of that product. We need to make that product into other things other than shipping the raw goods. So we need to have a strategy on how we're going to move forward in that. Because the reality is, if you want good competition for rail, put it in a cow, or put it in a pig, or put it into bread, or put it into something that's manufactured. That's great competition for the rail. Domestic processing makes a lot of sense, and we need to figure out a strategy on that and move forward on that, and I know the minister is talking about that right now. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, or look back at this year, one thing that has to be very, very clear and stated very, very clearly, CN and CP have dropped the ball. Now, we can blame the weather, We can look at other issues around CN and CP, but there's no question about it. They have not read the market right in Saskatchewan or what's going on in Western Canada. And like the member from the NDP Agriculture Critic stated, if they're dropping locomotives, if they're dropping cars, they obviously do not have proper vision on what they're going to require for moving our product to port in the upcoming years. So that's why I think the level of review, service review that's coming up in 2015 is going to be so important. Because that review is actually going to look at this, what's happening right here and right now, and that's going to play a factor in what the outcome of that review is coming in 2015. So I think we need to make sure in that review that the railways are actually held even more accountable in what they've done this last year, because it's cost farmers a lot of money. You know, the impact has been very severe. When I talked to a lot of my producers, I'll give you a few examples. I was talking to a guy named Chad Dirksen. He was looking at the basis price on his oats. It was too high. So what does he do? He orders producer cars. So he orders 90 producer cars to ship his oats into the U.S. Producer cars are sitting in CN's yard in Saskatoon. He's only got, I think, 13 of them so far. Here's another example of a farmer from Melfort who was supposed to load 70 producer cars. The producer cars are actually on the next spur. They're in Melfort. They're on the next spur. And he can't load them because he's not on the right spur. Those are the type of idiocracy that we're seeing out of CN and CP that need to be corrected. And it's up to CN and CP to correct that. They have to understand what that's costing that farmer by waiting. Time is money. And if you think by extending the shipping season out over 2 years, it might be great for your shareholders, but you know what? It doesn't work for me at the farm gate. So we have to make sure that that stops and doesn't move forward. In summary, Mr. Speaker, there's lots of things we could talk about in regards to the changes in the agriculture sector. But you know what? There's more people wanting to be farmers today than there was in any time in the history. There's some challenges here. There's some growing pains for sure. But in the same breath, this is a vibrant industry that sees a lot of opportunity. You know, you talk to hog producers this year with CETA coming into effect somewhere in the next year and a half. Like one of the hog producers said, finally, in the hog sector, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Market access. It's so important that we get market access for our hogs. You know, they're excited about it. They see some future in it. You look at our beef guys. If you look at where the beef sector was 4 years ago and where it is today, look at the price of cows and calves and meat. You know, the minister has been very, very aggressive opening up markets around the world. And it's very interesting. The markets that he's opening are very different, but in some ways it works very well for Canadian beef producers. Some parts of the world like tongues and hooves and different parts of the animals, or another part of the world wants steaks and ribs and short ribs. For example, Japan is basically taking all the short ribs we can produce because they like our short ribs and our beef. We've got lots of opportunity, and I give the minister credit because he's been very aggressive, recognizing the importance of trade to the agriculture sector. We are a trading nation. We grow way more than we could ever consume in Canada. We need to make sure that we can get that product to port, so we need effective rail from CN and CP. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the minister for all the work he's done on that. I know he's had many long days working with farmers, working with the industry, working with the railways to ensure that we get some sort of answers and some moving on that. And I know we'll see some success as we move forward, but just like anything else, it will take some time. But you know, the sector's strong, farmers are vibrant, we'll move on, we'll get through this. And we also know what we look back on was something that was far worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Melpack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to two government members now in this emergency debate, Mr. Speaker, and I would have to say that their new action plan seems to be hurry up and wait. That's what their new action plan seems to be. We heard great theories about new markets and so on and so forth, and I know it really has to be difficult for the member that they can't use the wheat board any longer as a boogeyman. But the wheat board did some things right, and one of the things it did right was logistics. And I would suggest to the member, and I hear the member over here laughing, but one of the reasons why farmers didn't pay very much demurrage in previous years was because of the fact that the Canadian Wheat Board allocated the cars. They targeted the grain in those cars to go into a hole of a ship in Vancouver as it docked at the port. And that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. I might say as well, you know, Mr. Speaker, the member talked about, oh my gosh, there's a problem with producer cars now. The railways are not delivering them. I believe that members on this side of the House, both opposition parties, predicted with the government's action on transportation and on the wheat board that that's exactly what would happen, and so producer cars are not available. So I just have two points to raise with the member.
Order. The member's well into his time. If he could quickly put a question to the.
The point is, and I asked the parliamentary secretary this question, Mr. Speaker, could the member tell me, the parliamentary secretary couldn't, who is allocating rail cars now, where previously they were allocated in an even way? Who's allocating them now?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I also want to remind him that what he talks about in the Canadian Wheat Board is hogwash, 100% hogwash. We all know what the Wheat Board would have done in this scenario with this crop. They wouldn't have accepted it. They would have done a contract for 50% or 30% of the crop, and the farmer would have been stuck with it. Now, he asked about allocation of rail cars. The CGC has always allocated rail cars, even when the CWB was there. So if we had a member in the Liberal Party who was actually from Western Canada who understood agriculture, he would have known the answer to these questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting a long time to be able to get up and ask a question on this very important topic. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to briefly say I had 7 farmers who are big wheat board supporters in my office before this wheat board. Yeah, they were really excited. They wanted to make sure that we kept the wheat board. And at the end of the discussions, I said the wheat board will still be there. You'll still be able to sell your grain. And so I said, are you going to sell your grain through the wheat board? And the farmer said, no, I can get better prices from grain companies. So, Mr. Speaker, my contention is, and we've heard over and over, that in fact we have record crops. And I would just like to ask my colleague from Saskatchewan, what was the advantage of getting rid of the Canadian Wheat Board in its former form, and how it's responding today in today's market business?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for Medicine Hat for his great question, and he's actually very accurate in his statements. He's exactly right on what the Wheat Board did. And I've heard that story many, many times from some of the guys that are very, very strong board supporters. But you know, when they got $9 off the combine 2 falls ago, all of a sudden that changed. When they realized what they could get doing it on their own, or buying it or selling to grain companies, they got very excited about the opportunities to them. Especially now, when they look at the problems we see in the Canadian rail, and all of a sudden they can deliver straight into the States or look at other alternatives, they're doing that. They're very creative people. The Wheat Board is actually a very strong fallacy in far as logistics in this area. They wouldn't have done anything better. In fact, they would have made it harder to ship canola. They would have made it harder to ship oats. They would have actually congested the system even worse, because we know what the Wheat Board was like when they operated. So you know what? Farmers now are well ahead of where they were before, and are better off in so many ways, because they've got a system that they can actually have some flexibility in how they make their decisions and do what's right for their operation.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Speaker, Norm Hall, the president of the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan, has come out and said that the legislation passed last year by the Conservative government, the Fair Rail Service Act, Freight Service Act, doesn't work. Basically, what he's saying is that the incentives for grain companies and railways to voluntarily negotiate shipping service agreements have not worked. So is the government willing to amend this legislation, as we suggested last year, to improve this legislation so that these kind of bottlenecks, we take a first step to eliminating these kind of bottlenecks in the production chain?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question. It's actually a very good question. You know, we've got the level of service review coming on in 2015. Maybe that should be stepped up. I'm not sure what the correct answer is there, but maybe that should be considered. But another thing that's very frustrating from the government standpoint is we still haven't seen one grain company issue a level of service complaint against the railways. How do we know whether it works or doesn't work if they don't go through the process of trying? I encourage the grain companies and farm groups to actually try the system and see how well it could possibly work before they say it doesn't work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker. There was a number of suggestions, and the Conservative government was against this at the time. I wonder would they reconsider on doing a rail costing review in order to see that we know the service is not there. That's very clear. We know the grain companies are also causing some of that disruption in service. But are the railways overcharging for the service they do in fact provide? So would the member would he consider and have his government consider a rail costing review, because those costs are going through the roof as well, beyond the service problem?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
No, I thank the member for his question and rail costing service review. You know, like, again, the level of service review that comes forward, I'm sure rail costing will come into that factor. If you talk to farmers in prairies, there's a lot of debate on the revenue cap and whether that's actually working for them now in this new market or not. There's a lot of questions around that. I think there needs to be more thought and process put into all aspects of the rail situation.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I've been listening to my colleague with a great deal of attention, and what he's just told us is that farmers think that without the Canadian Wheat Board they could get a better price, but if the grain can't be sold, they get $0. And you've said to these, farmers said, consult with us before you get rid of the Canadian Grain Commission. You didn't listen. Mr. Speaker, they gave power to the rail companies, they gave power to large grain companies, and now they see that these companies, instead of helping farmers, are running away with the money. He says he's aware that these companies aren't delivering the goods, and he's saying in 2015 they're going to do an analysis. Why not tomorrow morning? Why not tomorrow morning for an analysis? We have this problem today. It would be nice to see them fix it tomorrow morning, not in 3 years.
Prince Albert.
I thank the member for his enthusiastic question, but obviously he doesn't understand what the issues are. And the issues here are two things. The rail isn't doing its job. They need to pick up the pace. They need to get grain from our inland terminals out to the port so that ships get loaded and farmers get paid.
Time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yes, I'd like to thank the member from Prince Albert as well for your comments. One thing, Mr. Speaker, that we actually have in our party is real Western Canadian grain farmers, of which the member from Prince Albert is or was, and also from Red Deer. So we actually have the experience on our side that what the member says is from experience specifically. I just would like to ask the member, what does he see as a plan for the future for us as a government, looking at the logistical issues, and maybe explain just what is going on for the opposition's benefit to that effect?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, finally, a great question from my member from Peace River. I give the minister a lot of credit in this area, both ministers, in fact. They're actually looking forward to say, what do we need to learn from this scenario and from the past, and how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? So the $3 million, for example, that's being spent, 1.5 from the federal government, 1.5 from the industry players that are participating, are looking exactly at those issues to identify what the bottlenecks are and what the solutions are to those bottlenecks. The other thing that I think that also has to happen is CN and CP have to recognize the growth that's happening in Western Canada and have to pick it up. They have to step up and meet the challenge. And I think that's something that these sectors will identify and bring forward to both CN and CP and back to the government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Pleased to be able to speak on this tonight, the urgent rail delays situation, but I wish we weren't here. I wish we didn't find ourselves here tonight with this problem of transporting our rail and all the delays. It's really it's mind-blowing. These lengthy delays and backlogs in rail transport have prevented thousands of landlocked Western grain producers from getting their product to the market. Western farmers are coming out of a bumper crop without being able to move their product to the market. We need our railway companies to be able to respond quickly to a bumper crop immediately after a harvest. This will avoid the kind of delays that we are seeing right now. I've spoken to some farmers about the crisis, and I'm hearing there's a lot of things that are going wrong. For one, some farmers are telling me that grain shipments are not a high priority to rail companies, such as oil, potash, and coal. If so, this is unacceptable. Rail companies cannot pick and choose their cargo, and they are putting thousands of livelihoods at risk. Some farmers told me that his grain is not moving, but his neighbor's is moving. He explained that his neighbors had a contracted lower price with the rail company than he did, and therefore he was getting a priority. If so, this is unacceptable too. Another farmer from Saskatchewan, Glenn Tate, talked about how the elevator companies are charging double the demurrage fees. And I quote, "The elevator companies will recoup demurrage charges from farmers by deducting the cost of grain prices. When the Canadian Wheat Board looked after logistical matters, freight costs from the prairies to the western ports were the $50 per tonnage range. Today, we are seeing costs of $100 per ton or more deducted. The total losses from demurrage alone are so far in the millions of dollars, money that will never be spent by prairie farmers or anywhere within the Canadian economy." Mr. Speaker, Western grain farmers are incredibly frustrated. They've done their part, and they've worked very hard to produce a bumper crop, but now they need the government to hold up its end of the bargain and get the railways moving. We are in an emergency debate here tonight. All of this because the government didn't do its homework 2 years ago after they abolished the Wheat Board. They did not take the time to consider or develop a plan for transportation. Back in 2011, the NDP warned the Conservatives that getting rid of the Wheat Board would mean putting an end to stability. For generations, farmers relied on the Wheat Board It's okay. I'm not digging a hole. I'm proud of it. To get the best possible price for their grain and to support families. But the government ignored the warnings from the NDP, other groups, farmers, and themselves when they all went through this. They refused to listen to the democratic wishes of prairie farmers who voted in September 2011 to keep the single desk for their wheat and barley. In the past, wheat farmers could depend on the Canadian Wheat Board to fight to put pressure on the rail companies to get the grain to market. When the board had a monopoly on selling grain overseas, it also held considerable market influence. It was clear that smaller producers are being penalized under this new system as they carry less volume. In a system that has to move around 400,000 grain cars in a year, there's absolutely no room for error or a shortfall when grain shipments are waiting at the cost of thousands and thousands of dollars a day, at a cost which ultimately is paid by farmers through a lower price for their product. We should be building up our agricultural sector, not penalizing it. The Agriculture Minister suggested farmers should be going to get loans to help them pay over for their grain. That's not very sound advice and threatens long-term financial health. This will only create another financial crisis in the future, and a 5-year study on the source of the bottleneck is far too slow for producers who need help right now. I forgot to mention that I'm also splitting my time with the member from Edmonton Strathcona. I'd like to add also that Kyle Friesen from the Manitoba Pulse Growers Association, he put it perfectly, and I quote, "We need to get the grain moving because many farmers have not paid for last year's harvest until after last spring's planting. This is already causing lost sales. Things need to improve otherwise, and this will translate into a serious cash flow issue for farmers when they need to buy seed and inputs for this spring. Like every Canadian, grain producers have bills and loans due. We need to do better to get the railways moving. The producers deserve better." This is obviously not an easy question to answer. There's no easy answer. But I urge the government to take action in a way that will help farmers' burdens down. I know the minister has pledged $1.5 million for a 5-year transportation study. He's also committed to increasing the monitoring of rail companies. It's a good step. However, I think the minister needs to look at the issue closely. Both CP and CN have seen their grain revenues go up, even as the number of rail cars available to producers have decreased. We are urging the government to increase pressure on rail companies, including through the implementation and enforcement of rail performance standards. It is clear that we need new communication protocols and consequences for non-performers when shipping deals are broken, ensuring that export and vessel information is accessible to producers, ensure that the grain producers have fair access to rail infrastructure in order to move their product, and develop a strategy for future rail service that accounts for sustained agricultural growth. Monsieur le Président, les producteurs de grains.
Mr. Speaker, grain producers throughout the country are experiencing problems sending their harvests. These problems mean that the price goes down for their product and they cannot send their harvest. Mr. Speaker, the Alberta Federation of Producers, the chair, Lynn Jacobson, asks that capacity be increased to meet the demand. Farmers are concerned that they are being left behind. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservative government abolished the Canadian Wheat Board without implementing a plan for transportation after it was gone. This could have been prevented. The Minister of Agriculture suggests that a 5-year study should be done on the source of the problem. What are farmers going to do in the meantime? The world will go on. Grain producers in Canada have bills to pay, and the banks aren't going to be sympathetic. The government needs to act to get concrete results for farmers. This is unacceptable for farmers who work hard. It doesn't make sense that they can't send their product. The government should put pressure on railroad companies in order for them to increase their performance. We need a sustainable strategy for grain shipment by rail. Farmers need a solution immediately. We need to find the source of the problem. Is it the transportation of oil? We need to find answers. Ports also have a role to play. The government asked rail companies to find solutions, but they're not considering punitive fines. Will the government consider this kind of measure? The Alberta Federation of Grain Producers think that railway companies prefer oil producers over farmers. However, the CN indicated that oil is not carried in the 5,500 cars for grains that are carried each week. Performance standards need to be imposed. Cars need to be accessible for producers. Grain producers need to have fair access to rail infrastructure to send their product. We need a strategy for the future of rail service. Mr. Speaker, the time to act is now. I think the government should have expected something like this, could have prevented it. Everyone has a role to play. It's not black and white, but I think that with tonight's debate, it's worthwhile. We can learn, we can share good ideas, and I hope that we'll be able to resolve this situation soon, because it is very frustrating for our grain producers who have worked so hard this year. Thank you.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put a question to my colleague on a very near and present danger. I spoke in my speech, Mr. Speaker, about the Teamsters union perhaps going on strike. So far, they've struck what's known as a tentative deal with CN. Clearly, the grain is moving now. There's nowhere near enough grain moving, but there is some grain moving, and a strike between the Teamsters and CN would certainly not benefit the farmers. It would benefit no one. So I'd like to ask this colleague, would she encourage the Teamsters to finalize the deal with CN, or is she in favor perhaps of them continuing with not following through on the tentative deal and having an adverse impact on farmers? Where would she stand on this, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
For workers' right to collective bargaining. This isn't, I think when the government hears the word strike, they freak out, and, they have teams working on back-to-work legislation nonstop. I think they already have one on the back burner for this. But, this is not an easy issue. It really isn't. But I think, the government has a big role to play. We've seen a Minister of Agriculture who's had so many issues in the last 2 years. We had the contaminated meat, and before that it was listeriose. So, like, what's next? You know, there needs to be more communication. Agriculture Minister, Transport Minister, stakeholders. We got to find solutions and get this resolved as soon as possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her presentation. And if one thing she has done, she's brought out the Conservatives' value of anything that's organized in this country, whether it's organized labour, organized marketing. It's all a disaster. But I think at the end of the day, that's what built our country. Is we as Canadians, we work together, and we see what failed with them getting rid of all of this, and now they try to just put it back on the unions or the wheat board. But my question is more to the act that the minister put forward last year that failed, and I know the NDP alluded to it, and I'd just like to ask her if what kind of teeth she would want more in that act that would make sure that the railroads did the job that they had to do.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconnaughey.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, but also it's a pleasure to work together on the Agricultural Team Committee. I think he was talking about the Fair Rail Service Act. We did have amendments to that. I really wish there'd be more collaboration. That's something we do not see with this government. Good ideas are always proposed from this side, amendments, but it seems that it always falls on deaf ears. So I'm really hoping that, the government is listening and is taking note, and if they want more information about amendments, we'd be ready to help them with that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I realize that I get to make a comment. Perhaps I can help my friends across the way understand collective bargaining, since I did it for 20 years. A tentative agreement means that you have an agreement in principle, and you probably are going to get a ratification, and perhaps one out of the way and let the parties actually make the final decision, since none of us actually get to vote on it. Those folks who are actually workers get to vote on it. But I'd ask my colleague this. Does she not believe that this government needs to act? It's wonderful to have a study, and it'll be wonderful data that finally comes from that study, I'm sure. And eventually we'll finally get some stuff down the road that maybe will be useful, and we'll go forward with it. But does she agree with me that what needs to happen now is this government needs to take action to what is now a crisis on the prairies when it comes to grain?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconnaughey, short answer, please.
Like all those wonderful advertisements we see on TV, Economic Action Plan, they really need to take action on this and work together. It's really, there is no action on this. It's very frustrating to see. We don't need another report. We need action there. I think there are some steps that we could take right now to help get this moving. Action now, not later.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow Deputy Critic for the New Democrats. She does a fantastic job on behalf of our producers in Canada, and I wish to thank her for her remarks today. It's my pleasure in the House as well to share my space with the NDP Critic for Agriculture, and it's hard to follow in his stead, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, he knows this subject very well. I am a third-generation prairie product, having been born in Edmonton, and so are my parents. But back before that, all of our family were farm stock. And so we were proud farm producers. And I grew up many a time with my father visiting family farms. And in my earlier career, when I ran the Environmental Law Centre, Mr. Speaker, I was made an honorary member of the Preserve Agricultural Land Foundation, and I feel absolutely obliged since to stand up any opportunity that I have on behalf of our producers. I'm very proud of them, and despite how the government often speaks of how our gross domestic product is based on fossil fuels, in fact, our farm products are a very major part of the revenue for both this country and my province of Alberta. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to keep in mind that railroads are federal jurisdiction. This government has a very popular refrain anytime we raise any issue in this House, whether it's education, health care, the environment, they say, oh, that's provincial jurisdiction. Well, this is one area, Mr. Speaker, where they absolutely cannot raise that defense. This is absolutely federal jurisdiction, and they have the power to act, and it is up to this government to choose to intervene and to act or not. To this point in time, a study's been proposed, but no specific action. If I could just remind the members of the House and those who are following the debate, Mr. Speaker, to the credit of the Speaker, Speaker agreed to the need for this emergency debate this evening, and that is because 3 million tons of wheat and canola are sitting stranded in the prairies. We're told that railway congestion has resulted in millions of dollars in demurrage penalties for grain companies unable to load ships in a timely fashion. Many farmers with willing buyers have no way to deliver the product. And so, understandably, many grain producers are speaking out and calling for action by the Government of Canada. And that is why, as members of Parliament, we're standing up and echoing that sentiment and asking for the government to respond to those requests. As my colleagues have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, yes, the government has taken a number of measures. They killed the wheat board, contrary to calls by many producers that they depended on the wheat board in exact situations like this to look after their interests. And when those grains were pooled and could be delivered to any elevator, we could have avoided at least partially this problem. This government also, of course, shut the gates on the prairie pastures. Why is that significant? Because many of the prairie small and medium farmers are having to sell off their herds and are going to be relying 100% on the grain crops. So all the more they're needing to get this grain to market so that they can afford to buy the seed and plant their crop this spring, which is not that far off. This is an emergency. The government has spoken loudly for other sectors. They have spent hundreds of millions of Canadian tax dollars on trying to get export markets for our fossil fuels. So where is the equal enthusiasm for this sector of our economy? Well, we'll do a study. And maybe in 5 years from now, we might have some ideas that maybe we can take some action. I don't really see equivalent action on this government standing up for the agriculture sector, and I'm hoping out of the debate today we'll see a little bit more action on exactly the kind of proposals that the farmers have brought forward, and many reviews have proposed, as far as I understand, as far back as 2002. The delay, Mr. Speaker, is not because of a failing of the producers. They have forwarded the contracts. The delay is because they simply cannot get the rail companies to deliver their product to the ports. And the reality is that producers are now losing or receiving less than half the value under the agreed contracts. Now, this is really serious because I've heard member after member from the other side stand up tonight and brag about the bumper crop this year. Well, the bumper crop this year didn't arise because we killed the wheat board. The bumper crop didn't arise this year. It arose because of good growing conditions. The forecast, I'm told by the producers, is that Statistics Canada initially forecast a much lower crop. But in fact, they were able to. It's okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to speak above the heckling going on from the other side. They just don't want to hear the truth. I should know that they like to bully, particularly when the women stand up to speak. So I'll just continue speaking because I'm proud to stand up for the prairie producers. The reality is that the farmers are not receiving fair return on their product. There are a good number of measures that the government could be taking. As has been mentioned previously in the House by the NDP agriculture critic, the Rail Review Report by Justice Esty in 2002 recommended open access of rail lines. And a number of members this evening have spoken about that and encouraging the government to pursue that more thoroughly. Of course, we are shipping our bitumen by rail through those lines all the way to the United States. So why on earth can't we also be pursuing, with equal energy, the potential use of those lines to get our grain to market? Other recommendations, Mr. Speaker, suggested tonight that have been recommended by many producers and others. In previous, they did shared lines between CP and CN. Maybe that's a solution. The potential for short lines. Obviously, that means that other Canadian investors have to invest and get those lines up and going. I know that there are a number of members or former members from this House are working on exactly those kinds of lines and other ways to get the grain product out. And again, the potential use of U.S. lines. One of the matters that was brought to my attention this evening, Mr. Speaker, was by Humphrey Bannock, who is the Vice President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. And his concern is that there was a lot of hullabaloo when the government passed its Fair Rail Freight Service Act just last June. June, as I understand, 2013. And that act was supposed to resolve the issue about negotiations between the producers and the shippers. And their concern is that the minister promised that he would resolve the matter of this dispute some time back, and still they're waiting. And yet all the minister has done is propose further studies. And so they are calling on the government to step up to the plate and deliver on those promises and actually establish that arbitration process, but make sure that penalties are imposed on the rail companies when they do not actually deliver on those contracts that are entered into. They say that that is a significant impact on them. They still remain optimistic. They're hoping as a result of the emergency debate this evening that the Agriculture Minister might move on that promise. Again, absurdly, the government is standing and bragging about the bumper crop. Well, this is part of the so-called problem. We have this bumper crop, and for whatever reason, the two major rail companies, CN and CP, are simply not providing the cars, even the number of cars that they promised to provide the initial lower estimates. So we need them to step up to the plate. We're proud of our grain growers, and we want to make sure that they not only get their crop there in time, but that they get a fair price. Disappointingly this evening, Mr. Speaker, we've heard time after time the government members saying the real culprit here are the unions. And I defy the government members to tell us why it is the union members' fault that this product is not getting to market. I know that there were a good number of rail workers let go. We know that there are far less rail cars now available, that the current president and CEO of CP has significantly reduced the number of cars available. We're also well aware, and this matter is being discussed in the House and will into the future, that there are many, many cars now being dedicated towards the shipping of bitumen. And in fact, in Alberta, we're gearing up with two major terminals that are going to be providing 24-hour loading of bitumen to be shipped along lines. The question arises is, what is going on between the shipping of products such as potash and grain vis-a-vis the shipping of bitumen? Do we have an issue where the federal government should be intervening on behalf of our farm growers? So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the government has been given lots of options this evening on specific actions that could be taken, and I know that the grain growers look forward to action on one or all of those. Thank you very much. I welcome questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good choice. Mr. Speaker, I really do want to thank the member for being here to speak tonight, and I appreciate her taking that interest. You know, her lack of understanding of agriculture is to be forgiven. She's from the city, and I'm not faulting her for that at all. She's here. Again, I give her credit for that. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some things that I think she hasn't talked about tonight. This agriculture minister, I believe, is the best agriculture minister Canada's had in decades. Decades, Mr. Speaker. And you know, what he's done, Mr. Speaker, is a long list of really important things that he's done. He's opened markets around the world, along with our trade ministers, the Prime Minister, and others. He's ended the monopoly of the wheat board. By the way, the members across the floor say the wheat board's gone. It's simply false. The wheat board is still there. It's competing. It's moving grain on behalf of farmers. It's still there, functioning well without the monopoly. But that's been an extremely important measure and has helped farmers. And the ministers certainly
taken this issue on, Mr. Speaker. He started months ago, and I know he recognized in mid-August that there would be a lot of grain to move, a bumper crop, and he's done an awful lot, Mr. Speaker. And I just wonder why this member just won't stand up and do the right thing and acknowledge what the Ag Minister.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I enjoy serving on the Natural Resources Committee with him. Of course, I'm a fellow Albertan, and he can throw all the buns at me that he wants, same as City Solicitor. I don't know about agriculture. I think I can appreciate our farm producers the same as any other Canadian. The issues that I'm raising here tonight, Mr. Speaker, are not my personal opinion. They're opinion of the grain growers of Canada. And I am standing up on their behalf because they don't have an opportunity to be here. They've been trying to get the attention of the minister. I think that I'll let them voice their opinion on whether or not the minister's acting on their behalf. He mentioned that the minister responded quite some time back. I'm hearing exactly the opposite, that the minister has not been responding in a timely manner. He has not caught up with the amount of crop that has actually been produced and the delay in the delivery to our export.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be some consensus in the House tonight, even from some of the members on the government side, including the member for Prince Albert, that perhaps the rail level of service legislation that was passed at the behest of the government last year is not quite up to the standard it ought to be. And there were two principal deficiencies identified in that legislation. Number one, the definition of service was far too vague to be meaningful or enforceable. And secondly, the method of enforcement was a fine to be paid by the railways to the government, not liquidated damages to be paid by the railways to the farmers when the railways failed to deliver the farmers' product. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we could arrive in the next day or two at an agreement on how to fix those two deficiencies in that particular piece of legislation, and we have drafts for how to do it word for word already prepared by the shippers and by the grain companies. That legislation is already prepared. If we could agree on that, on those amendments, would the New Democrats in the House give us unanimous consent to let those amendments to that piece of legislation be adopted in no more than 24 hours?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his points. I, of course, can't speak for my entire party, and I'm sure that we look forward to deliberating on those proposed measures expeditiously. The very measures that the member is recommending are the very measures that were brought to my attention by all the grain growers I've spoken with as recently as an hour ago. And in particular, the last measure that the member mentioned, they are deeply troubled that the penalty provisions are not assisting the grain growers when they are suffering in the delay of their shipments. And very troubled that, well, the Minister of Agriculture promised that he would move expeditiously on these. He has not. So I think that certainly we will take his recommendations under advisement. And I think all members of the House will have been listening very closely, and we look forward to the government moving expeditiously, considering and actually acting.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity this evening to speak to this motion. I think it's important that the players in the grain transportation system explain, identify, and work with our government to improve our grain transportation system. I think everyone is aware Parliament just returned from our winter sessions. One of the first items of business we undertook was establishing committees, including the Agriculture Committee, and I am very pleased that I am now a member of that committee, Mr. Speaker. The member that brought forth this motion can be assured that it's a priority for committee members from our side to make sure that we get to the bottom of this transportation backlog, and we'll be asking hard questions to principals in charge in order to get some real answers to determine real solutions to a real logistics problem. What I'd like to, that having been said, Mr. Speaker, and as my colleague from Prince Albert has mentioned, I am a grain farmer, and although my wife does most of the work, But I'd like to explain a little bit about what it's like on the farm and give a bit of a farmer's side of the story. We started off by seeding our grain in the spring, and we're making decisions based on the situations that we see in front of us. We are watching our crops grow, and this year farmers knew that it was going to be a record crop. Decisions are then made about extra bins, grain storage bags, how much to store in the ground, the amount to sell straight off the combine, either directly or with some fall contracts or other contracts that we would have throughout the year. And farmers, after they've secured safe winter storage for the grain that they have, they look to the next off-farm opportunities to deliver. And that means we don't want to be delivering in minus 40 degrees, as we would like, as we're often told to do under the previous system. And certainly, the other time that we would be called to haul grain would be when the spring road bans were on or when we were trying to put our crops in. So farmers, they recognize that for cash flow, also the other opportunities that they have, of course, are agri-invest and also crop advance opportunities. And we've heard comments about cash advances, but this is something that farmers have as a tool, and the government has as a tool if farmers find that this particular system goes, this situation that we have continues. The point is, we knew the yields, we analyzed the risks, and we took action. The next part of the supply chain during fall delivery was a change of attitude on grain elevators, especially in Alberta. They made calls to organize daily delivery times, which was a lot different than normal practices, but it worked well as truckers hardly had to wait in line. In the past, you could be sitting for an hour when companies just gave you that generic call to haul. Now, obviously, when the elevators are plugged, though, everything stops. And as I said earlier, farmers make decisions on their part of the distribution system in conjunction with the grain industry. So now let's talk about the next part of the system. As those trains rolled through the prairies, did no one notice the bumper crops that existed? Where was the planning on the part of the rail companies? And what coordination was there between the grain company sales, the rail company car spots, and the efficient ship loading at the ports? These are questions that will be asked of those involved in the grain logistics system. We'll solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. But for now, what I'd like to do is to speak about where Canada's grain industry is going. Canada's world-class grain industry is a strong driver of the economy and jobs. 2012 was Canada's best export year on record for the agriculture and food industry. $47.7 billion, which is a new record. And for 2013, we're likely going to approach $50 billion. All of the top exporting sectors come from the Canadian grain industry: wheat, canola seed, canola oil, soybeans, and pulses. That's total exports of over $20 billion, driving jobs and growth across Canada. Grain and oilseed farms account for the highest share of total Canadian farm asset values, representing over 44% of total Canadian farm assets. And they account for about 60% of all farm cash receipts. To maintain this incredible momentum, the government has embarked on an ambitious plan to modernize Canada's grain sector, and the timing couldn't be better. We're coming off of a record harvest. Global demand is growing, and the FAO estimates the world will need 1 billion more tons of cereals over the next 4 decades. And to help meet this new demand, we have a new open market for wheat and barley in Western Canada. The record harvest clearly demonstrates that the end of the old single desk 2 years ago has reinvigorated Canada's grain industry. In the second year of marketing freedom, farmers planted 2 million more acres of wheat. And I'd be happy to talk about the important marketing freedom, how important marketing freedom has been for our farm. Decisions are ours. And as I mentioned earlier, a dropped ball by CN and CP would hit just as hard or worse under the single-desk buyer. We'd just be hearing excuses from them. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business survey found that the vast majority of its ag members, over 80%, are positive on the impact of marketing freedom on their operations. And this, Mr. Speaker, is why young farmers are coming back to the farm. They're making marketing decisions from the combine, and this is going to continue. And yes, Mr. Speaker, bumper crops are now the new normal. Let me quote from a fellow farmer. We had a record crop last year with a significant increase in yields, a buoyant farm economy, better genetics, increased usage of new and better fungicides, overall better agronomics, and better utilization of micronutrients in fertilizer application were all contributing factors. Who said that, Mr. Speaker, was Gary Stanford, President of the Grain Growers of Canada. That said, Mr. Speaker, we understand farmers' frustration with the system not moving grain fast enough to keep up to the demand. The government has taken steps to improve the performance of the entire rail supply chain in order to help farmers get their crops to market, which include, if necessary, taking action to protect Canada's economy and grain farmers, by introducing legislation to get CN Rail back on track if that issue does materialize, and we have heard some good news about that tonight, investing $1.5 million in a Pulse Canada-led multi-sector collaboration project of the Pulse oilseeds and grain industries to improve supply chain efficiency and reliability, passing the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, which creates a process to establish service agreements, investing $25 million to support grain shipments through the Port of Churchill, which of course had record shipments this year, implementing marketing freedom for Western Canadian wheat and barley growers, and these are decisions that are made by individuals who now have a vested interest in all parts of their own operations. The government is also working to help solve the challenges of the supply chain by bringing industry groups together through forums such as the Commodity Supply Chain Table, a crop logistics working group, and value chain roundtables to facilitate comprehensive industry-led solutions that are suitable to all players. These are the people that have their finger on the pulse of the commodity supply chain. We have further acted to respond to earlier recommendations on the Crop Logistics Working Group by pursuing enhancements to the grain monitoring program to improve the frequency of reporting and committing to providing an ongoing forum for representatives across the industry to discuss improvement throughout the entire supply chain. This Crop Logistics Working Group was created to drive new efficiencies into the system, and we are already moving forward with some early recommendations. The working group provided a useful forum for industry to exchange views, build consensus on priority areas, and identify future opportunities to improve supply chain performance. Their work will complement the government-funded study of the grain supply chain, which will also identify ways to improve the efficiency and reliability of the system. To bring more predictability and clarity the system last year, and to clarify the system, last year the government passed the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. The Act creates a process to establish service agreements and ultimately encourage commercial solutions between shippers and railways. Transport Canada has committed to establishing a commodity supply chain table where supply chain partners can discuss issues including the grain sectors. Now I'd like to talk for a moment about Canada and Europe, the Free Trade Agreement, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to work toward a modernized grain sector that has the tools to solve issues commercially and is well positioned to continue to drive the Canadian economy. And the discussion this evening speaks to that as well. A prime example is historic trade agreements in principle between Canada and so many other countries, but specifically the European Union. Once this trade agreement is fully implemented, our farmers and food processors will have virtually tariff-free access to 500 million consumers. This is a remarkable achievement when you consider that currently only 18% of EU agricultural tariffs are duty-free. Our agriculture industry here in Canada will be the only one in all of the G8 countries to have preferential access to the EU. As Grain Growers of Canada said recently, This trade agreement is opening up a new frontier for Canada's grain industry. Our top 3 agri-food exports to the EU are soybeans, durum wheat, and non-durum wheat. Europe has a grain deficit when it comes to feedstocks, both for livestock and also for the biofuels industry. So we really have the opportunity there to start shipping products to them. The Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance is estimating new grains and oilseed opportunities in Europe of $100 million a year. On wheat, tariffs of up to $122 a ton will be gone once this deal is fully implemented. At a wheat yield of a ton an acre, that's $122 an acre. On barley, tariffs of up to $120 a ton will be gone once the deal is fully implemented. On processed pulses and grains, tariffs will disappear as well, and they start at over 7%. Same story with canola oil, whose tariffs now exceed 9%. Canola growers alone are looking at $90 million a year in new sales to Europe, including biodiesel markets. Our pulse producers are estimating a new market of up to 1 million tons in Europe to use as healthy ingredients in a whole range of processed foods. And of course, our pork and beef producers will also win with an estimated $1 billion a year in new sales, and that's good news for our grain sector as well.
That's great news.
So let's talk about some of the great initiatives in agriculture that are going to help guide this. In terms of non-tariff barriers to trade, the agreement will establish mechanisms allowing Canada and the EU to address issues of importance to our agricultural exporters. Issues such as technical and regulatory cooperation, promotion of efficient science-based approval processes, and cooperation on low-level presence of genetically modified crops. The agreement also includes new mechanisms for preventing and resolving trade challenges related to plant health and food safety issues. The Minister of Agriculture remains committed to developing a policy to manage low-level presence in grain, food, and feed. And we continue to work with our trading partners and domestic stakeholders to develop an approach that is predictable, flexible, transparent, and proactive. Canada has also launched a global LLP initiative, which is a group of 15 countries committed to developing international solutions to LLP with the goal of minimizing trade disruptions. Likewise, we remain committed to implementing UPOV 91 with a view to stimulating investment, innovation, and growth in the agricultural sector. And we are focused on international standards on maximum residue limits for pesticides, which can also act as a non-tariff trade barrier for Canadian exports. The reform of the Canadian Wheat Board and European Trade Agreement, as significant as they are, have essentially launched us into an active agenda for modernized grain policy, expanding markets, and to move the markers on innovation. We are pushing ahead with our aggressive trade agenda in key markets like China, and through partnership in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, negotiations with Morocco, and talks with some 50 other countries underway with key customers around the world. The Minister of Agriculture is also committed to continuing our modernization agenda around the Canadian Grain Commission, building on our first round of reforms. We'll also continue to focus on improving the supply chain through a number of initiatives, including encouraging Transport Canada to convene the promised supply chain roundtable to squeeze inefficiencies out of the supply chain. Our strong innovation agenda continues. Under Growing Forward 2, we're investing over $70 million in grains, oilseed, and special crop research clusters and projects.
Absolutely.
That includes the wheat cluster, backed by shared government industry funding of over $25 million. Wow. All of the clusters continue to do a tremendous job of bringing everyone to the table to set common directions and to achieve common goals. There's also the $97 million Canadian Wheat Alliance. The Alliance is a 5-year partnership with the University of Saskatchewan and the Natural Research Council to develop elite new wheat varieties. The goal is to kickstart wheat yields by an estimated 10 bushels an acre, increasing producer revenues by close to $5 billion over the next 2 decades. As we learned from the clusters, collaboration is key to moving the yardsticks forward on innovation. Ensuring farmers continue to have the latest tools at their disposal will take greater emphasis on public-private collaboration and value chain partnerships, such as what we are discussing tonight. Meeting the new global demand for grains will take investment by government and industry. At the same time, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada remains committed to core research while partnering with industry to get new tools out the door. A good example is the recent discovery by our scientists of 3 genes resistant to UG99, a potentially devastating wheat stem rust. The discoveries coming out of this research will protect farmers' livelihoods and food security in Canada and around the world. We've already invested $13 million in the fight against this disease, plus an additional $1.6 million under Growing Forward 2. The variety registration, also tied in closely with our innovation capacity, is this new system. We are committed to work with industry to develop a system that facilitates increased innovation and productivity, reduces the time it takes to get varieties into the marketplace, and delivers on the performance demands of our farmers and the quality and consistency demanded by our customers. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, Canadian grain industry will certainly continue to play a vital role in creating jobs and economic growth. Of course, there are challenges. That's to be expected for an industry that is in an expansion mode. We are addressing these challenges by working closely with industry and calling on all players, including the railways, to step up their game. The time is right for the Canadian grain industry to capture new opportunities in burgeoning markets that are looking for healthy, nutritious foods more than ever. The government will continue to work with the Canadian grain industry to drive transformative change and lay down the conditions required to unlock the sector's full economic potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Speaker, I see they're all speaking from the same blueprint because they all go on and talk about the 2 million additional acres, 2 million acres over last year. Let's put the facts on the record, Mr. Speaker. That's 7 million acres less than in 1990. But the member talked about the new orderly market, the new open market system. And I think what farmers are beginning to see, Mr. Speaker, where we used to have an orderly marketing system, now it's a disorderly marketing system. Chaos at port in terms of trying to move the rail traffic around to get the grain into the hull of a ship to get it to market. But I want to ask the member, he's from Red Deer, is a farmer. I talked to one of his neighbours tonight, and this is what he told me, and I wonder could he confirm these figures under this new system. On pricing on spring wheat, the farmer said he was getting $3.78 per bushel on January 14th. $2.32 per bushel of that was taking away for the rip-off by the grain companies and the railways in terms of handling and transportation costs. And at the same time, the futures, in the Minneapolis future, was $6.10. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, the new pricing arrangement under this new system means that Canada's price is discounted by 35 to 40% off the Minneapolis price. I wonder, could the member confirm that those figures are relatively right?
Good question. Member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess one of the things that we can talk about is where the bases are. Some of the amount that makes up that basis would come through elevation, inspection, cleaning, storage. These are the amounts that make up that particular chunk that is taken off. If there is no transportation, that gets larger and larger because, of course, we're dealing with the storage aspect of it. In situations where people want the grain, that's where you're looking at negative bases or trucking incentives that are also going to be included in that. So when you do take a look at it, you have to recognize that that is what is taking place and that the prices that you have, they are there if that is where you are selling. So this is why we have to take a look at some of the options that we have that are available. And with only 40% of the people taking out the advance payments that are available, and of course there's always this discussion, oh, well, that happened because of the Canadian Wheat Board, which of course has nothing to do with that. They happen to have the same information that is going to be there with the Canola Commission that is running it and managing it now. All they need to have is that information available. This is there for them. And the other aspect of it as well that people have to recognize is that the government will be there. The concern is, well, and I heard this earlier today, the concern is going to be, well, you're going to owe all of this. It's part of the equity that you have in that crop. And that's the thing that you have to be looking at, and that's the thing that people should be looking at when they are making these marketing decisions. If you sell at the bottom, you are going to be under this system and it's going to be causing you a problem. You have to look after that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member has done a great job of talking about how our farmers are doing a great job in producing larger and larger bumper crops. But over a month ago, they asked the prairie farmer groups, including Agriculture Group in Alberta, asked the Minister of Transport to look into this problem of constraints, and she hasn't even bothered to get back to them yet. Mr. Speaker, we are the only country in the G20 that has no national rail strategy at all. And we've doubled the number of oil transports in the last 5 years in unsafe DOT 111 cars. So my question to the honourable member is, when is this government going to invest in rail safety, in rail quality, in rail efficiency? And that starts with a national rail strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, I think there are a couple of things, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I think there's a couple of things that people have to recognize what has happened here. We're 3% above the 5-year average as far as the amount of grain that has been delivered already. We are 5% below last year, and that's an issue. So when you're taking a look at situations like that, you then have to recognize and take a look at why it is that we're having this problem. And cold temperatures do matter. As I mentioned earlier in my speech, there's a reason why we do not take our grain to the elevators when it's -40. Because we don't want to be open, we don't want to be taking our trucks through all of that. We don't have to worry about that. We don't want to be standing at the elevators and being in those kinds of situations. And that's what's happening at this particular point in time. I'm not excusing the rail companies, but if they have to move from 130-car trains to 107 because of the type of temperatures and conditions that they're going through, I think we have to recognize that that is where the problem is at this point in time. The rest of it is a case of trying to make sure that we have got the right rail allocation for the grains that we have.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Honolulu-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Western producers have had an exceptional crop this year, but they're unable to get their products to market. The Conservatives got rid of the Canadian Wheat Board without developing a plan for transporting grain. The Agriculture Minister has announced that a 5-year study is underway of rail transport in this country. 5 years is too long. Do you not believe that the government should be finding a more efficient solution to this problem?
Well, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. The Canadian Wheat Board is still there, and it's still working. I've talked to members in December that were taking, that were putting into the pool and buying grain at that particular point in time. They were making that type of a decision, and we can take a look at the types of things that are going to happen if they decide that that they have the transportation opportunities. They're going to be building new pools and going through from there. So the suggestion that there is no Canadian Wheat Board is not true. What farmers were asking was a choice, and the Canadian Wheat Pool is one of those choices and one of those options. But this is the kind of thing that we have to look at, and we have to realize that when people say, well, there is no Canadian Wheat Board, it's all because of that. That isn't true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I have 2 Peace River MPs up. I will take the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, it is a privilege for me to represent the farmers of the Peace Country, and I can tell you today that there are Peace Country farmers that are looking to move their product. I can tell you that this has been an exceptional year. We've seen record amounts of crop coming off the fields of the Peace Country, and I can tell you that I'm incredibly proud of the incredible and the resourceful Peace Country farmers who have seen record crop yields. Now, Mr. Speaker, the issue is obviously we have had record amount of crop coming off the fields. We also have had record amounts of snowfall this winter. We know that the rail companies have contended with that. We know that there's a number of reasons for this, but Mr. Speaker, the challenges are real. But the only solutions that my colleagues on the other side of the House seem to have is forcing my farmers who voted overwhelmingly to get rid of the wheat board to now bring back the wheat board, force the wheat board back onto each and every farmer. That's not a solution. I can tell you I've heard from many farmers that say that they're really pleased with the opportunities that they have today. The other options that are being floated around on the opposition benches are nationalizing the railway. Now, I don't think there's any Canadian that's reasonably looking at the situation that thinks that's the solution. So I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about some of the things that our government has done to work through the challenges that we're facing in terms of the bumper crop, the amount of wheat and barley and canola that have come off Peace Country fields as well as prairie fields, and the issues of shipping out that product to market.
Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Good question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think one of the most important things, important aspects of this is recognizing that what the rail system has to match the amount of grain that can work its way through the system. So the purchasing of it at the grain elevators, the transference of it to the ports with the trains, and then getting it onto the ships and moving it. This is something that has to happen. And our government, in discussions with all of the stakeholders, are looking for ways in which that can occur. And as I mentioned earlier today in my speech, they can be assured that when we speak about this to the stakeholders, and I'm hopeful that we will do that soon, when we do that, we will be getting answers from people other than politicians, and we'll be finding the situations that occur and the important things that are required. And just to go back to one of the questions, I know that people were talking about car allocations. It's so important to understand that the Canadian Wheat Board never allocated cars. It was the Canadian Grain Commission that allocates those cars, and it's the commercial deals now that occur between the grain companies and the railway that are now actually allocating those cars. Thank you very much.
You should take notes, Wayne.
We're out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by stating that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Newton North Delta. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak to this motion here in the House, a motion that many people in my constituency and my part of the country feel very strongly about. But before I begin to talk about where I come from and how important rail transport is and its connections to both the agricultural industry but also to the northern economy, I want to comment on the fact that, there are some chances that we have in this House, or some moments rather, that, where time and space seems to collide. And you swear that what you're hearing you've heard before. And you swear that the problems that people are talking about, people predicted just a short while ago. And here we are, Mr. Speaker, debating an issue that farmers across Western Canada said would happen. Because despite the rhetoric of the Conservative Party, farmers across Western Canada and farmers across the country know their land, know the reality of their communities, of the economy around them better than any of us. And what did farmers across the country tell us when the spotlight was on them as this government ran roughshod over their voices to dismantle the Canadian Wheat Board? They told us that they were getting ripped off by rail companies. They told us that they were working hard to produce the product of the highest quality that they could ship around the world, something they've continued to do. They told us that they knew from development and communities around them, whether it's southwestern Manitoba, whether it's across Saskatchewan or in Alberta, that oil and gas was ramping up and that increasingly rail lines were being taken up for product that wasn't theirs. and that they were facing immense challenges as a result. And what they were saying is that their voices, whether it was on the Canadian Wheat Board or any other decision that affect them, need to be at the center of the decisions that are being made. And Mr. Speaker, that is the last thing that this government has done. There are many across the aisle that have spent many years working hard as farmers in the agricultural industry, something that we all respect. However, Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is when many of those members of Parliament, whether or not they have an agricultural background, stand up and profess to talk about communities in Western Canada, what they're not doing is speaking on behalf of the people that are saying, we need help. We need help and we need support. Because yes, the farmers across Western Canada have given, as they do every year, everything they have to produce what they need to live, to be able to provide their families, to be able to grow their communities. But unfortunately, the player at the table that's letting them down, that has the power to make a difference, is this federal government, the very same federal government that is made up of members of Parliament that claim to represent their interests. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the Prime Minister's office, that there is a space, there's a map, and on the part of the prairies, there's a lot of blue coloring, and it says taken for granted. And there is no debate better than this one to show us how this government takes the West for granted. Takes for granted the people that work hard to give back. People that have helped build our country through the agricultural sector. People that have given Canada the great name it has in terms of its grain exports. People that simply want a fair deal. And Mr. Speaker, this has a domino effect. Now, I can speak to this as a member of Parliament for Churchill because I know the way Churchill has been impacted by this government's wrong-headed decision, corporate interest-driven decision to dismantle the single-desk Canadian Wheat Board. Churchill is a community that has a very diverse history, but one of its pillars is the port. A port that is a gem for northern Manitoba, for my province, and really for our country, the only deep-water seaport in northern Canada. As a result, unfortunately, of climate change, there are some opportunities for increased trade through that port, as of course it takes longer for the ice to freeze in the fall. Mr. Speaker, there are many opportunities that we could be investing in this port, that we could be looking at how to grow linkages between Churchill, between other northern countries, between countries around the world. One of the staples that has gone through Churchill for decades is grain. The Canadian Wheat Board, like it did for every port, coordinated to the nth degree the kind of traffic that would need to go through Churchill and through every single other port. And the reason why it chose Churchill is because it was the fastest and cheapest way at that time of year to get to certain countries. And it wasn't cheap. It wasn't cheap so it could be good for the Canadian Wheat Board. It was to save money for farmers, to save them money in terms of cost, to save them time in terms of not having to decide where and how they were going to ship their grain. It was to look out, to have the back of farmers in Western Canada. And the moment this government dismantled the single-desk Canadian Wheat Board, they also let Canadian wheat and grain farmers down. In Churchill, we know that this government's quite ironic decision to subsidize trade going through the port has made for a superficial bump in terms of the kind of traffic that's going through there. This subsidy, as we know, will be done in 5 years by 2017. And people in Churchill, in fact, I was just speaking to the mayor a few days ago, and others are very concerned what lies in the future for this community and for our region. Now, Churchill, of course, is affected by the fact that the single desk is gone, but it's also affected most fundamentally by the fact that this federal government fails time and time again to project and realize a vision that is based on Canadians' interests, that is based on the interests of people living in Manitoba, in this case in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, whether they're related to the agricultural industry or, frankly, any other industry. And, Mr. Speaker, the domino effect extends to other industries. When rail cars are not available for farmers, they're also not available, increasingly not available, for other industries as well. And I'll give you another example. Our region also depends on forestry, another sector that has suffered deeply under this government's reign. Most recently, Tolko, a successful forestry company in our region, announced that they would be laying people off temporarily. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they can't ship their product. They've produced far too much, and there are no rail cars to ship it out. It's not that the product isn't in demand. In fact, it is paper, industrial paper, that is very much in demand around the world. They have global exports. It's not because it's not of high quality. In fact, it's incredible research and cutting-edge technology has gone into producing this. Mr. Speaker, the reasoning behind people losing their jobs is because there aren't enough rail cars to access. So, Mr. Speaker, as we sit here and debate, and I've had a chance to hear great stories from the other side, and very positive remarks about the work of the hard-working, the work of farmers across our country. I can't help thinking of the people that right now are struggling because they've lost their job, because they know that what they produce they can't send elsewhere, because they don't know what they're going to be able to save this year, and because, as a result of this government's inaction, they don't believe that the situation will get better next year. Mr. Speaker, we're not just sitting here to midnight to talk at each other. We're here to call this government to make a difference, to stand up for farmers across Western Canada, to stand up for Western Canadians, to stand up for communities like Churchill, the Pas, and many of the communities that they represent, and to make a difference, to listen to the people across Western Canada, to sit at the table, to engage rail companies, to stop ripping farmers off and Western Canadians off, and really to make a difference on behalf of a part of the country that deserves to have proper representation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to listen to the member's remarks, and we've heard a lot from the government side tonight about predictions, and not much in terms of what they're going to do to deal with the emergency. Maybe something that'll come in 5 years down the road. But I think it would be important, Mr. Speaker, to put on the record what the minister said, where we'd be today. And he made this statement on November 2nd, 2011, and I quote, "To that end, this is when he was talking about getting rid of the wheat board. To that end, both CN and CP are doing over $1 billion worth of renovations on their main lines across Western Canada because they know they're going to be demanded to move more product more quickly than they are now, because we won't be dragging our sales out on the 12th of every month as the wheat board does now. There's going to be a lot more going to market positions earlier, and get us away from starting our trucks and our augers at minus 40 in January. I know it used to drive me nuts. I'd wait for a malt car until the coldest, wettest, or muddiest day of the year. Now we'll be able to put that product into market position ahead of time." End of quote. That was his prediction. Well, has that come to pass, or is it just more of the same old of the government, where they sold out to the railways and the grain companies, and in the process sold out farmers?
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate that blast from the past. When I'll never forget the kind of rhetoric that we heard from the government side in their steadfast campaign to get rid of something that of an institution that Canadian farmers built. And lo and behold, those rosy predictions not only haven't materialized, but this government, when problems are persistent, is failing to act. And Mr. Speaker, let's come to the present day. We have various farmers and representatives of farmer organizations that are saying They need help right now. And I want to quote Doug Chorney, the president of the Manitoba Keystone Agricultural Producers. He laid the blame in terms of the bottleneck on abysmal service by Canada's two major railways. It says the duopoly Canadian Pacific Railway and Canadian National Railway have in the marketplace allows them to provide inadequate service without the fear of consequences. Lynn Jacobson, the president of the Alberta Federation of Agriculture, said, "This is a crisis situation and something has to be done. It affects not only the agriculture community but the whole economy in Western Canada. Take it from the farmers themselves, take it from the organizations. This government must act."
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague on one issue. This is a very serious issue that affects real families in Alberta. Whether I'm talking to my colleague and friend Ian Donovan from Little Bow or the Bauer family farm in Thorhild, this is an issue that directly affects them, and it affects the way that their livelihoods have an outcome with. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it deserves serious debate, not the throwback model of the Back to the Future that we've heard from the Liberals. And certainly, I have some questions of my colleague on the other side who is talking about needing these resources, staffing resources, rail cars, locomotives for Churchill to go to the ports in Vancouver. My question to the member opposite, will she support and urge the Teamsters to accept the tentative deal that is there with CN so that it doesn't deprive Western Canadian families of those resources that she was just talking about that they need? Will she urge her friends in the Teamsters to accept the deal so that we can ensure that we continue to move the record harvest that we have of Western Canadian grain?
Honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I believe that this House ought to be above cheap rhetoric like that. I mean, to take and you know what, I'm glad they're finding this hour humorous. But I think, let's go back to the member's introduction, talking about the real families in the real Western Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I represent some of those real families, and they are hurting. People have lost their jobs in communities that I represent. People in Churchill don't know what the next 2, 3, 4 years are going to look like. And it's not enough for us to just sit here and talk. We want this government to act. It has the power to do so, and it's about time they act on behalf of their constituents.
Well, that 5 minutes goes very quickly. So we're back to resuming debate. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and speak in support of the motion before this House. And like my colleague, I think when we have these emergency debates, it's an opportunity for all sides of the House to work together over an issue that we realize is really urgent. You know, I hear so much about real families. There are real families hurting right across this country. It doesn't matter whether it's in Newfoundland or whether it's in Vancouver, right across. But let's today focus on the farmers. You know, Mr. Speaker, we live in a very, very huge country. Our geography is truly inspirational. And it's our western provinces that grow the majority of the grain and the pulses. I was actually surprised a few years ago when I found out how much of our grain is actually exported to feed many corners of the planet. And, Mr. Speaker, you might be surprised to know that 40% of our pulses grown in the prairies are actually exported to China and India. I can tell you that took me by surprise. I did not know that. So what we're talking about here are not only people who grow grain for us for domestic consumption, but they also help in the trade in order to create us with a trade balance, but also they help to feed the rest of the world. And sometimes it's so embarrassing at how badly our farmers feel treated by this government. I'm not going to go back and revisit the Canadian Wheat Board, but I think what we're beginning to see are the very results that were predicted by people on this side of the House, while that government was so adamant in dismantling a Canadian institution, one that was serving the Canadian grain-growing farmers really well for their own ideological reasons, not based on what was needed by the farmers, but based on their own ideology, and absolutely rammed that through. But today we're here to talk about how fast or how quickly or if ever this grain gets moved. And what we're hearing from the farmers is that they have a massive crop. I mean, we should be celebrating the fact that we have this massive crop. And Mr. Speaker, most countries would be celebrating. But our farmers cannot celebrate because their grain is not moving. You know, this government is very fond of signing international trade agreements. But unless we have the infrastructure in place to move the goods within Canada, to get them to our ports and out of the country, it really begs the question how serious we are when we sign those agreements, or whether we're not selling people a kind of a bill of goods, so to speak. I live in a port city, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour and privilege of having Delta Port right in my area, and of course the Metro Port, Port Vancouver as well. And I have had innumerable meetings with transloading companies, and they tell me the challenges they face. And I actually went and have spent half a day or a day at a number of these different companies to see how the port system actually works and how the goods that arrive from the prairies then get moved out through our ports. And there are huge challenges facing the ports in Canada at the moment. And many of them are aggravated by our transportation of goods to the ports, and in this case, through the railway system. You know, Mr. Speaker, I found out, for example, that rail cars arriving filled with grain, when they arrive at the transloading company, they have 24 hours to empty them. 24 hours. If they don't, there's a fine. And the fines are quite hefty. I was surprised. But if CN Rail is late by 2 days or a day or even a week, there is no penalty for CN Rail. The penalty is borne by the transloaders, and they lose in many different ways. First of all, they pay a penalty to CN Rail. Second, if they're expecting an arrival of goods and they don't arrive, they're paying their truck drivers. The truck companies, the owner-operators, as well as the transloading companies, lose double then as well. They've got people there ready to unload the grain, bag it, and then to ship it out. Guess what? They're paying those people and waiting for that grain to arrive. And what they go through is famine to feast. And that's no way to run a business, because you hire staff expecting goods, they don't arrive. Guess what? You're still ending up having to pay some staff, and the truckers, the owner-operators, end up being big losers in this as well. And we really need to address this issue in a very, very serious way. So it's the farmers in the prairies. They absolutely, you know, they've grown this magnificent product that is quality product, grains and pulses, that the rest of the world wants to purchase. But here is the sad part. We don't have the infrastructure in place. Surely there is an easy way of getting extra rail cars. Surely the government can work with CN to work through all of those things. But instead of doing that, here we are in a situation where the farmers, after a magnificent harvest, are now saying, we're going to be broke. We haven't been paid, because they don't get paid until that grain gets moved. So all of that is a serious, serious problem for us. And you need to know, Mr. Speaker, that it's the farmers who suffer, it's the transloading companies, it's the truck drivers, and there's a whole chain where the costs, and they are heavy costs, are downloaded. And, you know, I hear a lot about business sense. being good economic managers from the other side. Well, good economic managers would address an issue like this, because here's a Canadian product that other countries want to buy, but we can't get it to the port in time. And it's our Canadian companies, the transloading companies, as well as the truck drivers, who end up being the victims and end up suffering. So you go, even for the truck drivers, from having days of famine to having days when they are then told, we don't have enough truck drivers, we need to have more trucks. And the ports themselves find it difficult to make the kind of plans they need to make in order to ship the goods out. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we think that maybe we're just making all this stuff up, but let me tell you that we've been hearing from some of the farmers and grain growers themselves. A flax farmer in Central Butte, Saskatchewan, says, free trade is no good if you can't get the product there. You know, Mr. Speaker, I come from a farming background in my ancestry, not that I've ever farmed myself. I haven't. But my grandparents and great-grandparents did. And one thing I know about farmers, they're blunt and to the point. And I think there is something significant to be learned from there. But here is a quote from the Manitoba Pulse Growers Association President, Kyle Friesen. We need to get the grain moving because many farmers may not be paid for last year's harvest until after spring planting. How many of you would like to wait 6 months or 9 months before you get your pay as members of Parliament? We wouldn't. This is already causing lost sales. Things need to improve, otherwise this will translate into a serious cash flow issue for farmers when they need to buy seed and inputs this spring. And it absolutely harms our international trade. What kind of credibility do we have when we don't have the kind of predictability we need for the transportation of our grains and pulses from the fields right to the ports and to the countries that have bought them? Rick White, General Manager of the Canadian Canola Growers Association, had this to say, the big question now is, are they going to be able to get enough grain delivered into the system to pay off the advance prior to the deadline? You know, farmers who are growing grain and are helping in our trade balance, they are being punished. And if we want future generations to remain in farming and to utilize the wealth of our land, then surely we have to have an infrastructure in place, and we have to make sure that they're remunerated at the right time and in an appropriate manner, and they are not left begging and thinking, am I going to be able to feed my family? Do I make it into the next year? And is my grain going to rot? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the member for that question. But again, it comes typically from a member that lives in Vancouver that wants to tell a Western Canadian grain farmer how a solution can be arrived at. And simply the response is just fix it. And I think that's where we differ as a government to the NDP, is that we actually want to have a concrete solution to a real problem and get a real solution that's long-term, that's good for all farmers and Canadians. So my simple question to the member is, from a Vancouver person's perspective, you say you have a solution to the problem. What is your solution?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, there are many things we know about without actually having to live that experience for ourselves. You know, I've been a teacher all my life, and I think that has to be a question that, for a minute, had me really thinking, and I want to respond to this. There is a very simple solution. Build an infrastructure, support the infrastructure, provide extra rails, get the goods moved, get them to the ports. So cities like Vancouver, where the ports are, cities like Churchill, where the ports are, so that all the ports can operate and get the goods where they need to go. The food that we grow in the prairies is part of a food chain. It gets grown in the prairies, it gets used right across the country, but we also ship it overseas in order to earn money and in order to get a trade balance.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not long ago, one of our colleagues in this House resigned to take up a new challenge. That was Merv Tweed, the former member for Brandon, who went off to become the new CEO of Omnitrax, which has responsibility for the Port of Churchill. The government has indicated that there's $1 million or so to be of assistance to Churchill. It would seem to me that somebody should be looking right now at the question, while the permafrost in northern Manitoba is still frozen, is there the possibility of moving any kind of significant volume of grain by rail to Churchill to have it in position for the spring shipping season to take some of the pressure off the current situation? Is that one small practical example of some things that might be done? And has anybody spoken to Mr. Tweed?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Well, my colleague from Churchill tells me that is one solution. The other solution is let's get some additional rail cars in place and let's utilize the Port of Vancouver. Our Delta port is also available there as well. But, as I said, let's stop this periods of fast and feast or famine, and let's get the goods moving. And what I'm hearing over and over again from the transloading companies is this wait periods and the kind of penalties they have to pay. And let's build some accountability into CNN so that the penalty isn't always one way, which is onto the transloading companies.
Questions et commentaires. La députée de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Cetibert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Conservative government dismantled the wheat board, we predicted that there would be problems. In the various speeches made by my NDP colleagues, yet again, this government has a talent for destroying everything that works without thinking about the consequences. The proof is that today we are here in this House holding an urgent debate on the consequences of this decision that was not well thought out. Japanese and Chinese food agencies have complained. Better management of the feeding of the food chain needs to be done. The question from my colleague is this government taking its responsibilities seriously? It needs to resolve this crisis immediately. They cannot hide behind adverse weather conditions. Thank you.
You know, we have a Conservative government that is a majority government. If they really had a will to fix this problem, I bet you it could be fixed overnight. We've seen that when they want to move on issues, they can move. They'll actually even shut off debate in this House and will move closure motions in order to get their will put into place. But here, where we've got Canadian farmers hurting and the whole export chain hurting in a way because of their lack of inaction and lack of investment in the infrastructure and lack of accountability that is required in the contracts they have signed with CN, what they really need to do is to sit down and get to work straight away. Yep. And I believe they can do it. I'm pleading with them to do it for the sake of the farmers and so that we don't see good grain going to waste.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be here tonight to take part in this debate. It's a very unfortunate thing, of course, Mr. Speaker, that the need is here for us to be here once again discussing slow rail movement. I've been in Ottawa here about 20 years, and I've been through this discussion on slow rail movement and problems with rail movement a number of times, Mr. Speaker. And in my life as a farm economist and a farmer before I got into politics, I went through this same situation many times, and I do want to say that it hurts. It hurts farmers now. Many in our caucus are still involved in farms, Mr. Speaker. I am very much involved in a farm. This slow rail movement has hurt me personally in a very serious way. It's hurt all of I have 10 mostly young farmers who rent land from me on a crop share basis, so I pay part of the expenses, I get a part of the crop, and every one of them is being affected in an extremely negative way by the slow rail movement, Mr. Speaker. So the situation certainly is a really negative, unfortunate situation. We'd all love to have this solved once and for all, and it simply probably never will be, but I do think, Mr. Speaker, in fact, I know that our government's done a lot of things that will help and have helped and have led to really good rail movement over the past few years. So I just want to start, Mr. Speaker, by talking a little bit about the situation. Here in Western Canada, we have a very unusual situation. 85% of many of the crops we grow are exported. That's, Mr. Speaker, extremely unusual. The only other countries that might have a similar situation are Australia and Argentina. In Australia, most of their crops are grown within 200 miles of the coast. And in Argentina, they certainly don't have the kinds of distances that we're talking about in Canada in terms of movement of the grain to get it to a port position so you can export to the world. So Canada has a huge percentage of the crop, which goes to export. It's our only market. The shipment distance is extremely far, Mr. Speaker. It's well over 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers in some cases. So that makes this a very unusual situation, and a situation that makes it really difficult to deal with this. Railways, Mr. Speaker, have been shipping record numbers of grains and all other commodities over the past few years. In fact, if you look at CN, they're really to be commended up until the last few months, Mr. Speaker, but they're to be commended for increasing their shipment of almost every commodity over the past 4 years. Each year increased over the last year, Mr. Speaker, and they are to be commended for that. They've done a great job. They've turned what was kind of an average railway into probably the best railway in North America. But, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't let them off the hook for what they haven't done over December and January, because that's hurt our farmers in an extremely real way and in a very damaging way. It's hurt because they're not getting the income because their commodity's not moving, and it's hurt even more, Mr. Speaker, because it's driven prices down quite dramatically. And I would argue even that grain companies, or some of them certainly, are taking unfair advantage of that situation because they know that this grain isn't being moved to the coast. They're paying less than they otherwise would if grain movement was better. And that's a huge problem, Mr. Speaker. In fact, one of the young farmers that rents land from me phoned me up tonight, just after this debate started, and he said, I phoned a couple of grain companies today trying to price some of the wheat that we have to sell still. And he said he got an offer for April of $5.35. This is soft white wheat, so it's the least expensive type of wheat usually. It's a lower-priced wheat used for ethanol. And so $5.35, I mean, in today's conditions, that's not too bad. That was a shipper 20 miles west of his farm, 20 miles south of his farm, Mr. Speaker, and this is in Saskatchewan. The price offered was $3.50 a bushel. And so he asked the guy, he said, well, come on, they're giving me $5.35 20 miles west. Why are you only offering $3.50? And he told me, Mr. Speaker, the guy told him right out. He said, we're only offering $3.50 because management told us not to offer anymore because farmers are going to be desperate and some of them are going to take it. And, Mr. Speaker, if that's happening, then I think those grain companies are dealing unfairly. And in a normal marketplace, I'd say, well, that's the market. But this is not a normal marketplace, Mr. Speaker, when farmers and grain companies are held captive to a railway. And I say a railway because in most cases, farmers only have one option, either the CN line or the CP line that runs through near the farm. So they really only have one option, Mr. Speaker. It's not a free marketplace, and that does allow things to happen that really shouldn't happen, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I think there is a place for government to be involved, and I know the minister has been very much involved, Mr. Speaker. He's been involved for months now in this. We knew in midsummer we were going to have a huge grain crop. He started working with all of the parties involved back then, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the railways did pretty well in the first couple of months of the crop year, early in harvest, but for December and January, I don't have the exact numbers, Mr. Speaker, but I know shipments have been way off. And so he's working on that. And the members across the floor talk about the 5-year plan to fix the system. Well, you know, quite frankly, that's a long-term plan. He's been working on an immediate short-term plan as well, Mr. Speaker, and I'm confident that we will have results from that. It's too slow for me, it's too slow for other farmers, but certainly it's the best you could really expect, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I would argue that this agriculture minister, and I don't say this only because I'm a Conservative member of Parliament, I believe this agriculture minister is absolutely the best agriculture minister this country has had in decades, Mr. Speaker. He's on top of these things. He's working for farmers. He's opening up new markets for farmers, Mr. Speaker, and that's extremely important, particularly with the huge increase in crops that we're growing, and we've seen that this year, and I think we're going to see it years into the future. So he's doing an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, and but I do encourage farmers, having said that, I do encourage farmers to continue to push the railways, push the grain companies, push the ports, push our government to do more and to do it more quickly, because what's happening now is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here tonight because we're talking about an issue that's too near and dear to my heart to do this, except for this one thing I have to do. It's really rich to me when I hear the members across the floor in this House complaining about slow rail delivery. Some have even complained about the increase in delivery of crude oil by rail. That's true. That's tripled just in the last couple of years. In fact, I think it may have tripled this year over last year, Mr. Speaker. So they're complaining about that. At the same time, they're doing everything to block new pipelines from being built. Mr. Speaker, they take some of the blame for this situation, and there's no way around that. There's no way around that, Mr. Speaker. They're blocking the pipelines, so if oil isn't being moved by pipelines, it's going to be produced, it's going to be moved by rail. And that rail is competing with grain movement, and that is a problem, although I do say that I want to give the railways credit for increasing delivery in all commodities until this last couple of months. So they've got to get their game together. CN's done a great job over the last 4 years. CP's starting to get it together, and that is encouraging because we, who move commodities so far in this country, really do depend on the railways to get our bulk commodities to market. There's no other choice. So I'd like the members across the floor to give that some real serious consideration. So how bad are things? And I've already explained a little bit about an example that one of the farmers who rents land from me gave me today, and that I think kind of tells the story. Some of the members point to, they try to say that ending the wheat board monopoly, the wheat board's still there. Farmers can still ship to the wheat board. But some try to say that ending the wheat board monopoly somehow has exacerbated this situation, just the opposite, Mr. Speaker. I've watched over the years as a farmer, as well a young man or a young lad who grew up on a farm first, and then as a farmer and as a farm economist working with farmers on marketing. I've watched, Mr. Speaker, these problems, and you know, this isn't anything new, but it doesn't make it any easier. So how bad is it? It is bad, and it is a problem, and it's depressing prices. And what I'm most concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is how bad it's going to be in March and April as farmers are planning on what to grow for next year when the bins are still full. I have, Mr. Speaker, I have even canola. I have wheat, oats, even canola in bags out on the ground. These long white bags. I even have canola in bags because we can't move it. It's a huge problem. So what am I going to do? More importantly, what are the farmers who farm my land going to do? I just get a third of the crop. They get 2/3. I pay a third of the expenses. They pay 2/3. So what are they going to do as they move up to seeding time, Mr. Speaker? It's a huge problem that they're facing, especially when they talk to the grain companies and the grain companies say, well, I can't contract this year's crop until next fall. So not only may the bin still be full, but a lot of farmers aren't even sure they're going to have the temporary storage emptied by that time. And that, Mr. Speaker, can lead to an awful lot of problems. So the problem is bad. That's how bad things are. It's extremely bad, and that's why it has to be dealt with. But I do give the Agriculture Minister a lot of credit for what he's done. I give my colleagues a lot of credit. We have dozens, I don't know how many, of members of Parliament on this side who represent rural areas. We represent most of the rural areas in this country, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason for that. It's because we understand farmers. Many of us either are farmers or have been, Mr. Speaker. So we understand farmers. Of course we're not going to let things go bad for farmers. We're going to do everything we can to make things better and to do that as quickly as we can, Mr. Speaker. Of course we are. And not only because we have a vested interest, but because, Mr. Speaker, our neighbors and friends are farmers. Our constituents are farmers. So we're doing all we can, and I do think that we've done quite a bit. Personally, Mr. Speaker, back in about mid-August, the Prince Rupert Port Authority had a meeting in Edmonton. I attended. I was invited. I attended. And I talked to top people from Canadian National Railway, CN Railway, the Port of Prince Rupert, of course. The Port of Vancouver had representatives there. Talked to representatives of some grain companies who handle this grain. I told them all. I said, you do know that we're going to have a huge record crop this year. Are you going to be able to move it? And they all assured me, Mr. Speaker, that we would. They would. They assured me, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, they haven't delivered. They haven't delivered, and I'm bitterly disappointed that they haven't delivered, Mr. Speaker. And the Agriculture Minister is in the process right now of getting the real answers as to why they haven't delivered, and in strongly encouraging and pushing the railways, the grain companies, the ports to turn that around. Now, one of our members earlier talked about Prince Rupert and was kind of complaining about what's happening there. Pardon, not Prince Rupert, Port of Churchill, kind of complaining about what's happening there. But in Prince Rupert, pardon me, the Port of Churchill, it's actually one of the bright spots. Grain movement this year or last year in Churchill was actually 51% higher than the year before. So it is one of the bright spots, although, as I said, grain movement has been increasing year over year. CN has been doing their job, and CP is getting a lot better as well. So there is some hope. The capability is there. And the railways and the Port Authority, they assured me that this can happen. CN, of course, is increasing capacity by getting more locomotives, by more double tracking, which is a key part of what makes things move faster. And CP is starting to move in that direction, Mr. Speaker, too, but I would argue they're a lot slower. So, Mr. Speaker, what are the solutions? And, I wished I could stand here tonight and say, we can take that big stick that some of the members across the floor were talking about and have things fixed next week. Well, I agree that maybe a big stick is necessary here, but I still don't think you're going to really have things fixed by next week, Mr. Speaker. It is going to take some time. My hope is that over this next month, there can be huge record rail movement and that we can at least see a light at the end of the tunnel, and that light won't be like a locomotive coming through the tunnel with no grain on the train. Anyway, that's a little convoluted, Mr. Speaker, but this late at night, But anyway, my hope is that next month and the month after, we'll see record movement and catch up some of what didn't happen in December and January, because clearly the railways haven't been performing, grain companies haven't been performing, Mr. Speaker, and that is completely, it isn't acceptable, Mr. Speaker, and we all know that. So what has our government done over the past few years to help prevent a situation like this? And we can't, of course, just prevent it. We don't run the railways. We don't own the railways. We don't run the grain companies. We don't own the grain companies. I'm not so sure I didn't have a New Democratic member earlier suggesting that the government should buy the railways and control them. Now, maybe not. Maybe I misunderstood, to be fair, but that's what it sounded like. And I don't even believe the NDP would propose that anymore. That's kind of something for the last century, and it is outdated, and I hope I didn't understand correctly what she was proposing, but clearly that's not the solution. The private sector is involved, but the government does have a role to play. The federal government regulates the rail industry in this country, and rightfully so. And that's the lever we have. That is the big stick, if you want. Now, I of course, hope by some strong negotiations, by some quick discovery as to what the real problems are, that we can move this along and be in a much better situation a month from now, and a much better situation yet a month from then. And so farmers at least go into seeding having a good handle on what's going to actually happen, and then they can base their seeding decisions on that. Well, some people have suggested to me, Mr. Speaker, people who don't understand the farming business at all, they said, well, clearly if farmers aren't going to make a profit next year, if they have their bins full, then why would they seed a crop? And this young fella that phoned me tonight, and I have others I talk to on a regular basis, but he said, you know, I penciled it out, I'm going to be losing money next year on my grain. Now, does that mean he shouldn't seed a crop? No, Mr. Speaker, because he has to cash flow payments on his land, on his equipment, even if he doesn't seed a crop. And these are huge payments. So he has to seed a crop. So the best he can hope for, the way things look now, Mr. Speaker, is to minimize the losses. And in business, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the toughest things to learn, is to sometimes acknowledge you're going to make a loss, you're going to take a loss, and just to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that, yeah, there's going to be a loss, but we've got to minimize the loss, take it and get out of there the best we can. And in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, who knows? You get into the summer, you see the crop, you see what's happening around the world. Prices could be up again, not like they were last year, but prices certainly could be up again, and farmers could be in a much better situation, but that is unpredictable. I'm not going to stand here tonight and say that's what is going to happen, but it certainly is a possibility. But in the meantime, we need that grain movement. We need more certainty so farmers seeding a crop can at least know what they're facing, Mr. Speaker, and that is absolutely critical. And that's why our government has been working so hard on this, Mr. Speaker. So something that we've done specifically, of course, and I always forget the name of it exactly, but we passed the Fair Rail Freight Service Act in June of 2013, and that does give shippers the ability to deal with a railway company that's not performing. Am I going to stand here and say that that's working for grain farmers right now? No. No, I'm not. It's not working the way it should be working, Mr. Speaker. It's not. And we have to fix that. No, things aren't perfect, obviously. So we have to fix that. That's something, it's a very important change we made. It's helped a lot of sectors, and it will help the grain sector in the future. But it isn't solving this problem. It hasn't prevented this problem. And we'll see. Maybe grain companies can use this. Maybe farmers shipping producer cars and so on can use this to help deal with the situation. But I'm not counting on that, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time is almost up. I've kind of rambled a little bit here tonight, but I'm just kind of summarizing some of the things that I think are important after having listened to the debate tonight. And, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give farmers some hope. I do believe that a month from now, things will be better than they are now. 2 months from now, things will be better than they are a month from now. So that is a positive, I think, positive situation for farmers to take a look at. I'm meeting with 2 groups of farmers on this exact issue this weekend, Mr. Speaker. Grew from being 2 or 3 farmers to more than 10 in each group. They're going to give me some advice, and I'll certainly take that to the Agriculture Minister, and my other colleagues are doing that, and I do look forward to some good things happening, Mr. Speaker, in the next few weeks.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and friend across the way for his very knowledgeable and indeed heartfelt story about not just his farm and the young folks that work his farm, but clearly, what farmers are feeling. I think you articulated it extremely well, Mr. Speaker. I truly do, of what the effect is actually happening out there. But a lot of statistics have been thrown about back and forth of whether the rail companies are doing better in the first quarter of last year's harvest versus other times. And we always get, we can all, there's a famous story about, liars can figure and figures can lie. And that's not, through you, Mr. Speaker, that's not about anyone here in particular who's suggesting that. It's simply an old saying that the Scots use in the sense that you can make a penny threepence if you want. But let me just say this. 7.4 million tons were exported in the first quarter of this crop year. Now, we look back 5 years. We get stuck on the 5-year piece. In 1994, 8.7 million tons were exported. 1994. I believe in the corner I hear somebody who was in government, perhaps. But in any case, that's the truth. That's the fact. So we can look back and say they did better in that quarter versus some other times. My colleague across the way talked about the stick, and yes, I certainly suggested the stick of regulation. Perhaps we should look at it. Let me point out to a regulation that my colleagues down the way took away. At one point in time, there was a $720 million subsidy to the rail companies. And when they didn't behave themselves, the threat from the government was, we will take some of that away. That became a stick. Now, they never took any of it away, but it was there. I see some heads nodding, but what it was called actually was, under the Western Grain Transportation Act, in place between 1984 and 1995, the federal government subsidized private grain shipments by about $720 million. Now, you, as a government, if you had that stick, that's the stick to use. You don't have that stick anymore. So, do you want a new one? That's what I'm suggesting to you. Do you want a new stick to play with?
The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and it's a legitimate question. I, Mr. Speaker, don't think that threats to the railways and threats to the grain companies are the way to go right now. I think right now you want to talk with them, find out what the real problem is, and tell them we need quick action and give encouragement for now. But, Mr. Speaker, down the road, if that doesn't work, then we're going to have to look at all options, quite frankly. We're going to have to look at all options. So let's take it one step at a time. We all know it's much better to deal with things in a collaborative way, and that's certainly the approach we've been taking. That doesn't mean we're not pushing, because we are. And to add to that, I'll save that for later, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too know that the remarks from the member from Vegreville were heartfelt on its impact in the farming community. We may disagree on the Canadian Wheat Board, and I would say this, that his government really killed the only entity that had the authority and the power to challenge the railways and the grain companies, and that was the Canadian Wheat Board. But we'll set that aside. There's been a number, and I really want to ask the member if he would consider some of these solutions, and I'd like to outline about 5, Mr. Speaker. The member from Wascana named a few earlier, but one was certainly doing what can be done immediately while there's still permafrost in the ground to get grain movement to the port of Churchill so it can go from there. Secondly, the member for Wascana mentioned making the definition of service explicit in that Fair Rail Service Act, and make penalties under the law applied against railways that would compensate liquidated damages and pay them to the farmers rather than a fine paid to the government. I'd also suggest, Mr. Speaker, that they re-establish the BC Clearance Association, which the government killed in August of 2012. That association was responsible for coordinated ships coming into port 6 weeks in advance of the delivery of grain to port. That needs to be considered. They need to also learn from the logistics operation of the Canadian Wheat Board before it was the logistics in terms of collecting the grain inland in a coordinated way and targeted into the holds of ships in Vancouver. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, would they consider a grain transportation authority with some power to take charge and order, if necessary, certain things to happen with the grain companies and railways? Those are some proposals.
The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Speaker, I really thank the member for giving some specific proposals, and but I really don't feel that I can stand here and give definite answers. But I will say this: it's been made very clear to me and to my colleagues that we will consider anything that's going to fix this problem now, quickly, and which will help keep things operating better in the years ahead. We're looking at anything except putting in some kind of a structure like the Wheat Board, which interfered. It didn't help, Mr. Speaker. The Wheat Board monopoly interfered in the movement of grain. There's no doubt about that. You could never find out who was causing the problem because you had another player in there and it was just one more person to point the finger, blame at others. And it simply didn't work. It didn't help. It won't help in the future, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that the new Wheat Board, which isn't a monopoly anymore, which competes with other grain companies, I'm hoping it can build over the next couple of years to be a big part of the solution. And you know what? I'm somewhat confident, I think, as is the Ag Minister, from what, what I understand, that in fact they can. You know, the Wheat Board that's still there, the Wheat Board that will have to compete, that it will be an important part of the solution in the years ahead. So I'm looking forward to that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask my colleague a question. And he's absolutely right. There's a lot of our colleagues on this side of the House that do represent farmers. And in fact, I happen to have the privilege of representing a large area, agricultural area, in the MD of Taber, the county of Newell, the county of Cypress, and the county of 40 Mile. Farmers all throughout this area, Mr. Speaker, and they know that, in fact, we do stand up for them. And I just want to get a quote here, Mr. Speaker. It says, this comes from Dennis Thiessen, Director of Grain Growers of Canada, who said this week, "We want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for continuing to recognize the rail capacity needs of grain farmers and the urgency of the current situation. The government recommendations make sense and they are needed at this time, improving the frequency of reporting and better communications with industry. Railways, government, and farmers at the table is what is needed to get the grain moving." That's the end of the quote. However, my question for my colleague, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the Wheat Board. Our members on the NDP and the Liberal are just saying that this Wheat Board was so fantastic. Mr. Speaker, I've had farmers throughout my riding complaining about the Wheat Board. They would take their grain, and you know what? It might take them a couple of years to get their money. I wonder if my colleague could actually comment on that for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate that excellent question coming from my colleague. Again, he's certainly very familiar with farming. He understands the industry, and it's an extremely, I think, important question. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this monopoly Wheat Board, monopolies don't work, Mr. Speaker. They just don't work. I had a professor in my third-year university, the first marketing course I ever took, that explained why a monopoly will never work. And a government monopoly is the worst kind, Mr. Speaker, and that's what the Wheat Board was. It was put in place for peace sake under the War Measures Act to get cheap grain for farmers. It wasn't to get more money for farmers. It was to get cheap grain from farmers for the war effort in 1942-43. That's when it was put in place. And they forgot to get rid of the monopoly. We had to do it. We finally did. But the other thing that they forget about when it comes to the Wheat Board is farmers didn't receive all of their money until more than a year after the time they shipped the grain. How does that help farmers? How is that going to help in a situation like this? It's up to a year and a half, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, from the time farmers ship the grain till the time they get their final payment. Now, that simply doesn't work. So, Mr. Speaker, farmers still have the option. They can use the Wheat Board if they choose. It's their choice, nothing forced on them. And as I said, I'm really starting to see that I think this Wheat Board that will be competing will actually help farmers in the years ahead.
Well, we've run out of time again for the period for questions and comments. We're going to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Well, here we are again, Mr. Speaker, debating one of the many issues that the federal government has lacked leadership on. They say they try to make Canadians believe that they are good economic managers, but have continued to sweep things under the carpet or turn a blind eye until a crisis occurs. On this particular file, it is extremely disconcerting that the Conservative government eliminated the Canadian Wheat Board without ensuring that there would be an efficient plan for grain transportation. They didn't make this a priority. Dans le passé, les producteurs de blé pouvaient...
In the past, wheat producers were able to depend on the Canadian Wheat Board. They knew that it would fight for them when they needed to put pressure on rail companies to get grain to market. When the Wheat Board had a monopoly on grain sales outside of the country, it had great influence on the market. In a system that needs to move around 400,000 grain cars a year, there's no room for error or for a deficit when the grain ships are waiting at a cost of thousands of dollars a day, a cost that is paid in the end by our agricultural producers because of the lower prices they're getting.
That, in his opinion, the railways were doing an adequate job moving crops to market. But thousands of farmers, agricultural experts, and newspapers across Western Canada are instead pointing to deep and fundamental flaws with the grain transportation system after the loss of the Canadian Wheat Board. Now the Minister of Agriculture is suggesting that farmers apply for advances and proposing a 5-year investigation into the source of the problem. But Canada's grain producers have bills and loans due now. The government must take action to get the railways moving. So, Mr. Speaker, the lack of leadership from this government with respect to grain farmers will likely continue to see lengthy delays, will mean that grain farmers will likely continue to see lengthy delays and backlogs in rail transport that prevent thousands of Western grain producers from getting their products to market. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we fully understand their frustration, the frustration of Western farmers. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the grain farmers who are frustrated with this government's lack of leadership when it comes to rail. Let's look at the frustration being felt by the residents of Oba, the tourist lodges and businesses and municipalities and the economic development offices from Hearst to Sault Ste. Marie because of this government's ill-thought-of decision to cut approximately $2.2 million in subsidy to CN for passenger service on the ACR line. That's the Algoma Central Railroad line, which recently saw CN announce that without the subsidy, they cannot continue to maintain the current passenger service. That this service would end as of March 31st, they told the people, and they only told them that around January 24th, I believe it was. So I need to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that this has also raised concerns that the freight service may also be at risk. And again, you know, when we're looking at the wheat farmers, they are concerned about their freight service just as these people are as well. So particular to the ACR passenger service, let's look at the short-sightedness of this government. It's obvious that just like the wheat farmers, that they never considered the economic impact of their ill-thought-of decision. Nor did they care to consider the fact that they would be basically leaving the residents of Oba stranded. They only have access to train passenger rail or an industrial road which at times is impassable, and it's like a 2-hour drive to get to Hearst from there if they can take that road. So I want to just kind of raise some of the issues. Oh yes, and I forgot to say, Mr. Speaker, that I would be splitting my time with the member from... Yes, I wrote it down and I misplaced my paper. Vaudreuil-Soulanges. So, Mr. Speaker, just on that note, I just want to say that when it comes to rail transportation, the government's action on this file remind me of a similar situation that occurred last year with respect to another mode of transportation, which was the Chichiman ferry on Manitoulin Island, and it became really a showdown between the government and the province, and the impact on tourism was actually quite great for Manitoulin Island. So although the ferry ended up running, there was actually a delay in the tourist season for some of them, and what happened is that people actually canceled out because they could not rely on whether or not the ferry was going to go. So now this government is choosing to attack the economy of Northern Ontario again, especially the tourism economy from Sault Ste. Marie to Ottawa to Hearst. So let me read a little something here from Tatnall Camp, and I have like a mass of emails that's come in on this one here, but this is all about rail. Whether it's freight or whether it's about passenger, I think that it's important for us to raise the issues here in the House. So this is Tatnall Camp, Cindy Lebrun and her family. They've written, and they basically are very concerned because March 31st is coming up very quickly, and they're afraid that their tourist resort will actually be severely impacted. So 98 to 100% of their business depend on the rail. The vast majority of our guests, they say, are railroad travelers that would never want to fly. 100% of our freight arrives by railroad. So she goes on to say, if this train goes under, our business and all of our investments, both past and present, will be gone. To hear this news is completely devastating and lacks any federal promise for our future and also the economic boost businesses like ours provide to the local communities nearby over the long term. My brother and I are one of only a handful of up-and-coming entrepreneurs under 35 years old in the community of Wawa, and we have a one-of-a-kind train-in destination product that will continue to sell as long as the railroad is here. Just like there are young farmers that are out there we're trying to entice young farmers to come up and take on farming. These are young entrepreneurs that are looking at the tourist industry, relying on rail for their business, and all of a sudden things are being ripped from under them. She goes on to say, we are not the only train in business on Oba Lake, and there are numerous other interests who are served by this railroad: cottage owners, trappers, local citizens, other tourists, camps, canoeists. I can tell you municipalities are also going to be affected, so there's a big ripple effect. And let's not forget that some of the effect that's happening because of this removal of subsidy by this government, which is a mere $2.2 million, is also impacting on the Conservative riding, which is the Conservative riding of Sault Ste. Marie. And I would hope that they're going to really look at the need to find that financing to give it back to CN to put that passenger rail back in place. So that it doesn't end. And the other thing is that the government actually also invested in new passenger cars, a revamp of passenger cars, just recently. And now they're saying, sorry, but no more cigars. So at this time, it goes on to say, we have an increased number of reserved and confirmed guests in this upcoming season and is looking for a better, looking even better than last. Our reservations are completely in jeopardy, as well as our ongoing marketing investments, and they've been marketing for quite some time. And given the fact that the dollar has now gone down to about 90 cents, I mean, it was going to be a prime time for them. I have another letter from Betty who talks about the impact. How many feet of track would this maintain in southern Ontario for this amount of money? And yet it was sufficient to maintain over 300 miles of track in the north. Where was the consultation with those directly impacted by such a decision before they potentially removed their business livelihood? So, Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at this here, particular situation that we're talking about today, we see that the government has no national strategy when it comes to rail, whether it be freight or transportation, none at all for short-term or long-term, not for farmers, not for passengers, not for tourists, not for jobs, and not for economy. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate the requests that we are making, and what we want is an increased pressure on rail companies, including through the implementation and enforcement of rail performance standards, ensure that export and vessel information is accessible to producers, ensure that grain producers have fair access to rail infrastructure in order to move their product, and develop a strategy for future rail service that accounts for sustained agricultural growth. That's on the agricultural piece. But on the passenger side, I think that the government has to be really serious in order to divest our economy, both for tourism, for our municipalities, and for Canada, for Canadians as a whole. And I would ask them that they find the money to reinstate in the ACR line as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a 10-minute speech. 9 minutes of it was on not farmers and moving grain. Amazing. Anyway, just in that regards, I'm wondering if my colleague on the opposite side would like to know, of course, that this is the debate on grain transportation. And certainly what we've done as a government is really move forward the opportunity for farmers to have a marketing system which they can manage themselves. We have contributed, wheat sales contribute $9 billion to the economy and $5 billion in export sales, Mr. Speaker. And we are moving to make sure that we open markets for Western wheat, barley, and market development, free trade. And of course, the minister is currently working with the grain providers or companies, working with the railways, working with farm producers to try and find a solution to this problem. And it is a major problem for the farmers in my area as well, Mr. Speaker. And in that regard, I'm wondering if the member opposite, in fact, would make sure that she talks to her colleagues in the union at CN to make sure that they actually sign an agreement so that, in fact, grain will be shipped by CN without disruption to our farmers who desperately need to get this grain to market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a lot in his questions. So let's start by the fact that whether it's farmers, whether it's passengers, and whether it's tourism, it's all the same. We need a government that can actually act. Instead, let's see how they act. This is a government that wasted $50 million building things like gazebos in southern riding. This is a government that spent $2 billion to host the G8 meetings in Toronto when they could have held it for a fraction of that in more secure locations. So there's tons of money that's being wasted here, and they're refusing to act to help farmers. They're not doing enough to act to help farmers. Let's just look at what I just had my document here. Okay. Let's just look at Doug Chorney, president of Manitoba's Keystone Agriculture Producers, called on Ottawa to act sooner rather than later to fix the bottleneck. In a recent opinion piece, Chorney laid the blame on abysmal service by Canada's two major railways. It says the duopoly Canadian Pacific Railway and Canadian National Railway have in the marketplace allows them to provide inadequate service without fear of consequences. So again, we have a government that refuses to act. On the CN piece with respect to the strike, I could tell you, okay, I'll stick it.
So we're running out of time. Our 5 minutes runs down pretty quickly. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take the opportunity in asking a question to outline another problem. The Conservative member said that the minister is out there now trying to find solutions. However, I think it does have to be noted that the minister was in fact part of the catalyst for the problem we now have in terms of changing a system without implementing the protections to producers that needed to be there, and implementing some other authorities that could challenge both the railways and the grain companies. And there's another problem that farmers have as well right now with grain companies. You know, a lot of the railways, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the comments tonight have been against the railways. But the fact of the matter is that the railways in the Port of Vancouver now have to break up their cars and actually move the cars where previously, with the wheat board, they were able to move a paper allocation between companies. And that created greater efficiencies. So I ask the member, does she not see that as a problem as well in terms of the way the grain companies are operating at port position, as creating inefficiencies overall and also complicating things even further for the railways?
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, there was a variety of questions in there. So I think what needs to happen here is that together we can strengthen rail services so that producers and shippers can finally enjoy fair and reliable freight services. And I think that this is key to being able to resolve some of the issues. As I mentioned earlier, I had some points that I raised with respect to other things that we were asking that would help resolve this matter. And it would go a long way. And I'll just go back to the CN strike, just because the minister that that was quoted in the paper saying that they were looking at back-to-work legislation, the Ministry of Labour, talked about the impact that this would have on businesses. And all I would say to the government, $2.2 million for the ACR line would go a long way in protecting all of the tourism business along that line in Northern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The bedtime story slot tonight in this emergency debate, so I'll get right to it. There's a grain farmer, Speaker, out in Hanley, Saskatchewan tonight who can't get to sleep. He's tossing and turning in his bed because he's worried he's not going to get his commodity to market. Let's call this farmer Ryan. And he's not the only one. Ryan's not the only guy out there. There are farmers all over Rosedale that are worrying tonight. It's been a cold winter, Speaker. Colder than Mars, some say, Speaker. And all Canadians know that cold winters mean big heating bills. So Ryan's worried about the bottom line. He's not only worried about getting his crop to market, he's also worried about the bottom line, the heating bills, all the bills that he has to pay, his credit card. Ryan and his wife, their family have been on that land for several generations now, so they know that land. And they invested this year, Speaker. They invested their money this year to expand their grain drying capacity. They put the money in and they expect and they hope that the system will function so they can get their product out and export it and get their money. And Ryan's in bed tonight, and he knows his 3 kids are growing up, they're getting older, and soon he'll have to send them to the city to go to school, which will be more costs. So he's adding it all up in his head tonight, and he's thinking about all these figures, all this money that's going out and that's not coming in because he can't move his product because of the backlog. And this backlog could turn a bumper year into a bust year for Ryan. So guys like Ryan, we know, members from the other side know that they're the backbone of the prairies, and they work to the advantage of Canada, and they feed us. And Ryan knows where the problems of this backlog started with. He's the expert in all this, not any of us in this room. It's Ryan who's working the land year to year, generation to generation. His family knows. To begin with, one of the problems is the monopoly of the railways, Speaker, and their willing partners in government to protect this monopoly and its privileges. That's part of the problem. 30 years of deregulation, Speaker, have led to this logistical mess. So no, we're not going to solve it in the next 24 or 48 hours because it's the product of 30 years of deregulation. Ryan's heard 30 years of promises, Speaker. Listened to his dad grumble about different governments, Liberal governments, Reform, Alliance, Conservatives. He's even heard his grandfather's grumble about the CCF. So no one here has their hands clean. We're all responsible in taking care of Ryan and his family and other families like him. You know, Ryan's MP in the 1990s wasn't even a farmer. He was a lawyer. And when he sat in this place, he didn't represent farmers' interests. He helped CN to privatize and was beaten in the 1997 election as a consequence. Ryan's dad hoped the Reform Party would improve things. It's part of the reason that Ryan, when he got to voting age, voted Conservative. But he knows, Speaker, that these Conservatives are the same as the Liberals were 20, 30 years ago. He sees his member sit behind the Prime Minister and he realizes that she's more of a banker than a farmer. Otherwise, she'd do something for him. She knows that her member is a good person. He's just disappointed with her, Speaker. He believed the government was going to take care of this problem with the Fair Rail Freight Service Act that was passed last year. But now he knows because he heard it on TV tonight. He knows because he heard from Norm Hall, the president of the Agricultural Producers Association of Saskatchewan. He listened to the words come out of his mouth, and Norm Hall said the Fair Rail Service Freight Act passed by the Conservative government last year isn't working and should be amended.
which is what we said, what I said in this chamber back in May, Speaker. So he turned off the TV and he rubbed his forehead, which is what any Canadian would do when you realize you're hearing another broken promise. So he won't be voting Conservative next time, I doubt, Speaker. Norm Hall has suggestions for amending this problem, for solving it. He said that the incentives for grain companies and railways to voluntarily negotiate shipping service agreements have not worked, and we need to put responsibility on the railroads. If there is inaction, there need to be penalties. The government needs to penalize the railway companies when they are not responding to the incentives that the government has put forward. Review of the legislation, the Fair Rail Service Act, is up for 2015. Another member in this House of the government party suggested that we move up the review to perhaps this year to see what the problems were. We said back in May that there was problems, and those suggestions fell on deaf ears. It's good to hear that government members tonight are saying maybe we should move up this review process earlier than 2015. When CN privatized in 1995 through the Liberal government's CN Commercialization Act, it had a clause, Clause 16, that stated more or less, the railway and other transportation works in Canada of CN and all corporations associated, any corporation that evolves out of CN, are declared to be works for the general advantage of Canada. Well, Speaker, grain farmers like Ryan work to the general advantage of Canada as well, and it's time that government step up to the plate for guys like him, and not just for the shareholders of CN and CP. The government could provide low-interest cash advances so that farmers can meet their obligations to their financial institutions, because they're worrying. They have loans that are coming due. They have to pay them. Their crops aren't getting out, so they don't have the money to pay them to meet their obligations. The government could also ask or work with the financial institutions to extend the terms of the loans of these farmers to help them out, to give them a hand up, and to help them out in this crisis that they're facing. So, Speaker, there are things that the government could do and should do for Western farmers. And we're certainly hoping that the government is thinking about farmers like Ryan tonight, farmers in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, in Alberta, all over the country that are tossing and turning because they can't move their product to market. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 3 minutes. Well, Speaker, you know, we hear a lot from the government party about the fact that they're speaking for real Western Canadian families. But we know, Speaker, we know that they have to make that distinction between real Western Canadian families and fake Western Canadian families, because we know that in their caucus previously, they've had members that say they live in Saskatchewan when they actually live in Toronto. So to hear from throughout this emergency debate, to hear criticism from the Conservative government that we don't actually understand the needs of Western farmers because we don't live there, when they actually have members in their caucus who didn't actually live on the prairies but pretended that they did, I find that very rich and disappointing, Speaker. We shouldn't be pointing fingers. The other thing that's bothered me tonight about the government party is to blame the backlog on unions, Speaker. That's just preposterous. Any Western Canadian farmer knows that the backlog wasn't created by the Teamsters. They know that. So it's ridiculous to divide workers and farmers in this country when we know that we have to work together to solve these problems. Western farmers don't want to hear us having these divisive little fights about unions and farmers, and they want to see us to work together to solve these problems. And I haven't heard a lot of solutions. I did try to help the government in May 29th. I can give you the date, May 29th. I debated. I spoke on the Fair Rail Service Freight Act. I spoke on that, and I put forward how the Western Shippers Coalition, the things that they wanted in terms of service agreements. And what I was given in terms of an answer was, well, we can't actually implement these because they would be a nuisance to the railway companies, and we have to somewhat be fair. Now we're seeing the effects of not including the Western Shippers Coalition's suggestions in that legislation. We're getting farming organizations that are saying we have to put those amendments in. Well, you know what, Speaker? The legislation's already passed. I've heard from government members saying, yes, maybe we do have to amend this. Maybe we do have to review it earlier. If we had done that back in May, maybe we would have avoided these problems. And you see, Speaker, when you make a radical change, I'm not saying the wheat board was God's greatest gift to Western farmers, but when you make a radical change and you eliminate something, you have to actually plan what the outrolling of production will be after you eliminate that body. You know, this government is we always talk about how it's incrementalist. When it came to eliminating the single desk, it wasn't incrementalist at all. It made a radical move, and it didn't plan properly, and it didn't listen to Western farmers and their suggestions on the problems that would come out of it. During the Keystone, Manitoba Keystone Agricultural Producers Convention, Winnipeg in 2012, in January 2012, they talked about all these problems at their convention. These were farmers getting together from the prairies, talking about the problems about eliminating the single desk would be. They talked about it. I'm sure the government heard them. I don't know if they listened properly, but they didn't take into account those suggestions when it came to drafting their legislation. And here we are with a crisis, Speaker. And we have to find solutions for these farmers, for guys like Ryan that can't sleep tonight. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the gentleman across the floor for his presentation. He did ask some, I think, important questions and made some important comments about how farmers, if they can't move their grain, are going to manage repaying loans from this crop, from seeding this crop over the past few months, and move into buying inputs for this next crop. And they're valid questions. And I do know that our government's talked to Farm Credit Corporation, who have indicated they're going to work with farmers as much as they can on this. I do know that banks understand very well that they're going to have to be patient with repayments, and they will work with farmers on this. They know it's not to their advantage to start pressuring farmers at this point. It doesn't make any sense, and so we've been encouraged by that. And we do know that only 40% of farmers have taken advantage of the cash advance that's available to them. And, you know, it's maybe slightly more difficult than it has been in the past to apply, but it's not particularly difficult. Once you've applied once, it's easier the next time, certainly. And the reality is that this cash is available to 60% of farmers who haven't used it. I think it's up to $400,000 a year as a maximum, but in the past, governments have delayed that. Our government, I believe, even delayed the repayment requirement. I'm not saying we'll do that, but we're willing to look at anything that has to be done, that can be done to help farmers through this.
Well, Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, it's good to hear from this member that there are solutions out there. I would urge farmers that are going through this difficulty to look at the program that exists for them, the cash advance program. Certainly, I know that a lot of farmers out in Western Canada now are going to have cash flow problems, and so they're going to need the government to step up and to tell them that these programs exist. If the farmers don't know about it, we also have to ask the question, why don't they know about it? Has the government reduced its service-giving capacity in this way? Have they reduced points of service for farmers? Why don't they know about it? And it's also heartening to hear that that this member at least understands what farmers are going through and how banks have to understand this as well.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of 4.5 hours of debate, I wonder if we could agree that one thing we need to do is amend the level of service legislation to provide for liquidated damages payable directly to farmers when railways fail to deliver on their service level commitments. Secondly, the government needs to assist the railways to make sure that they have adequate locomotive power and railway rolling stock and trained personnel to move the maximum volume. Thirdly, could we agree that we need full transparency for the total volumes of grain booked to be shipped through West Coast ports, transparency about the time frames for those shipments, and the number of marine vessels that have in fact have been ordered to take delivery? Could we agree that we need to provide some sensible business-like coordination throughout the system to replace the kind of chaos that we've seen over the last 6 to 8 months? And could we agree that the government should table a plan to maximize throughput through Vancouver, Prince Rupert, Churchill, especially while the permafrost is in place, and also south through U.S. facilities if that is in fact necessary. Could we agree at the end of this discussion, Mr. Speaker, that those are very simple, practical, reasonable steps that need to be taken to alleviate the pressure in the system at the earliest possible moment, and we have to act as a Parliament long before any 5-year study that would put this solution off into Never Never Land. The problem is now, the crisis is now, the government needs to move now, not 5 years from now.
Excellent.
La députée de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Time to act is now. There's no time to wait. In terms of the members' proposals, I would forward it to our excellent expert on these matters, our critic from Welland, our critic in agriculture from Welland, who understands these. We also asked for many changes to the Fair Rail Service Freight Agreement Act. I could outline those again, but anyone could find them in Hansard. My statements on that in May 29th of 2013. And certainly we have to act now. I think everyone in this chamber could agree tonight that this is an urgent situation, and the fact that our farmers are great contributors to our economy, we have to step up to the plate and help them one way or another. Thank you.
We have about a minute and a half left in the time allocated for tonight's debate. I'll recognize the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand tonight, even if I only do have a minute and a half, to support our government's long-standing and strong record of support for Canadian grain farmers and the entire agricultural sector. Our government's top priority remains the economy, and we recognize that the grain sector plays a big part in that whole aspect, Mr. Speaker. And we understand farmers' frustrations, because we hear that day in and out with the railway system and the grain not moving fast enough. And I know that I previously spoke, in fact, that industry has applauded our assistance in trying to move this forward. And I'll just read this again, Mr. Speaker. And I quote Dennis Thiessen, Director of the Grain Growers of Canada, who said this week, "We want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for continuing to recognize the rail capacity needs of grain farmers and the urgency of the current situation. The government's recommendations make sense, and they are needed at this time. Improving frequency of reporting and better communications with industry, railways, government, farmers at the table is what's needed to get the grain moving." That's the end of the quote, Mr. Speaker. And I know that, in fact, we have been working extremely hard in terms of the wheat board, trying to get new breeding clusters in place, Mr. Speaker. There's so many things that we are doing, and I just don't have enough time to touch on them all, Mr. Speaker. However, I do have a couple more comments that I would like to make. And certainly, are you giving me the signal, Mr. Speaker? Well, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
It being 12 midnight, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.